Tennessee, an underground HYDRA research facility. A narrow dorm room smelled faintly of bleach and burnt coffee. A single monitor glowed against the dark. At the small metal desk, a man in his 20s typed with urgent, precise keystrokes. Notes covered the pad beside him. Dense formulas, chain reactions, cellular diagrams drawn in a careful, impatient hand. A silver badge clipped to his chest read, Suluo. Unit, Super Soldier Serum Team 71. Position, Researcher 71-08. Not bad for a dead man. Suluo specialized in the Super Soldier Serum, the kind of program that turned ordinary soldiers into walking legends. He did not work for any government lab. He worked for HYDRA. That meant secrecy, shadow budgets, and the kind of experiments people died for. Only the current Suluo had not earned that badge the usual way. A few hours earlier, he woke up in this body. The original researcher was already cold. The base director and security had finished their purge, convinced they'd swept the project clean. They had not counted on one body still warm in a narrow dormitory bed. If HYDRA discovered him alive, he would be dead in minutes. No miracle would save him then. He was an unarmed researcher in a fortress of rifles. Escape by sprint was impossible. Hiding was temporary. The only realistic option was to become stronger than the men outside the reinforced doors. He had a gift, or a curse. Either way, it was the only thing between him and a grave. A message had arrived the moment his consciousness anchored to the corpse, an ability the world had never seen. You have received a gift from your mother in your previous life on Earth. Ultimate scientific research ability and unlimited evolutionary potential. Ultimate scientific research ability. He could understand any field, parse any formula, and learn any method. Unlimited evolutionary potential. His body could take on new traits, absorb them, and integrate them perfectly once he knew how to engineer them. It was theory made practical. With those two things, he could analyze the Super Soldier Serum himself and rebuild what HYDRA had failed to make for decades. If he succeeded, he would not only survive, he could break the Institute open and walk out. His fingers moved like a machine. Equations flowed through his head, cellular energy conversion, mutation kinetics, neural synchronization thresholds, collapse conditions, each line of math resolving into the next. His mind felt like a server farm, burning through terabytes of research. The notebooks filled faster than his hand could keep up. His stomach grumbled. He cracked a chocolate bar with shaking hands and wolfed it down, pushing the basic need for calories aside. Time was a tangible thing here. Somewhere in the compound security teams were already executing cleanup orders. They would sweep the dormitories, ignite incinerators, and make sure no trace of failure remained. He could imagine the director's office, the blinds down, the man on the phone with Baron Strucker, the clipped obedience of a villain used to making problems vanish. Backed up data, then purge the servers, then dismantle the site. Wipe everything, leave no loose ends. The plan required thoroughness, and the director was ruthless enough to follow orders. Suluo had no orders but his own survival. He burned the pile of notes that had led him here, old derivations he would remember by heart, and watched flames consume paper that in a different life might have been evidence. Then he opened the Institute's surveillance systems with skills pulled from a different lifetime. He rerouted feeds, looped cameras, and created blind spots on the route to the lab. Luck, preparation, and a borrow body had to be enough. He slipped from his room into empty hallways. The compound smelled of antiseptic and fear. Nightlights hummed. Outside, teams rolled incinerators from dorm to dorm, confirming deaths and turning bodies into ash. The cleanup crew had a low, mechanical efficiency, the kind bred by orders and incentives. They did not expect a survivor. He reached the lab without encountering a patrol. The glass door sealed behind him with a soft hiss. Reinforced and bulletproof, the room was a cage that also bought him time. Even if they smashed the windows, it would take minutes for them to break the glass and longer still to breach containment. He moved with surgical speed. Pipettes, centrifuges, cryo chambers. Each instrument became an extension of his new capability. He mixed reagents with a practiced hand, tuned catalysts, tweaked ion gradients. The serum changed with each iteration. Cloudy, then clear, then a bruised blue, then a clean, metallic hue that made his breath catch. Outside, an alert lit the facility. Someone had noticed an anomaly. Computers pinged and red lights flashed. The director's voice barked into radios. Find researcher 71-05. If alive, shoot on sight. The warning chain closed like a trap. Glass took the first assault. Bullets hammered the lab's windows. The impact made the syringe tremble in Su Luo's hand. Sweat stung his eyes. He worked faster. Each second was a currency he could not afford to waste. The incubation cycles shortened, concentrations adjusted, the final stabilizer added with a careful, deliberate motion born of a mind that could calculate 1,000 variables at once. He had reverse-engineered HYDRA's years of failure in hours, because he did not have the luxury of time. When he finished, he felt hollow, dizzy with the effort. He read the formula again, as if the paper could explain what his hands already knew. Then he smiled, not with relief, but with a new, cold determination. Finally, it was done. He set the vial down, the liquid inside gleaming like a threat and a promise. Outside, footsteps multiplied, doors slammed, the facility tightened. The countdown he had been racing against did not stop when he finished. It accelerated. Su Luo swallowed. Survival was no longer a matter of chance. It was engineering. Su Luo's chest thrummed with a raw, stupid kind of joy. He'd done it. He had actually deduced the Super Soldier Serum. Institutions, militaries, shadow projects, decades of wasted money and human lives had failed where he had succeeded in hours. Yes, he'd stood on the shoulders of HYDRA's data, but the crucial step, knitting broken threads into a working formula, was his. The ability he'd been given in this stolen body had done the rest. A mind that could read, connect, and finish what others could only circle. For a breath, he let himself feel it. Then he tightened his fists. Next, he murmured, voice flat with focus, is to make it and inject it. No formula alone would save him. A vial in a lab would. A changed body would let him walk out alive. He fed that thought into movement. A lighter sparked. Sheets of notes, derivations, and printouts that no longer needed ink in the world were fed into an iron bucket. Orange flame licked paper, and the smoke curled up, carrying away the residues of other lives and other failures. He watched the pages burn to ash, memorized lines, equations he could recall at will, then snapped the lighter shut. A chocolate bar for protein, a gulp of sugar to steady hands. Then he sat at the terminal and became what he was, a machine with human skin. From the previous life, he remembered enough about networks and sysadmin tricks to bend the Institute's cameras. He rewired feeds, planted loops, massed motion on the corridors that led to the main lab. If the cameras didn't see him, and if the patrols moved on schedule, he could slip through. He finished the last command and let out a breath that felt like a laugh. Done. The corridor was as silent as a morgue. HYDRA had been thorough. The dorms were emptied and the cleanup teams methodical. Incinerators rolled through the compound on wheeled carts, cold, efficient flames that ate flesh and erased proof. He could hear distant shouts and the low clank of men doing their jobs. That meant one thing. Their attention would be elsewhere for a while. Luck threaded through his careful planning. He moved fast and light, boots whispering on tile, heart a metronome. The lab came into view, glass and steel, instruments lined like teeth. It was both a cage and a sanctuary. He pushed the door, slipped inside, and locked it from within. The reinforced glass hissed shut. The lab felt, suddenly, like a sealed world of possibility. That glass bought time. Even a rush team would need minutes to breach it. Minutes were everything. He set to work. Pipette, centrifuge, temperature controls. Reagents measured to the microliter. The serum refused, accepted, shifted, clear then green, then a metallic blue that made the back of his neck prickle. Every iteration taught him something. Each failure refined variables he couldn't have seen without the gift that now lived inside his skull. Occasional flashes of green smoke hissed from a tube. An errant bubble boiled over and hissed like a warning. He adjusted catalysts, altered buffer concentrations, modified stabilizers. The formula was living under his hands. Back in the dorm wings, the cleanup team rolled to 71-05. Doors opened, bodies confirmed, ashes stirred. Then someone hesitated. A bed was warm. A bucket still hot. A monitor logged a recent login. Browsing history showed heavy access to the Super Soldier files. The man at the keyboard went pale. 71-05 is active, he reported. The voice on the other end tightened like a wire. Orders spread instantly. Search, secure, shoot if found. Red lights began to pulse across the compound. Radios snapped to life. The cleanup team's attentions snapped back on the Institute itself. Inside the director's office, blinds were closed and a phone carried low, dangerous words. Data backups, purges, shutdowns. Baron Strucker's handwriting was on the plan. No loose ends. No survivors. No excuses. They had not accounted for one thing. A survivor who could outthink a room full of soldiers. Su Luo heard the change in the facility before he saw it. Alarms that had been hushed hours ago now screamed. He glanced at the workstation. Incubation times were in the critical window. He moved his hands faster, each motion economy and intent, the kind of speed that comes from knowing failure is death. Footsteps thundered closer. Men with rifles moved through the halls. A team reached the lab door and found it locked. They radioed. Commands came down cold and simple. Shoot the glass. Bullets slammed into the reinforced window. The impact made the whole table shiver. Test tubes rattled. A bead of sweat slid into Su Luo's eye and stung. He did not look away. Just a little more, he told himself, throat tight. Just a little more time. The storm of gunfire continued, each hit ringing like a clock. He worked with fingers that did not tremble, but moved with a built-in calm. The serum needed one last stabilizer, one final pH adjustment, and a controlled cooling curve. He set them all in motion. Outside, radios barked. Orders became frantic. Inside, a final drop fell into the vial. He watched the liquid settle, sleek, resolute. It caught the lab light and looked like a promise. The door would not hold forever. The glass would splinter. Men would pour through. But for the first time since waking in this body, Su Luo felt something beyond fear, a cold certainty that engineering could save him. He lifted the vial in a shaking hand. The world narrowed to two things, the serum and the sound of bullets. Now he breathed.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
He clenched his teeth and almost unleashed all his potential, rapidly concocting something in his hands. The office of the person in charge. Through the security personnel's glasses, he saw Su Luo's actions inside. The laboratory's cameras had been hacked by Su Luo. So, the surveillance couldn't see what was happening inside. It still appeared empty. The person in charge frowned and said, "What is this guy doing? Is he preparing a serum? If he takes a failed serum, it will be worse than death. Is this guy desperate now?" Their team had prepared many serums, but they all failed. After the experimental subjects took them, they would suffer for a period of time and eventually die. The person in charge sneered, "Such an arrogant guy." Just at that moment, a phone call came in. "I didn't expect there to be a problem over there." Baron Strucker's cold voice sounded. The person in charge was sincerely fearful and quickly said, "Lord Baron, I'm already handling it. You can rest assured. We'll soon deal with this guy." In a distant location, Baron Strucker looked at the computer screen, which displayed all the surveillance videos from the Super Serum 71 Research Institute, as well as the scenes captured by the security personnel's perspective. He saw that inside the laboratory, the surviving researchers were frantically concocting something. There was no change in his expression, and he coldly said, "Handle it properly." He also saw Su Luo's reading records, but he didn't pay much attention to them. After all, this team had made no progress for over a decade, and this young researcher's performance was mediocre after joining. He didn't seem like a genius capable of creating a super serum. Immediately after, he turned off the surveillance of the Super Serum 71 Research Institute. Although it had bulletproof glass, if bullets kept shooting at it, it would eventually break under the continuous barrage of bullets. Not long after, creak, a tiny crack appeared on the glass. Seeing this, the team members all showed joy on their faces. It finally cracked. We can soon blast through this disgusting glass wall. Shed, our institute's glass is really damn good in quality. Looking at Su Luo sweating inside, the security personnel sneered. This idiot is about to receive a baptism of bullets. I wonder if this guy will die first under our guns or from the poison he concocted himself. Inside, Su Luo stopped his rapid movements. He took a deep breath and shook the test tube in his hand. The colorless liquid inside the test tube began to change rapidly. Soon, a pure light blue liquid flowed inside, extremely pure and beautiful like the sky. Looking at the blue liquid in front of him, Su Luo's eyes widened with joy. It's done. The Super Soldier Serum. He quickly picked up the syringe next to him and poured the Super Soldier Serum into it. Then he inserted the needle into his own vein. He pressed the trigger. Swoosh! The serum was directly injected into Su Luo's vein. The people outside saw this scene and all grinned. This guy is really asking for death. It'd be better for him to die in our hands. The taste of failed serum, the feeling of being better off dead, is much more painful than a bullet. This kid really can't see the bigger picture. Inside the office, the person in charge saw this scene and immediately let out a sigh of relief. For him, whether it was shooting or injecting the failed serum, there was no difference. As long as the person died, it was okay. Now, the other party has injected the failed serum, and there is no hope of rescue. Definitely doomed. The person in charge smirked and started dialing the phone. Thank goodness it's over. At the moment when the Super Soldier Serum was injected into his body, Su Luo felt an extreme sense of pain, as if countless hammers were pounding his body, almost grinding his bones to dust. With a bang, Su Luo fell to the ground, emitting waves of screams. He tightly clenched his hands. The intense pain almost made Su Luo faint. But he understood that he absolutely couldn't faint. He had to persevere. Otherwise, this sleep would be eternal. Without the will to resist and coordinate his muscles, his body would eventually collapse. So willpower is the last rope holding onto the body. Waves of intense pain surged towards Su Luo like a tide. Sweat poured out of his whole body. His body trembled incessantly. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and the screams were endless. Hold on, he shouted in his heart. Su Luo didn't want to die here. After all, his future was boundless. His ability destined him to go to the top of the mountain and take a look. He just crossed over and died. And he died from injecting the real Super Soldier Serum, unable to bear the pain. This was too pathetic. He absolutely refused. Since he crossed over, he must live like the protagonist. What is this little pain? Su Luo tightly clenched his hands, his nails embedded in them, blood seeping out. But he couldn't feel this little pain at all because the intense pain in his body was too strong. I can do it. Su Luo's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted. Others were terrified when they saw him. The security personnel outside felt a chill down their spines when they saw this scene. They had seen this scene before. Those who injected the failed serum would endure this kind of pain. I think injecting this thing is seeking death. It would be better to let me shoot him. G stupid. This kid is completely finished now. In the office, the phone connected. The person in charge flattered. Lord Baron, I've already resolved the small oversight on my end. Baron Strucker, is he dead already? The person in charge laughed. He just adjusted the serum himself and injected it. He is now writhing in pain on the ground. As you know, injecting the wrong serum, no one can survive. It simply destroys the cells in the body, ultimately leading to an excruciating death. This guy, suddenly, the voice of the person in charge stopped abruptly. Immediately, there was a sound of gasping and shock. Baron Strucker asked urgently, "What happened?" Under the bombardment of a large number of bullets, the bulletproof glass, which had been strengthened, was covered with cracks. Finally, even the strengthened bulletproof glass couldn't hold up anymore. With a bang, it instantly shattered. A group of armed personnel saw this, and a smile appeared on their faces. "Damn it, we finally broke this thing. Charge, let's give this guy a few shots and let him die a little more comfortably." "Hee, I'll go for a headshot. No one should try to steal it from me." The group quickly rushed in. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, Su Luo, after enduring waves of pain, completed his metamorphosis. After the intense pain, a warm current surged through his body. At the same time, bursts of explosive power continued to emerge. Lying on the ground, Su Luo was panting heavily. He clenched his fist, and an astonishing burst of power kept surging out. He smiled with satisfaction. Finally, it's done. At the same time, as he heard the sound of glass shattering, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Next, it will be my territory. He quickly rolled and rushed into the experimental platform, holding several sharp surgical knives in his hand. These knives were originally used to dissect people who died from taking the wrong serum. Now, they had a better use: to kill living people. Seeing Su Luo suddenly stop screaming and swiftly roll into the experimental platform, the security personnel widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. F***K. He's not dead. How is that possible? This speed? Did he succeed? A security personnel swallowed his saliva, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. After injecting the serum, enduring the pain, and not dying, but still being able to move normally, this was a scene they had never seen before. In the office, the person in charge saw this scene and took a sharp breath, his words abruptly stopping. The Baron heard the person's sharp breath and asked what was going on, but the person in charge couldn't listen at all now. His attention was completely focused on that narrow laboratory, on the man hiding inside. He shouted incredulously, "How? How is this possible? He clearly injected the serum. How is it possible that he didn't die and can continue to move normally?" Upon hearing the person in charge's words, the Baron's breath hitched. Injected the serum and still not dead, still able to move normally? This performance. Thinking of the only possible result, the Baron took a cold breath. The Baron quickly asked, "Did he succeed? Did he succeed? Did he succeed?" Asking 3 times in a row whether he succeeded or not showed the urgency in the Baron's heart. Inside the laboratory, due to their fear, the security personnel quickly started shooting at the front of the experimental platform. But the platform was made of metal and couldn't be penetrated at all. They quickly moved towards the back of the platform, wanting to defeat Su Luo, who was hiding there. Su Luo listened to the direction of the gunshots. His brain quickly worked, and then he moved, popping his head out from the other side of the platform. Several surgical knives flew out. Pust. One surgical knife directly hit a person's forehead. A surgical knife was directly inserted into someone's chest. A surgical knife grazed past someone, leaving only a small scar. Even with a strong physique, Su Luo's hit rate could not reach 100%. Even headshots are a matter of luck. There's no way around it. After all, Su Luo had never fought before. Being able to do this is already very good. Several screams rang out. 2 people fell down. 1 person died. The other groaned in pain. Su Luo pursued his advantage. He quickly dodged attacks, crossed several experimental tables at once, and rushed into the crowd. He still had 1 surgical knife in his hand, with a cold and sharp blade. During the fight, Su Luo showed no signs of panic and was even terrifyingly calm. Even with continuous gunshots and imminent danger, he could still calmly think about how to fight, how to position himself, how to throw the knife, and how to kill. He didn't know if it was the effect of the super serum enhancing his willpower or the effect of his research abilities. As Su Luo charged into the crowd, the situation instantly reversed. He was like a ferocious wolf among sheep. The movements of these security personnel seemed slower in his eyes. Before the opponents could aim their guns at him, his surgical knife turned into a cold and bone-chilling arc, slashing across their throats. Psst, psst. Warm and viscous blood splattered onto Su Luo's stern face. Quickly, Su Luo dealt with the security personnel in front of him as easily as cutting vegetables. The noisy gunshots disappeared, leaving only silence. Blood gushed out, and the bodies on the ground twitched slightly. On the ground, only Su Luo stood tall. His face and body were splattered with blood. Combined with his stern expression and cold eyes, he looked like a blood-soaked demon. Resolved. Next, I'll go to the control room, get the data I want, and then break out. If possible, Su Luo wouldn't mind staying and slaughtering everyone in the research institute. Kill all the HYDRA soldiers and leaders. However, he didn't have the time for that, because HYDRA could send reinforcements at any moment. He was currently just a strengthened super soldier, not the Hulk or Superman. If the enemy sent a large number of fully armed soldiers or sent more super soldiers, he wouldn't be able to handle it. So, he had to escape from this research institute before HYDRA reinforcements arrived. As for his grudge with HYDRA, he could settle it when he became stronger. But before breaking out, he had to go to the control room, because there were the data he needed. After all, HYDRA's research institute still had a lot of intelligence and information. He needed some people's information. For Su Luo, the Super Soldier Serum was far from enough. It was just a temporary solution to his current predicament. He needed even greater power to deal with HYDRA and future potential crises. He picked up a gun, a few magazines, and walked towards the outside. Fortunately, this was America, where almost everyone had experience with guns. His previous self was the same, otherwise he might not even know how to aim or reload. After doing all this, he poured flammable chemicals in the laboratory. After doing all this, he lit a lighter and threw it in. Boom! A raging fire ignited. Heat waves swept through the area, reflecting off Su Luo's blood-stained cold face. Su Luo turned around and rushed out with a gun in his hand. The person in charge looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded and trembling. He never expected that this researcher, codenamed 05, had actually developed the Super Soldier Serum. This serum had stumped countless scientists from the military, S.H.I.E.L.D, and HYDRA, and even the genius super soldiers. It was broken through by a seemingly ordinary young man in his 20s. His voice trembled. How is this possible? The Baron's chilling voice rang out. What happened? In the distance, as the Baron spoke, he reopened the surveillance of the Super Serum 71 group. However, the surveillance in the laboratory was already broken. But from the hallway camera, they could see the laboratory engulfed in flames. A blood-soaked young man with black hair was sprinting in the corridor, carrying a rifle and a cold surgical knife. His eyes were completely normal, without a trace of madness, filled with reason. Seeing this scene, the Baron's breathing became slightly rapid, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. His voice trembled. Is that black-haired man the one who just injected the serum? At this moment, the voice of the leader of the 71 group sounded again. Yes, my Lord Baron. Baron Strucker suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted, Capture him! Capture this man alive! Do not kill him! He was extremely excited. Capture him, and I will not blame you for your previous mistakes. You will be greatly rewarded. Baron Strucker never expected that the 71 group had actually produced a real Super Soldier Serum. This was truly an unexpected joy. Immediately, he picked up another phone and said, Immediately send an elite team to support the Super Serum 71 Group Research Institute. Also, send a team of super soldiers. Capture a man who has just transformed into a super soldier. He is an Asian man with black hair and black eyes, named Su Luo. The super soldiers that HYDRA currently possessed were all flawed, prone to losing control. They were usually frozen and required regular testing and brainwashing. And the success rate was extremely low. Mass production was simply impossible. If they could obtain a real super serum, then they could replicate an army of super soldiers. An army composed of Captain America. Then HYDRA could rule the world. Thinking of this, Baron Strucker became even more excited. Office of the 71 Group Research Institute. Yes, my Lord Baron. The person in charge heard this and felt a bit excited. He immediately gave orders to his subordinates again. Capture him. Try not to use guns. Capture him alive. He emphasized once again, remember, if anyone kills him, I will personally torture them to death. The security personnel of the Research Institute rushed towards the direction of the laboratory one after another. Soon, a battle broke out. In the narrow and short corridors, firearms were not effective. Su Luo dashed into the crowd, immediately entering a frenzy of killing. Using people as shields, the surgical knife swiftly flew through the air. Screams and the sound of blood splattering filled the air as security personnel constantly fell. Behind them, the flames burned fiercely, as if chasing after Su Luo's footsteps. Soon, Su Luo arrived at a control room. He rushed in, kill all the security personnel inside, then rapidly tap on the keyboard. A large amount of data constantly pops up and is copied into a high-capacity portable hard drive. One of them is called James Logan. He is Wolverine. Wolverine's terrifying self-healing ability is his next target. As long as he doesn't die, anything is possible. Only by not dying can he do more things. So for Su Luo, he must first obtain means of survival. Since Wolverine's self-healing ability can be given to Deadpool, it can also be given to him. In addition to Wolverine, a lot of information about other super ability individuals has been copied into the hard drive. And these people are all for Su Luo's greater plan. These few hours have passed. Su Luo already knows the path he must take. That is to use the abilities of these people to bring the god of mankind, Superman, back to life in the Marvel Universe. He wants to evolve into a normal Superman, evolve into a Silver Surfer, and ultimately become an all-knowing and all-powerful supreme being. During this time of slaughtering people, a clear path of evolution has already emerged in his mind. For example, how to obtain a biological field, what abilities to replace, how to have flight ability, how to have super strength, heat vision, and become stronger by absorbing sunlight, and so on. He has a rough plan in his mind. Definitely, he also understands that this path is long and arduous, but he has confidence in achieving it. As Su Luo rapidly taps on the keyboard, soon, a massive amount of data is copied by him. He immediately puts the hard drive into his pocket. I have the stuff, it's time to go. He looks outside, a smile on his face, but under the rendering of blood, it appears somewhat terrifying. Whoosh! Su Luo bursts out and rushes out of the control room. Facing the terrifying Su Luo, the security forces of the Research Institute are unable to stop him. He constantly approaches the main gate. In another HYDRA base in Tennessee, military trucks filled with people rush out and head towards Research Group 71. To avoid being too conspicuous and attracting unnecessary attention, they split into more than 10 groups and take different paths towards Research Group 71. Inside, these military trucks are fully armed, live ammunition experienced veterans, filled with a sense of killing. In addition, an invisible fighter jet shoots out from the HYDRA base and quickly approaches Research Group 71. Inside this invisible fighter jet, for super soldiers sit, their eyes cold and lifeless like robots. However, they exude a chilling feeling, as if several fierce tigers and lions are sitting there. Research Group 71. The person in charge watches Su Luo killing everyone in the surveillance footage and clenches his fist. I can't let you escape. You are the key to my promotion and wealth. He immediately turns around, presses a button, and mutters, You don't think that HYDRA's Research Institute only has ordinary soldiers, do you? Immediately after, several sets of exoskeleton battle armor with a cold metallic color appeared. This is the exoskeleton armor developed by HYDRA using Chitauri technology. We thought we wouldn't need it anymore and it would be taken back by higher-ups, but unexpectedly, we still have to use it to make achievements today. After the battle in Avengers Alliance 1, a large number of Chitauri warships crashed in New York. These warships and robots contain Chitauri interstellar technology far surpassing Earth's. So they were collected by the military and S.H.I.E.L.D for research. Because S.H.I.E.L.D was infiltrated by HYDRA, a lot of Chitauri interstellar technology was taken by HYDRA for research. The exoskeleton battle armor in front of them is one of the results. He called in a security team. Soon, for people wearing exoskeleton battle armor appeared. The leader spoke, "Take down Su Luo for me." Yes, immediately. The four people burst out with super fast speed and rushed out of the office towards where Su Luo was. In a hall, Su Luo kept moving between various cover objects and continuously shooting with his gun. In the midst of constant shooting, Su Luo's shooting skills were also constantly improving. This is thanks to the powerful learning ability given to him by the ultimate scientific research ability. When approaching the enemy, he would switch to surgical knife mode for close combat. His close combat ability is also constantly improving. Definitely, these improvements do not come without a cost. Constantly fighting against fully armed security personnel, even though he has the body of Super Soldier, he still gets injured. He has different degrees of wounds on his body. The pain also constantly stimulates Su Luo. But on the surface, Su Luo seems to have not changed much. Except for gritting his teeth, his combat effectiveness has not weakened at all. It's as if these pains cannot affect Su Luo. In reality, Su Luo can also feel the pain. It's just that compared to the excruciating pain he felt when injecting the serum, these wounds on his body are nothing. In addition, in a life and death battle, the surge of adrenaline also weakens some of the pain. Pissed, Su Luo's surgical knife mercilessly slashed open someone's throat. "We're about to go out." Looking at the hall through the external door, Su Luo muttered. Just at this moment, whoosh, several figures shot out at high speed and rushed towards Su Luo. A sense of crisis rose in Su Luo's heart. He quickly raised his gun and started shooting. Clang, clang, clang. The opponents moved quickly. They used their steel arms to block the bullets. Then they swooped down and attacked Su Luo. Su Luo quickly used his gun as a shield to defend himself. Bang, bang, bang. A surge of tremendous force. The steel rifle was quickly hammered into scrap. Attacked from all directions by several enemies, Su Luo struggled to cope and could only passively fight back. Under the opponent's offensive, he kept retreating. Su Luo frowned as he looked at the soldier in exoskeleton armor in front of him. If he were to fight them one-on-one, he would easily surpass them and be able to deal with them completely. But when several people were together, especially experienced soldiers with high coordination, he couldn't handle them at all. If it continued like this, he would lose. Several exoskeleton soldiers looked at Su Luo retreating and smiled. "Surrender, and you'll get hit a little less. Don't worry, we won't kill you. We just want your freedom and your mind. We won't take your life. Don't resist stubbornly. Although we won't kill you, we can still beat you up. If you want to suffer less, surrender quickly." Inside the office, the person in charge saw this scene and clenched their fist excitedly. "This is it. I didn't expect to have a pleasant surprise right before the work year is finished." The person in charge laughed heartily. In the hall, Su Luo looked at the opponent's exoskeleton battle suit, his mind spinning rapidly, recalling the knowledge he already had. He was thinking about how to crack the opponent's exoskeleton battle suit. As long as the opponent didn't have the exoskeleton armor, he wouldn't have to exert much effort to fight. Soon, a gleam flashed in his eyes. The exoskeleton battle suit is a mechanical item. Mechanical items all have a flaw, which is their fear of electromagnetic pulses. His gaze fell on a small laboratory nearby. Due to limited conditions and time, he couldn't make a large-scale electromagnetic pulse weapon to disable these mechanical exoskeletons with a single shot. But making a small, handicap-level, disruptive electromagnetic pulse device was still possible. The opponent's exoskeleton had no protective measures, and he could even see the circuits and power pistons inside clearly. There were no copper plates or steel plates as shielding covers, so there was no protection against electromagnetic pulses. Therefore, a small electromagnetic pulse device could still have an impact and temporarily immobilize it. When experts clash, life and death can be decided in a second. There weren't many things in the small laboratory, but making a small electromagnetic pulse disruptor was enough. He could even use a mosquito swatter to make a small electromagnetic pulse device, although the effect would be poor at most shielding MP3 players and cell phones. Fortunately, the opponents were not a few super soldiers. Otherwise, he would truly be kneeling here. Having made up his mind, he lifted the long steel table next to him and swung it at the enemy, then smashed it out. The enemies quickly crossed their arms to defend. Bang! They all took a step or two back. Taking advantage of this opening, Su Luo ran towards the small laboratory. Seeing Su Luo not running towards the exit but towards the inside, the enemies sneered. He had no way out. They quickly caught up, ready to take down Su Luo in one fell swoop. Whoosh! A fighter jet streaked across the sky, tearing through the clouds at high speed. Heading towards Research Institute 71. Baron Strucker's voice sounded in the earpieces of each super soldier. After you arrive at Research Institute 71, kill everyone except Su Luo. Leave no survivors. Yes, the voices of the super soldiers were uniform. Regarding the secret of the birth of the Super Soldier Serum, Baron Strucker does not intend to let more people know. Currently, only he needs to know this secret, because he doesn't trust anyone else. In his view, once a second person knows, it means the whole world knows. The small laboratory is not far away. Su Luo sprinted and rushed into the small laboratory. After entering, he immediately locked the door. The exoskeleton team outside also arrived. Boom! Boom! Powerful iron fists struck the protective glass. The glass walls trembled slightly. The veins on the foreheads of the exoskeleton team members bulged slightly. Don't waste your effort. This glass wall can't stop us at all. We only need a dozen seconds to break this wall and take you down. You better come out quickly, otherwise, if we get in, you'll suffer. Su Luo rushed into the laboratory, searching for materials, hiding in blind spots of the surveillance cameras, and assembling. He whispered calmly, "A dozen seconds is enough." An electromagnetic pulse is a sudden, high-intensity pulse of broadband electromagnetic radiation. Electromagnetic forming technology is a high-speed forming technology that uses magnetic field forces to shape metal workpieces. Because the load acts on the workpiece in the form of pulses during the forming process, it is also called magnetic pulse forming technology. The power supply charges the high-voltage capacitor and stores electrical energy in it. Then the switch is closed, and a short pulse of high-amplitude electric current is formed in the coil, creating a rapidly changing pulse magnetic field around the coil. This pulse magnetic field induces an electric current in the metal workpiece, and the direction of the induced electric current is opposite to the direction of the electric current in the coil. Under the interaction of these two opposing magnetic fields, a strong magnetic field force is generated between the coil and the workpiece. Generally, the coil is fixed and the workpiece undergoes shape-shifting under the action of this magnetic field force. In short, it creates a powerful magnetic field force that causes mechanical components to shape-shift, thereby interfering with and even destroying enemy electronic devices. Su Luo quickly disassembled things, took out circuit boards, and then took out copper wires. His hands moved rapidly, welding the circuit boards, binding layers of steel wire, with an incredibly focused expression, completely oblivious to the booming sounds outside. The exoskeleton team outside saw Su Luo's actions. They furrowed their brows. What is this guy doing? I don't know. Is he making an electric shock device? Does he want to shock us? It's fine as long as we don't touch this guy's weapon. Besides, the four of us against him. Can he shock all four of us at the same time? He shocks one, and the other three of us will immediately take him down. No problem. They were just simple soldiers who couldn't understand Su Luo's actions at all. Soon, Su Luo had a high-voltage capacitor in his hand, charged it, and stored a large amount of electrical energy in it. Next, all he needed was the switch. In this way, a small electromagnetic pulse generator took shape. Done. Boom. The glass wall shattered, and several sneers sounded. You're finished, kid. You've delayed us for so long. Get ready to suffer. Whoosh. Flashes of lightning-like figures rushed toward Su Luo, almost instantly appearing in front of him, raising their fists and striking down. Su Luo's eyes turned cold, and he raised the electromagnetic pulse generator in his hand, a very crude electronic device that looked like a pile of electronic junk. The enemies saw it and sneered. Do you think you can touch us? Do you think you can take down all four of us at the same time? Prepare to get beaten, fool. Su Luo pressed the switch. Buzz. An invisible electromagnetic pulse burst out. The four mechanical exoskeletons creaked, losing power and pausing for a moment. What's going on? What happened? Several members of the team widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Su Luo waved the surgical knife in his hand, the metallic arc cold and sharp. Seeing this scene, several people exclaimed in shock. Psst, psst. Their throats were all cut. Because their bodies were fixed by heavy exoskeletons, they didn't fall down. It was as if Jesus was hanging on the cross, suspended in the exoskeleton. His body twitched for a moment, and then his eyes lost their light dead. Su Luo breathed lightly, sweat mixed with blood dripping continuously. The surgical knife in his hand fluttered like a butterfly in the air, agile and swift, directly destroying the circuitry of the exoskeleton. After completing these actions, he didn't stop. He dropped the unfinished electromagnetic pulse generator in his hand, picked up the surgical knife, and ran towards the door. Because he knew HYDRA's reinforcements must be on their way, ready to arrive at any moment. He had to leave quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave. He picked up a gun and fired at the attackers. Without the resistance of the exoskeleton, the others were no match for him. He quickly rushed out of the hall's door and arrived outside. The research institute behind him was located in the belly of a small mountain. After coming out, there were mountains all around. His gaze fell on a car next to him. He hurriedly ran towards it. No keys, but he pulled out two ignition wires and tied them together. Boom! The engine roared to life. The whole car started. After completing these actions, he fired at the tires of the nearby cars, bursting them. After completing these actions, he stepped on the gas pedal, and the car shot out, rushing into the narrow path among the mountains. The wind howled outside the window, and the fresh, slightly cold air rushed into his lungs, washing away the strong smell of blood in his nostrils. At this moment, Su Luo felt like he was truly reborn. He looked ahead, his eyes seemingly shining. Definitely, he understood that things were far from over. HYDRA would definitely stick to him like an annoying band-aid, tracking him, so he couldn't be careless now. Next, he needed to find Wolverine and study Wolverine's self-healing factor by replicating it. But before finding Wolverine, he still needed to purchase some things to reduce the risk from Wolverine. After all, Wolverine's claws were not to be trifled with. On the way to Wolverine, there happened to be a vibranium dealer named Clow. This guy recently sold vibranium to Ultron in Avengers, Age of Ultron, allowing him to create a vibranium body, which later became Vision. At the same time, because he said the wrong thing, Ultron directly cut off one of his arms. He happened to be able to take some vibranium from this guy to defend himself and fight. He stepped on the accelerator, and with a loud roar, the car sped up, leaving everyone's sight in a cloud of dust. The person in charge ran out. Looking at the disappearing car, he went crazy. No. My accomplishment. He wanted to send someone to chase after the car, but all the cars have been tampered with. He kicked the car door in anger. Damn it. Damn it. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. This guy's driving our HYDRA car. It's connected to our system. Track his route for me. The person next to him quickly said, okay. The person next to him took out a notebook and quickly typed away. Soon, a route appeared. A red dot was speeding down the road. Seeing this, the person in charge smiled. Very good, very good. At this moment, a fighter jet broke through the clouds, diving down and finally landing at the entrance of the research institute. The person in charge saw this, and his eyes lit up. Help has arrived. Several fully armed super soldiers came down from the plane. Seeing these super soldiers, everyone in the research institute felt a chill down their spines. After all, they knew a thing or two about the ferocity of these super soldiers. The person in charge quickly walked up and handed over the notebook. Everyone, this guy is running on the road, and we have been tracking his car. You can catch up to him now. He can't escape. After all, how can a car outrun a fighter jet? The other party expressionlessly took the notebook, looked at it, and nodded. Then they raised their guns and aimed at the person in charge and the security personnel behind him. Seeing this scene, the person in charge and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Before they could react, bang, bang, bang. A single Su-Luo inflicted heavy damage on the security personnel of the research institute. For individuals of the same level, facing these security personnel, it was a one-sided massacre. The continuous screams rang out again. The research institute once again turned into a slaughterhouse, blood flowing like a river. While slaughtering, they reported the situation to the Baron. The voice of the Baron sounded in the earpiece of the super soldiers. Completely eliminate the personnel of Research Group 71, then intercept Su-Luo and bring him back. Yes, in the distance, the Baron was reviewing the system information of Research Group 71, reviewing the things Su-Luo copied from the Research Institute not long ago. Looking at the information of each super ability user, the Baron frowned slightly and murmured, "What is this guy planning? Why does he need so much information on super ability users?" In addition, there was also some information on non-super ability users. There were quite a few familiar faces among them. For example, the vibranium dealer Clow. After all, Ultron was able to find Clow based on the information obtained from him. To be precise, it was from the file office of the base where he was researching Wanda and her brother. He looked at Su-Luo's direction of travel and then looked at Clow's location. The person closest to Su-Luo's current route was Clow. He pondered, is this guy trying to find Clow and get some vibranium? He immediately picked up the pager and called the truck team. "Baron, what are your orders?" The Baron said, "Change your route. Go to Clow's location." Yes, for super soldiers quickly bloodied the entire Research Group 71. From this moment on, the only people who know that Su-Luo has developed the serum for super soldiers are Baron Strucker and Su-Luo himself. The raging flames ignited by Su-Luo engulfed the entire Research Institute, reflecting on the cold faces of the 4 HYDRA soldiers in front of him. They turned around and boarded the fighter jet. Whoosh! They shot out, heading towards the red dot on the map that was running. Next to a motel, Su-Luo stopped and pulled apart the 2 ignition wires, causing the car to immediately stall. The reason he stopped was because he needed to tend his own wounds. Even though he had a physique beyond that of an ordinary person, if the wounds were not treated, they would still worsen and lead to serious consequences. He opened the nearby medical kit, which he had just bought on the road. He tore open his shirt, revealing his streamlined and explosive muscles. With a dose of the Super Soldier Serum, his physical form was already extremely perfect. However, this powerful body was covered in scars, bloody and destroying its aesthetic appeal. There were even bullet wounds, bullets embedded in his flesh, the pain stimulating Su-Luo's nerves, causing his eye to twitch involuntarily. He took out a pair of tweezers from the side and inserted them deep into the wound to extract the bullets. The intense pain made Su-Luo take a sharp breath. Hiss! Pissed! With a clank, he threw a bullet head onto the iron shell. He constantly extracted the bullets from his body. A series of crisp sounds rang out. In the end, on the iron shell, there were 5 bloody bullet heads. Su-Luo's forehead was covered in small beads of sweat. He immediately cleaned his wounds, pouring alcohol onto those wounds. The intense pain made Su-Luo furrow his brow. After disinfecting, he wrapped layer after layer of white bandages around his body. Finally, he bandaged up the larger wounds. Finally done. Su-Luo let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his face. Immediately, he looked in a certain direction, a glint of determination in his eyes. Baron looked at his computer screen. The fighter jet was rapidly approaching the red dot, and the distance between the two sides was already very close. There was no way. The speed of the car, compared to the fighter jet, was like a snail compared to a rabbit. Baron smiled and said, "Soon, the fighter jet will catch up to Su Luo's car. The serum for super soldiers will be in my hands. 4 super soldiers, 1 against 4, and still carrying injuries. How can you win this round?" Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. Why did the car stop? Could it be that this guy fainted due to his injuries? Or is he planning to abandon the car? He quickly communicated with the HYDRA soldiers. "Catch up quickly." "Yes." Above the sky, whoosh, the fighter jet burst out. In just a few breaths, the people on the fighter jet saw the car parked on a road in the distance. A HYDRA soldier spoke into his pager. "Baron, we have spotted the car. No sign of anyone around. It seems the target is still inside." An excited voice came from the pager. "Go up quickly." Somewhere in the HYDRA base. The Baron also saw the car in the distance through the camera on the fighter jet, and his heart surged with excitement. He clenched his fist and exclaimed, "The Super Soldier Serum is within reach. Now my ambition can finally be realized." The fighter jet swiftly flew through the sky and arrived in the air in front of the car. Several figures leaped down from the fighter jet and quickly rushed towards the car. A HYDRA soldier reached the front of the car and looked at the person inside, furrowing his brow. "Who are you?" Inside the car, a white man was inside, counting the money in his hands. Upon hearing the sound outside the window, he looked up and was startled by the fully armed soldiers. Bang! The HYDRA soldier smashed the car window and pulled the man out, his voice cold. "Who are you?" The black-haired Asian man inside the car. The man stammered, This car is stolen by me. I stole it from that black-haired Asian man. I saw him go into the pharmacy to buy something, and the car was unlocked, and there was some money inside. So I drove the car away. Damn it." The HYDRA soldier gritted his teeth. Bang! He directly smashed the man's head onto the steering wheel, breaking his nose, blood gushing out, a gruesome sight. The man screamed in pain. The HYDRA soldier coldly asked, "Which pharmacy did you steal things from?" The man quickly replied, I stole from the West Pharmacy behind us." The HYDRA soldier let go of his hand and walked towards the descending fighter jet, while reporting the information to the Baron. Behind him, a companion took out a pistol and pulled the trigger amidst a plea for mercy. Bang! The bullet hit the man's head, and he fell onto the steering wheel. Then a lighter was thrown into the car. A group of HYDRA soldiers boarded the plane. A loud explosion followed. The fire burned fiercely, licking the air with intense heat. "Baron, the driver is not Su Luo. He is not in this car," came the report from the soldiers, who then briefed Baron Strucker on the situation. The Baron's joy turned into a grim expression. He immediately gave the order, "Hurry to the pharmacy and see." Without the car, he shouldn't have gone far. Yes, on the other side, in front of a bar, an outdated sedan parked at the entrance. Inside the car sat a handsome Asian man, Su Luo. Su Luo murmured, "At the moment, those guys should have caught up with the thief and headed towards the pharmacy. But I left a long time ago. Sorry, you guys will only find an empty space." Su Luo knew that there must be a tracking system inside HYDRA's car, so after getting on the road, he planned to abandon the car and switch to another one. On the road, he saw a suspicious person standing next to someone else's car. Observing the person's behavior, he guessed that the person was a car thief. So an idea of switching cars came to his mind. Coincidentally, there was a pharmacy nearby. So he left some money in the car and intentionally didn't lock it, attracting the attention of the car thief. Sure enough, the other party stole the car. In this way, the other party would have more time to work for him. As for himself, he bought a worn-out second-hand car. The previous owner didn't leave him anything, but there was still a little money left. However, after such extravagance, there wasn't much money left. Actually, Su Luo could have just stolen the car, just like stealing HYDRA's car, very easily. But he didn't do that. because he hadn't reached the point where he had to harm others for his own benefit by stealing cars. He was a person with principles, although these principles might be flexible, taking advantage of HYDRA's mistake in identifying the target. He had already arrived at one of his destinations based on HYDRA's information. Nokabar. According to HYDRA's information, here, he could find the vibranium dealer Claw. Thinking of this, he pushed open the car door and walked towards the bar. On the other side, the HYDRA soldier arrived at the pharmacy, but they didn't find anything. They only knew that Su Luo left after buying a car. As for where he went, HYDRA didn't know either, because Su Luo had been walking in the blind spots of the surveillance, and this area was not a city. It was a remote wilderness with few surveillance cameras and many roads. As a result, HYDRA lost the lead. Inside the HYDRA base, the Baron heard the report from his subordinates and instantly became furious. F***K. Something that was supposed to be a sure thing ended up like this. My Super Soldier Serum. After a moment of anger, the Baron's face turned cold. Su Luo definitely calculated the car thief stealing the car, leaving the door unlocked and the money. It was definitely intentional. He clenched his fist. Truly someone who developed the Super Soldier Serum single-handedly. During his escape while injured, he was able to calmly consider the car's safety and even staged a clever escape. This guy indeed has something. He looked at the data on the computer screen and murmured, "So, dear Su Luo, where will you go?" Noisy and dim, with dazzling lights and a mixture of strong alcohol and body odor in the air. This was Su Luo's first impression upon entering the bar. The bar wasn't big, but it was almost full of people. And it seemed like everyone didn't look friendly, not like people engaged in legitimate business. Seeing this, Su Luo understood that this might be a gray area, a place where all sorts of people gathered. As soon as he entered, the gazes of the people around him gathered on his unfamiliar face. Their eyes were all unfriendly, as if they had spotted a fat lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A burly man walked towards him. "Kid, you look pretty unfamiliar, and your face is quite tender." As he spoke, he slapped Su Luo's face. Su Luo grabbed the other person's hand and calmly looked at them, saying, "I really dislike it when people lay hands on me." The burly man tried to pull his hand back, but found that the handsome man in front of him had a grip as strong as an iron clamp. His hand couldn't move at all. What the hell? Why is it so tight? Su Luo twisted his hand, causing the other person's hand to contort slightly. A scream escaped from the other person's mouth. Several men quickly stood up from their seats and walked towards Su Luo with unfriendly expressions. It seemed that they were the burly man's companions. Su Luo kneeled down and hit the burly man's abdomen, causing him to immediately fall down, curling up in pain. The others rushed forward, wanting to teach Su Luo a lesson together. Su Luo threw a punch, hitting the faces, stomachs, and waists of the people. In the blink of an eye, several people were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Su Luo was unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes, except for some bloodstains on his hands. Complete domination. Seeing the powerful strength displayed by Su Luo, the ill intentions in the eyes of the others dissipated significantly. They also withdrew their gazes, but occasionally glanced at the Asian man from the corner of their eyes. Wow, this newcomer is quite fierce. I didn't expect someone who looks like a delicate Hollywood star to have such strong abilities. Well, anyone who dares to come here alone must have some skills. This guy is not to be messed with. Inside the bar, everyone was whispering to each other. Su Luo walked toward the table. The customers at that table were all nervous, their breathing paused, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. The glasses they were holding were frozen in mid-air, not daring to move at all. As Su Luo approached, the pressure in their hearts reached its peak, their hearts pounding. But Su Luo only took out a piece of paper and calmly wiped the blood off his fist. After finishing these actions, Su Luo walked towards the bar counter. The customers at the table breathed a sigh of relief, either placing their beer down or taking a big gulp. Su Luo sat in front of the bar counter and ordered chilled beer. Soon, the bartender placed a large glass of chilled beer in front of him. Su Luo looked at the bartender and said, I want to see Ulysses Crow. According to HYDRA's information, Crow also had a stake in this bar. So the bartender should have some connection with Crow, or at least be able to contact him. The bartender expressionlessly shook his head. I don't know this person. Saying that, he wiped and tidied the bar with a towel. Su Luo didn't drink the beer. He just placed his hands on the cold glass, feeling its temperature. He spoke, I know Crow is involved in this bar and has a stake in it. I just want to find Crow and buy something. The bartender shook his head. Mr. Crow has retired and no longer sells anything. Su Luo understood that he had to present something that Crow would truly be interested in, otherwise he wouldn't see him. Unless he could come up with a box of money or something else that Crow would find interesting. He definitely didn't have a box of money. However, he did have something that Crow might be interested in. Su Luo spoke, I have a set of steel arms here that can perfectly replace the original hands and are even more powerful and convenient. I think Klaus should be interested. You just need to tell him that this steel arm contains Chitauri technology. Not long ago, while selling vibranium to Ultron, Klaus offended him by saying the wrong thing and had one of his arms cut off by Ultron. So, Klaus at this moment will definitely be interested in a steel arm that can replace his original arm. Especially since this steel arm also contains Chitauri technology that far surpasses Earth's level. The reason why Su Luo has this technology is naturally obtained from HYDRA. It can be put to good use here. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, the bartender paused for a moment and said, I'll go get some drinks from the back. After speaking, he turned and entered the kitchen. Su Luo understood that the bartender must have contacted Klaus. Su Luo did not drink the drink in front of him. Instead, he handed it to the person next to him and smiled, This one's on me. The person happily took the drink and drank it quickly, saying, Thank you, brother. Soon, the bartender came out. He looked at Su Luo and said, Mr. Klaus is willing to see you. Immediately, he wrote down an address and handed it to Su Luo. Go to this place to meet him. Su Luo nodded. It was a house outside a small town near the mining site. With the address in hand, Su Luo drove to the location. Soon, an abandoned mining site appeared before his eyes. Next to it was a house. Outside the house stood a group of armed people. When they saw Su Luo's car, everyone's eyes became extremely alert. They aimed their guns at the car. Facing the barrels of the guns, Su Luo remained calm. Because Klaus needed what he had, and it was difficult for ordinary people to hit him with a gun. He opened the door and got out of the car, saying, I have what Klaus needs. The other party said, no weapons allowed inside. Su Luo nodded. Someone quickly came up and searched him. After confirming that Su Luo had no weapons on him, they let him in. After entering the room, Su Luo saw Klaus. Perhaps because of his broken arm, Klaus didn't look too good. Klaus squinted slightly and said, You said you can make a powerful steel arm for me? Su Luo nodded. Yes, I can make a powerful steel arm for you, and its technology comes from the Chitauri. He remained calm. You know the level of Chitauri technology. After all, that battle in New York a few years ago was broadcasted worldwide. Klaus nodded. I naturally know, otherwise I wouldn't have let you in. But how can you prove that you can make such an arm? Can't you deceive me? Su Luo threw a stack of documents in his hand and raised his chin. These documents were a partial technical description of a steel arm that Su Luo printed before coming, and the key technologies were hidden. Klaus, also being a technician, picked up what Su Luo handed over and started to look through it. Soon his eyes lit up. He clearly recognized the authenticity of this document. The advanced steel arms in the document are all achievable. While Klaus was carefully reading the document, creak, the door opened. A little girl ran in, pale and sickly. She cried out weakly, Daddy. Klaus frowned slightly when he saw this. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay at home? The little girl looked aggrieved. I miss Daddy. Klaus tenderly embraced the little girl. All right, my precious. But this won't happen again. Daddy told you that you can't watch Daddy when he's working. It's dangerous. The little girl hugged Klaus. I understand. Klaus threw the document on the coffee table. So, what do you want in exchange? Su Luo said, Vibranium, enough to make a shield. Klaus smiled when he heard this. Enough for shield? That won't be enough. A mechanical arm can be made anywhere. It's just a matter of skill level. Although your mechanical arm is indeed of a higher level, but it's far from being as valuable as a vibranium shield. Klaus put his legs on the coffee table and touched his daughter's hair. Plus $20 million. Hearing Klaus's words, Su Luo frowned slightly. $20 million. He definitely couldn't come up with that. He pondered in place, thinking about what he could exchange with the other party. The only things he had were some research materials from HYDRA, information on some superhumans, and a formula for his Super Soldier Serum. Definitely. He couldn't bring out the last item, because once it was brought out, it would become a target for everyone. After all, too many people wanted to get their hands on it. At this moment, one of Klaus's subordinates said he needed to go to the bathroom. Su Luo keenly noticed that the other person's expression and body language were subtly off. So, when the person left, he also said he needed to go to the bathroom. And then he followed to the bathroom. He could hear the sound of a phone call from inside. With his extraordinary hearing, Su Luo heard the voice inside. He also took out his phone and started recording. Klaus's subordinate said, "Hello, Su Luo has come to Klaus's side." The voice on the other end of the phone said, "Okay, try to delay Su Luo as much as possible. I will report to the higher-ups immediately. A military force is already on its way to your location, and 4 winter soldiers have been dispatched. Riding in fighter jets, they will be there soon. As long as you delay him, he won't be able to escape." Klaus's subordinate said, "All right, I will try to delay him as much as possible." Hearing the conversation inside, Su Luo's eyes narrowed. Bang! He kicked open the door. The wooden door hit the person inside. A cry of pain rang out. He lifted the person up after opening the door. The mercenaries in the living room heard the sound and quickly rushed over with their guns, aiming at Su Luo in the bathroom. "What are you doing? Let go of our people." Su Luo, holding the informant, furrowed his brows and said, "What are you doing? Trading with me while betraying HYDRA. If you don't want to trade, I won't force you." Su Luo's face turned cold. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries were confused, some unable to understand Su Luo's words. Su Luo, holding the informant, walked towards the living room, ignoring the armed men. If anyone dared to shoot, the one who would die would definitely be the shooter. Claude protected his daughter and coldly looked at Su Luo, saying, "What are you talking about? Betraying? Betraying HYDRA." Su Luo played the recording from his phone. Claude stared at the informant, his voice icy. "Damn it, you're actually with HYDRA? What exactly does HYDRA want to do?" Observing Claude's expression, Su Luo confirmed that he didn't seem to be lying. He immediately understood that the informant was most likely a spy planted by HYDRA around Claude. Planting spies. That's very HYDRA. Su Luo looked at the informant in his hand and said coldly, "Tell me your purpose." The informant snorted, "I have nothing to say." Su Luo chuckled lightly. "Believe me, my knowledge and proficiency in the human body far surpass your imagination. I know very well what kind of unbearable pain manipulating certain parts of the human body can cause. The upper orbital fissure of the human eye, the trigeminal nerve, the central protrusion of the trigeminal ganglion, entering the brain at the junction of the brainstem and the basal part of the pons, can transmit sensory fibers of temperature and pain that terminate in the trigeminal spinal tract. If I were to insert a needle into the upper half of the orbital fissure, it would cause unbearable and terrifying pain. Believe me, you wouldn't want to experience it." Saying this, Su Luo somehow produced 2 extremely sharp steel needles, gleaming with a cold light. Listening to Su Luo's explanation, the sight of these sharp needles alone was enough to make one tremble in fear. The steel needles descended towards the gap above the informant's eyeball. Seeing those terrifying needles, the informant quickly confessed his own information. The reason HYDRA was monitoring Claude was to obtain the vibranium he had. However, Claude was always cautious and never shared the location of the vibranium with anyone. So HYDRA's people had been lurking. Once they found a clue to the vibranium, they would take it and eliminate Claude. Upon hearing this, Claude's gaze turned exceptionally cold. Su-Luo couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that both of us have caught HYDRA's attention. I really have a connection with HYDRA. Wherever I go, I can encounter them. Just at that moment. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang outside. A mercenary quickly ran to the window and pulled open a small curtain. He hurriedly said to Claude, There's a well-trained team launching a fierce attack on our team. We can't hold on outside much longer. We need to go out and support. After saying that, the armed mercenaries in the room quickly rushed out and engaged in battle with HYDRA's army. Claude held his daughter's head tightly, and his face turned frosty. It's HYDRA's people. Just as the mercenaries rushed out, cries of pain could be heard. Damn it, the enemy's firepower is too strong. Damn it, hold them back. A loud horn sounded outside the house. Su-Luo and Clow inside. Surrender cleanly. You can't escape anymore. Our army has surrounded you. Soon, our super soldiers will also arrive. If you surrender now, you can suffer a little less. Listening to the diminishing sound of gunfire on their side, Clow clenched his fist. He looked at his daughter in his arms, then at Su-Luo. I see that you're skilled. Save my daughter, and I'll owe you 20 million. I'll give you vibranium. Help me make a steel arm. How about that? Hearing Clow's words, Su-Luo nodded slightly. Okay, we need to leave here quickly. If HYDRA's winter soldiers come, I won't be able to escape either. Clow nodded. After dealing with the people outside, I have a safe route to escape from here. HYDRA's people won't find us. Su-Luo looked around. Give me a more powerful weapon. I'll take care of the people outside. Clow was slightly surprised. You want to take on HYDRA's team alone? They are a battle-hardened modern elite force. Su-Luo raised his palm. Just give me the stuff. The people on the other side didn't dare to harm him, which was his biggest advantage. As long as he avoided their capture methods, he would be fine. Clow quickly walked to a wall and pressed a hidden door. You can pick any weapon here. The wall opened, revealing a plentiful supply of modern weapons inside. Pistols, rifles, grenades, even rocket launchers. Seeing Clow's weapons, Su-Luo's eyes widened. Wow, it was like a small armory. Truly the Marvel world. Weapons were hidden everywhere, with so many of them. With a snap, Su-Luo snapped the informant's neck and threw him to the ground. Then he grabbed several grenades, picked up a rifle and a rocket launcher, and rushed towards the nearby window. Breaking through the front was slightly more dangerous. Breaking through from both sides was the safest way. Seeing Su-Luo holding a rifle and a rocket launcher, Clow's eyes also widened. Wow, can he really go out and fight like this? Su-Luo leaped out of the window, leaning against the outer wall, and aimed the rocket launcher at the HYDRA team in front. Su-Luo's appearance instantly caught HYDRA's attention. Su-Luo has appeared. Switch to stun guns. Tranquilizer bullets. Capture him alive. Be careful. He's holding a rocket launcher. Spread out. Looking at Su-Luo, who remained calm, holding the rocket launcher with one hand, the HYDRA agents exclaimed. Before they could finish speaking, Su-Luo pulled the trigger. Boom! The shell flew out horizontally. A loud explosion. Flesh and blood flew. The ground trembled slightly. In an instant, 1/3 of the enemies were gone. Their formation was also disrupted. Su-Luo quickly looked for cover while shooting at the enemy. Bang! 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 Bullets flew, blood splattered. In addition, Su-Luo was extremely tense, tried to avoid being hit by the enemy's stun guns or tranquilizer guns. Once hit, he would be done for. Damn it, this guy is too strong. We have completely suppressed the enemy. Unless the Winter Soldier is deployed, he can't possibly be his match. Damn it, why is a researcher so strong? Why does he have such strong combat awareness? Is this guy really just a nerd from the lab? Damn it. Su-Luo moved extremely quickly, like a ghost. In addition to bullets, he also threw grenades and smoke bombs. Explosions, gunshots, and screams filled the air. Soon enough, the urgent gunfire outside disappeared. Su-Luo appeared in the room again, with a few beads of sweat on his forehead, his breath slightly uneven. He didn't look like someone who had just experienced intense combat. Upon seeing Su Luo, Cloud took a breath and said, "My goodness, did you single-handedly take care of Hydra's army? Are you a super-powered individual or some kind of super soldier?" Su Luo's strength far exceeded his imagination, surpassing that of an ordinary person. He effortlessly crushed a tactical squad of HYDRA, a top-notch special forces team. He was practically a second Captain America. He looked at Su Luo's slender body and couldn't help but be amazed. It was hard to imagine that such a slender body possessed such astonishing explosive power. Su Luo tossed the hot gun aside. It was mainly because there weren't many people who came, just a regular Hydra squad. If there were more of them, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. He urged, "Let's go, let's leave here. Hydra's real soldiers will be here soon." He didn't mention anything about his own situation. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Cloud didn't ask further. Cloud nodded and said, let's go into the mine." With that, he held his daughter and quickly left the room, heading towards the nearby minefield. Su Luo followed closely behind Cloud, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings, especially the sky. According to what was said on the phone, 4 winter soldiers had been dispatched. Su Luo just didn't know if those 4 winter soldiers were the ones eliminated by Zemo later on, or if Bucky was among them. Soon enough, the mine came into Su Luo's view, dark and deep. The 3 of them rushed in. Cloud took out a flashlight from his pocket and illuminated the inside. At the same time, above the sky outside, a sharp tearing air sound could be heard. Su Luo understood that the winter soldiers had arrived. A sense of urgency surged in Su Luo's heart. He quickly said, "Hurry, Hydra's winter soldiers are coming." Cloud quickly carried his daughter and ran towards the depths of the mine. The mine was like a maze with many paths, but Cloud walked as if he was in his own backyard, familiar with the route. As he ran, he whispered, "In the deep part of the mine, there's a secret passage." It was dubbed by a miner a long time ago who wanted to steal, or behind it is a natural cave that leads to the forest behind the distant mountains. But that miner was executed by my grandfather because this mine was owned by my grandfather. And this secret passage is only known by our family and has become our means of escape. As he spoke, they had already passed several intersections and arrived at a deeper part of the mine. In front of a rough and uneven wall, Cloud pressed on it. With a loud rumble, a stone door opened. Behind the stone door, there was a mine cart. "Get in." The 3 of them got on the mine cart, and the stone door closed. The mine cart started automatically, speeding through the dim, damp cave, with only the flashlight providing some light. In the dimness, Su Luo's dark eyes became even deeper. In his heart, he murmured, "Finally, one day, I will uproot Hydra and wipe them out." Boom! A streamlined fighter jet landed vertically in the open space outside Cloud's house. The 4 winter soldiers got off the plane. Looking at the situation on the ground, they frowned slightly. A man with a metal arm said, "All of our people are dead." This person kicked open the door, and it was Winter Soldier Bucky. The others also entered and searched around, but they didn't see any trace of Su Luo and Cloud. Seeing this, Winter Soldier Bucky quickly reported to his superior, "Baron, Su Luo and his team have completely wiped out our regular squad and have left Cloud's residence." Upon hearing Bucky's words, the Baron felt a surge of anger. After finally finding Su Luo's trace, they let the other party escape. F***K. The Baron's roar came from the pager. After a violent gasp, the Baron's voice sounded again. "The undercover agent just reported to us, and our regular tactical squad has only recently arrived. They can't have gone far. Conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area, and you will definitely find them." Bucky walked out of the house and surveyed the surroundings, saying, "Baron, there's a mine nearby. Perhaps they might be hiding there." The Baron said, "Immediately send people in to search, and the other regular tactical squads are also on their way. They will assist you in the search." Yes, in a cave in the belly of a distant mountain, Su Luo and the others came out, pushing 2 motorcycles. As soon as they came out, there were tall trees all around. The treetops covered the sky, leaving only a few gaps for a little sunlight to shine through, so that the area below wouldn't be too dark. But it was still cool enough. After all, deep in the mountains, it was much cooler than in the city. Cloud's little daughter couldn't help but hug herself. Seeing this, Su Luo took off his coat and put on Cloud's daughter. Cloud whispered, "Thank you." The little girl politely said, "Thank you, big brother." Su Luo nodded slightly. He looked at Cloud and asked, "Where should we go next?" Cloud replied, "Come with me. We're going to my safe house next. When the time comes, I will give you the vibranium." After saying that, he placed it behind a motorcycle and then stepped on it, saying, "Hold on tight, baby." "Okay, Daddy." Cloud's daughter quickly hugged her father. Cloud then used a rope to tie his daughter to himself. After doing all this, Virum, he revved the engine. The motorcycle soared out. Su Luo also started his motorcycle and flew out, following closely behind Cloud's motorcycle. The land in the mountains was somewhat uneven, so the motorcycles of the two of them were speeding and leaping. Both of them had excellent skills. Or rather, Cloud's driving skills were excellent, and Su Luo had strong reaction and body control abilities. So the two of them drove smoothly in the dense forest and on the uneven ground. The wind whistled in Su Luo's ears. The fresh and clear air filled his lungs, truly refreshing. He felt like his whole respiratory system had been cleansed. While speeding away, Su Luo felt his adrenaline surging, especially when there were obstacles ahead and he had to avoid them at high speed. That thrilling feeling made Su Luo thoroughly enjoy it. His facial expression seemed to relax a lot. Su Luo murmured, "It seems that I am someone who enjoys excitement." They raced through the mountains and forests. The two of them traveled for almost a whole day. Finally, when night fell, they burst out of the mountains and arrived on a rural road. In the midst of the high speed, the wind was too loud, so they shouted to make each other hear their voices. Claude shouted, "We're almost there, just a little more to go." Su Luo responded loudly, "Okay." The rumbling sound continued. The motorcycles raced on the road. After midnight, in another part of the mountains and forests, two motorcycles stopped. In front of the motorcycles, there was a cave. Claude said, "This is it. Inside here is a safe house I built." Looking at the cave, Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. "You really are too secretive. Not only is it in the mountains and forests, but it's also built inside a cave. You can't tell from the outside, but there are rooms inside." Immediately, the two of them pushed the motorcycles inside. The cave was slightly damp and very dim. At the end was a wall, and it seemed like there was no way forward. Claude touched a protrusion. Suddenly, an electronic screen appeared. The electronic screen appeared and scanned Claude's pupils. Then, with a rumble, a door opened, revealing a hidden paradise inside. It was spacious inside, belonging to a simple European style. The two of them pushed the motorcycles inside. Claude's little daughter covered her bottom and fell onto the sofa, her face contorted in pain. "Daddy, my butt hurts so much from sitting on a motorcycle all day." Claude patted his daughter's head. "Daddy will massage it for you later. I'll go get something first." He waved to Su Luo. "Let's go, I'll give you the thing." The two of them then entered a room. It was a tool shed filled with various manufacturing equipment and tools. Claude picked up a small safe from the corner and took out a lump of silver metal from inside. Claude threw the thing to Su Luo. "Brother, this is the vibranium for you. It's enough for you to make a shield." Su Luo took the lump of metal and picked up a small hammer from the side, hammering it onto the metal. Seeing the kinetic energy being absorbed by the metal, Su Luo's eyes lit up. A hint of joy flashed by. Vibranium in hand, almost all of the kinetic energy was absorbed. Su Luo could confirm that this was a genuine piece of vibranium, a priceless and highly defensive top-grade metal. After 2 days of hard work, they finally got their hands on this thing. With this piece of vibranium, they would be able to reduce a lot of danger when dealing with Wolverine's adamantium claws. At least they didn't have to worry about Wolverine tearing them apart with his claws. Definitely, but this amount of vibranium is still not enough. At the same time, he needed to create some other devices to further deal with Wolverine, to ensure that Wolverine would obediently listen to him. Wolverine's temper wasn't good. It could even be described as very foul, like a stone in a pit. Su Luo was a man of his word. Next, I will help you create an iron arm. Additionally, I would like to borrow your tool shed to create a vibranium shield for myself. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, Clow immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Clow had personally witnessed Su Luo's strength. Although his combat skills were somewhat immature, his physical fitness and reaction abilities far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He was like a Superman-like existence. On the surface, the other party had the advantage, so Clow wouldn't be surprised if Su Luo suddenly changed his mind. However, when he saw Su Luo putting a coat on his daughter, he understood that the other party was probably not a person who would go back on their word. The character of a person can be seen in the smallest details. He could sense that Su Luo seemed to be someone worth getting to know. But until the very last moment, he still had his guard up. Upon hearing the other party's reply, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A slight smile appeared on Clow's old face. "Feel free to use it, brother." Clow continued, "By the way, are you hungry? I'll get something to eat." Upon hearing this, Su Luo suddenly felt a wave of hunger. He smiled bitterly. "I am indeed a little hungry." Seeing this, Clow burst into laughter. "Wait here, I'll give my daughter a massage, and then get some food." After saying that, Clow turned and left. Su Luo rubbed his hungry stomach. "Hold on a little longer, I'll feed you soon." His gaze once again fell on the vibranium. "Next, I will create a steel arm and then forge the vibranium into a shield. During this time, with the remaining time, I can focus on training my combat skills such as fighting, shooting, and throwing. After all, I haven't received any training in this area, and everything is too immature. It really needs some training." In these past few days of battle, Su Luo deeply realized his shortcomings. In terms of shooting, he occasionally misses the target, even when shooting at the opponent's chest. In close combat, he has always relied on his physical advantage to overpower ordinary people. If he were to encounter a winter soldier with similar physical qualities, he would basically not be able to win. After all, the opponents are all seasoned warriors, and their close combat skills are basically top-notch. Throwing is for the convenience of using the shield in the future. After thinking it over, he found that Captain America's round shield is still the most effective, with a more comprehensive function that can both defend and attack. The round edges can bounce back better. No wonder Howard, Tony's father, designed a shield to be round. It must have been carefully considered. Su Luo couldn't help but say, "I never thought that I would become the second Captain America. Besides training, I also need to absorb the knowledge obtained from HYDRA like crazy. The knowledge from my previous life is really too limited, far from enough." Next, he needs to transplant the self-healing factor from Wolverine into his own body. This requires a vast amount of knowledge in biotechnology. After all, the one who was able to perform this experiment was Stryker, the subordinate of Tesla, the father of Sentry. Tesla's help was involved in this, and Tesla is the top-level genius biologist who created the Sentinels. It is with the help of such a person that Deadpool was born. As for his previous life, he was just an ordinary researcher in a failed research institute, so his knowledge reserves can be imagined. So now he needs to charge crazily. In addition to the knowledge from HYDRA, he can also browse more cutting-edge knowledge of bioengineering online. After absorbing a large amount of this knowledge, he can successfully understand and analyze the self-healing factor in Wolverine. Su Luo put the vibranium aside and prepared to start working on the steel arm first. The steel arm is actually a machine device made up of a steel frame that can be worn by a person and connected to the nerves. This equipment can provide extra strength and limb movement for Clow, who has lost his arm. This set of equipment needs to be able to understand the user's every move and simulate every action he wants in a timely manner. Even a millisecond of hesitation can cause a burden and make the user feel as if they are walking in water, making it difficult. Therefore, the sensors of this mechanical suit must be able to read every subtle movement and perception applied to its body at a speed of thousands of times per second. Its microprocessor must be powerful enough to convert these data into instructions and transmit them to the mechanical limbs in a timely manner, so that they can be coordinated with the wearer's thoughts. Coincidentally, the Chitauri already have very mature technology in this area, which he can directly use. So now he is ready to create a set of powerful, extremely sensitive, and accurate sensors and microprocessors. Thinking of this, Su Luo is ready to start. He looked at the tools, instruments, and materials around him and nodded approvingly. Clow, this guy is quite meticulous. The equipment and materials for making things are very complete. This place is like a small arsenal. With these things, I can basically make what I want. Then, Su Luo started working on making the sensors and microprocessors. After a while, there was a knock on the door. A little girl stood at the door, sniffing, and said, "Big brother, it's time to eat." Su Luo nodded and immediately put down what he was holding and went out to eat. As soon as he stepped out, a strong fragrance hit him. Looking at the dining table, there were beef stewed with potatoes, steak, and so on. Su Luo sniffed. "I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good." The little girl proudly said, "Of course, my dad's cooking skills are comparable to those of a Michelin chef." Hearing his daughter's praise, Clow laughed heartily. "It's still a bit worse than a Michelin chef." The little girl crossed her arms and hummed, "Dad, we can't be too modest." Clow laughed and hooked the little girl's nose. "But we can't be too proud either." Clow then said to Su Luo, "This is my daughter, Elizabeth Clow." The little girl with a big personality reached out her small hand. "Hello, big brother. Nice to meet you." Su Luo earnestly shook her hand. "Nice to meet you too, little Elizabeth. I'm Su Luo." The little girl looked at Su Luo curiously. "I notice that you don't like to smile. Is it because you don't have a girlfriend?" Su Luo's face darkened slightly. Clow, who was next to him, almost choked on his food. "Child, don't talk nonsense," Clow said impatiently. "Eat, eat." Then they all started eating. Su Luo took a bite of the beef, which was incredibly tender and flavorful. With each bite, the delicious meat juice burst in his mouth. Truly delicious. Su Luo felt that he could indeed rival the chef. Because of the strengthening of his body, his appetite had also increased. In addition, he hadn't eaten for nearly a day, and the food smelled delicious. So Su Luo ate a lot. After finishing eating, Su Luo continued to work. After working on the steel arm for a while, he put the hard drive into the computer and started learning how to handle vibranium. After all, vibranium is an extremely hard metal, and ordinary smelting methods are useless. It requires a terrifying temperature to melt and shape it. So he needed to specially create an alloy iron furnace for smelting vibranium. In addition, his shield will be made of pure vibranium, and its defensive power will be stronger than Captain America's shield. Captain America's shield is primarily made of vibranium, with the addition of original adamantium and some other metal components. In terms of penetrating power, Captain America's shield is stronger. After all, compared to vibranium, adamantium has a slight advantage in penetrating power. But in terms of absorbing kinetic energy, the shield he will create will be stronger, so its defensive power will also be stronger. For Su Luo, the greatest significance of the shield is defense, while the attack will come later. In the following period of time, Su Luo was manufacturing things and learning in the safe house, training in this mountain forest. Fortunately, Clow is also skilled in combat, so he's teaching Su Luo close combat and shooting. HYDRA has conducted a thorough search around Clow's house, even searching the mine several times, but they have not found any trace of Su Luo and the others. It's as if Su Luo and Clow have vanished into thin air. When Baron heard this news, he flew into a rage. He smashed the entire office to pieces. Baron said to his subordinates, "Keep searching. Expand the scope and keep searching." An assistant spoke up, "Baron, if we further expand the scope of the search, it will inevitably attract more attention. Is that a good idea?" The assistant realized that Baron didn't want more people to know about Su Luo. So he ordered the cleansing of Research Facility 71. When Baron made an unwise decision due to his anger, He decided to give the other party a warning. After hearing the assistant's words, Baron pondered for a moment. You're right, we can't expand the search in such a high-profile manner. Reduce the personnel, disguise yourselves, and continue the search. Once you find them, send a message immediately. In addition, pay attention to the internet as well. He may use his own information to go online or make purchases. Although the chances are small, we can't overlook it. Yes. While HYDRA was conducting a slow and thorough search, S.H.I.E.L.D and the others had long since run away and hidden in a distant place. No matter how they searched around, they would never find S.H.I.E.L.D and the others. Baron dismissed his subordinates and sat alone in the room. He murmured, S.H.I.E.L.D, where are you now? He looked at the information of various superhumans on the computer. I have a feeling that you are brewing something extraordinary. In his mind, scenes of S.H.I.E.L.D fighting alone in the research facility appeared. The opponent's calm state and those cold, piercing eyes left a deep impression on Baron Strucker. At that time, he felt that this guy was definitely not ordinary. 2 weeks later, in a mountain forest, Clow raised a steel arm and moved his fingers. Beside him, S.H.I.E.L.D stood still. Compared to when he first arrived, S.H.I.E.L.D had changed a lot. He was clean all over, his injuries had healed, and he even picked up a neat and clean short haircut. He looked extremely healthy and sunny, but that face doesn't smile much. He spoke, how is it? Claude was extremely surprised, his face filled with joy. Oh my God, it's exactly the same as my own hand. Extremely flexible, just like a native arm brought out from the womb. Claude laughed heartily. It feels amazing. Elizabeth, who was beside him, was also happy. Daddy has an arm again. Elizabeth is so happy. She hugged S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you, big brother. S.H.I.E.L.D rubbed Elizabeth's little head. Try using the strength and functions in your hand. Okay. Claude raised his fist and struck the big tree. Boom! A large hole was directly blasted into the tree. Seeing the power of the steel arm, Claude widened his eyes and took a slight breath. Wow, this fist is powerful enough to break through a wall if it hits a person. He immediately swung his arm. Boom! The big tree was directly broken in half. Boom, boom! The tree fell down, leaning towards Elizabeth. Claude shouted anxiously, no! On the contrary, Elizabeth remained calm and quietly watched the falling tree. When the tree was about to reach above Elizabeth's head, it stopped falling. S.H.I.E.L.D was seen holding up the tree with one hand, calm and composed. S.H.I.E.L.D said, Little E, move away a bit. Elizabeth obediently nodded and moved away. S.H.I.E.L.D threw the tree away. Boom! Claude quickly hugged Elizabeth. Why didn't you dodge? And you were so calm. Elizabeth confidently said, because Big Brother was here. He's so powerful. Nothing can happen to Elizabeth. Claude laughed and cried. He looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. This girl admires you more than her own dad. Then he excitedly raised his hand. But honestly, this thing is really strong. He raised his hand, and a beam of light shot out, directly piercing through several trees. Ha ha! This move is indeed impressive. Brother, you're really amazing, being able to create such a powerful thing. You're the next Tony Stark. Elizabeth coldly snorted. What next Tony Stark? Big Brother will definitely surpass Stark and become the most amazing scientist in the future. Presently, Elizabeth is S.H.I.E.L.D's brainless fan. Claude looked at his daughter's appearance and felt speechless. Isn't it said that daughters admire their fathers the most? Why is his little cotton jacket leaking? Claude asked, by the way, how is the progress on your shield? Is it almost complete? S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. It will be completed tomorrow. Claude asked, so are you leaving tomorrow? S.H.I.E.L.D nodded. Yes, I have completed what I needed. I should go. Next, he will go find Wolverine. A gleam flashed in S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes. Crow nodded. Okay. Immediately, he looked at the big tree next to him and couldn't help but sigh. Brother, to be honest, your physical strength is truly impressive. The flesh and blood body feels stronger than my steel arm. S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head. Maybe the strength is similar, but the durability is far inferior to your alloy arm. No matter how powerful my body is, I would still bleed and get injured when facing knives, guns, and bullets. Crow laughed. You talk as if someone's body can be indestructible, impervious to bullets. He added, I'm talking about humans, not monsters like the Hulk. Suluo looked at the big tree. Indeed, there are people whose bodies can be indestructible. In New York, there's a man known as the Power Man, who has a steel-like body that ordinary bullets can't penetrate. The person Suluo was referring to as Luke Cage. This is also one of his future goals. Hearing this, Crow widened his eyes and exclaimed, The world is so vast. There are so many people with super abilities. It's truly amazing. Elizabeth, who was next to them, brightened her eyes. I also want to have super abilities. Crow smiled. Darling, we don't need any super abilities. Dad will protect you. Elizabeth nodded and hugged her father. I have Dad. I'm not afraid of anyone. Crow patted his daughter's head and then looked at Suluo. Are you still training today? Suluo nodded. Yes, I have to train. Immediately, Suluo began his shooting and throwing training. These days, Crow has been guiding him. Although Crow only has one hand, it doesn't affect his guidance at all. After all, he is an experienced warrior and a somewhat famous figure in the Marvel world. On the trees in the distance, there are targets drawn. Bang, bang, bang. Suluo firmly held the gun in his hand, aimed at the target with his eyes, and the sound of gunshots kept ringing. Bullets flew out one by one, wood chips splattered from the targets on the trees, and deep craters formed. Only a few of them had slight deviations and didn't hit the bullseye. With the guidance of a master and his high comprehension, Suluo's shooting level has improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to 2 weeks ago, where he might have shot someone in the chest, now he could hit the head or even outside the body. Now, Suluo almost never missed a shot. To increase the difficulty, he would run or ride a motorcycle while shooting. The gun in his hand seemed to merge with his hand. No matter how the angle changed, the gun stuck tightly to Suluo's hand, aiming accurately at the target without any deviation or shaking. Because of the high-speed movement, the accuracy of the shooting decreased slightly, but he could still maintain a 75% bullseye hit rate, which was almost unattainable for normal people. After finishing shooting, Suluo took a resilient alloy shield and threw it. Bang, bang, bang. It hit the targets, bounced back continuously, and finally returned to Suluo's hand. He dodged and threw, continuously hitting the targets, and the shield kept returning to his hand, forming a perfect cycle. After finishing shooting and throwing, Suluo was slightly out of breath. Looking at his extremely high hit rate, Suluo felt a sense of joy. After 2 weeks of hard training, the results were very significant. Claude, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but exclaim, To be honest, your progress is simply unbelievable. It's terrifying. I can't imagine that just 2 weeks ago, you were still inexperienced in handling a gun. Now, even the best sharpshooters who have trained in the military for over a decade or two can't compare to you. Elizabeth, who was beside them, clapped her hands and exclaimed happily, Big brother, you're amazing. Suluo shook his head. What I've achieved is nothing special. Claude was speechless. Yes, you have to hit the bullseye every time to be considered good, right? Suluo nodded. If you don't hit the bullseye every time, it means there are still significant mistakes. Claude's mouth twitched. There's really no point in communicating with someone like you, a freak. All right, today I've put on my steel gloves, so my combat ability can be fully displayed. Let's train with each other. As he spoke, he raised his hands. Suluo nodded. I will control my strength and speed to match yours. Thank you for considering me, Claude said. Suluo shook his head. I'm just doing it to better train my ability. Next, the two of them began their combat training. Bang, bang, bang. They fought back and forth, the battle intense. After a while, Suluo had Claude in a chokehold. Claude was defeated. Claude sighed. You really are terrifying. You've become a master in just 2 weeks, surpassing even the best. Suluo released his grip on Claude's neck. Actually, our close combat skills are about the same. It's just that I've figured out your fighting style, so I can quickly calculate your weaknesses and vulnerabilities in my mind. Claude forced a bitter smile. To be honest, your progress is really discouraging. Are people with true abilities really this strong? Claude said, all right, after training for so long, let's go back and have dinner. Upon hearing the mention of food, Elizabeth cheered. Yay, it's time to eat. Immediately, she turned around and skipped back to the safe house. Watching his daughter's figure, Claude smiled indulgently. Suluo looked at Elizabeth's back and asked, what illness does little E have? Hearing this, Claude's face darkened. He said, she has childhood asthma, combined with congenital heart disease. The former cannot be cured and will accompany her for life, preventing her from engaging in strenuous exercise. The latter, little E, has one of the most difficult types of congenital heart disease, which is incurable. That's why her body is so weak. I've sought out the top doctors worldwide, but it hasn't had any effect. Claude sighed at this point. Suluo didn't say much after hearing this. After finishing their meal, Suluo began the final process of making the vibranium shield. It was the last step in melting the vibranium using a small, high-powered arc furnace. I actually didn't want to write this book because I lack confidence. This book is different from my previous ones. It will focus more on the plot, and the protagonist, Goldfinger, is no longer a system but relies on himself to continuously learn and research in order to become stronger. I'm not sure if readers will like this book because I recently failed with another one, and the pressures of life have made me lose confidence. I don't know if this slower-paced book with a plot-driven flow will be accepted by readers on Feilu. But seeing the support and encouragement from readers, as well as their comments, I hesitated for a day and finally decided to give it another try. Besides, I've always wanted to write about someone growing into a Superman through scientific research and becoming a strong individual. Currently, Suluo has already completed the construction of the furnace bottom and furnace wall using alkaline refractory materials or acid refractory materials. The furnace cover, furnace door, ladle, and furnace body are also basically completed. A series of steel melting techniques, such as high-pressure long arc operation, water-cooled furnace wall, water-cooled furnace cover, foam slag technology, and the use of external heat sources for melting, have been fully incorporated. Only the graphite electrode remains. This is also an extremely important part. After all, in electric arc steelmaking, steel is produced by inputting electrical energy into the steelmaking furnace through graphite electrodes, and using the arc between the electrode tip and the charge as the heat source for steelmaking. Fortunately, HYDRA has information and prototypes in this area. It is the same material that Howard used to make Captain America's shield and melt vibranium. As Suluo continues to work, sparks fly in the instrument. Soon, the graphite electrode is restored by Suluo. Finally, Suluo completes the formation of a special version of the vibranium-powered small high-power electric arc furnace. A waist-high small furnace is completed. Seeing the completion of the electric furnace that melts vibranium, a hint of joy flashes in Suluo's eyes. Finally, the most difficult part is completed. He plugs in the power and places the lump of vibranium next to it. Then he starts it up. Powerful electricity is injected into the furnace and into the graphite electrode. A fierce high-temperature arc bursts out and enters the vibranium. As time passes, the vibranium begins to glow red, then melt, and finally, under the action of the high-power electric furnace, it turns into orange-yellow high-temperature molten iron. Then, these high-temperature liquids are injected into the specially designed mold device next to it. Hiss, the sound of steam. Boom, boom, the sound of hammering. After a while, the machine stops working. Creak, the machine opens. A silver, smooth metal shield appears. It is shining with a cold light and is extraordinary. The inner side is also embedded with special tough superfibers, mainly used to grip the shield. Suluo takes out the shield. Finally, it's done. His vibranium shield. Holding the shield in his hand, Suluo feels a sense of excitement and joy. He looks at the nearby blocks of steel. The shield strikes. The block of steel instantly splits in half. No wonder it's vibranium. Its hardness and penetration ability are indeed far superior to ordinary steel. Then, he hangs the shield on a plastic human model. Then he shoots at the shield. The human model doesn't move at all. This is because the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet has been greatly reduced by the shield. This is also the reason why Captain America can fall from a high building while holding the shield without suffering much damage. It's not because Captain America's body can withstand the terrifying impact of falling from a high building, but because of the vibranium shield's terrifying energy absorption ability. After all, Su Luo now has the same physique as Captain America. If you let him jump from the 10th floor without any equipment, he would still die. He picks up the shield again and says, "Now, the defense is also somewhat guaranteed. Next, it's time to finish making the final props." He looked to the side. The small electromagnetic pulse weapons that had already been made. 3 electromagnetic pulse grenades and 1 electromagnetic pulse gun. In addition, there were 3 sets of strong magnetic handcuffs. These were the powerful handcuffs that HYDRA used to restrain Captain America in the elevator. A set of 2 magnetic handcuffs, when combined, were the strongest. To prevent HYDRA from restraining Captain America, one of them was kicked away, so only one was restrained, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the handcuffs. And a neurotoxin button, when attached to the body, released a toxin that temporarily paralyzed the whole body. All of these were products of HYDRA's technology. Actually, Su Luo also really wanted to create the paralysis weapon used by the bald antagonist in Iron Man. That one used ultrasonic waves to interfere with the human nervous system, making it difficult for people to move. It can be said that it is very useful, and it can attack a group of people. But HYDRA doesn't have that technology, and he currently doesn't know much about this area, so he can't make it for now. But for the neurotoxin button, he only needed to do a little finishing work. Conducting neurotoxin tests. He put the neurotoxin into a testing dish. Soon, the computer began to analyze rapidly, and the data turned green one by one, indicating that they met the conditions. Until the last piece of data turned green. The computer made a beep sound. Then it displayed, "Neurotoxin meets the standard." Seeing this, Su Luo clenched his fist. Perfect, the last weapon is also completed. He injected the neurotoxin into the button weapon. The basic preparations are done. Sleep tonight, and we'll set off tomorrow. Su Luo exhaled and packed up his things. Then he packed up his things and walked out of the toolroom. He saw Klaus sitting in the living room, flipping through a storybook, and Elizabeth was sleeping on his lap. She was sleeping soundly, with a hint of sparkling saliva at the corner of her mouth. Klaus gently carried Elizabeth back to her bedroom, then closed the door softly. Klaus asked, "Is it done?" Su Luo nodded. "It's done." Then, Su Luo asked, "By the way, do you know the whereabouts of Wolverine, James Logan?" After 2 weeks, Su Luo didn't know if Wolverine was still in his original location. He also didn't know if Wolverine had been wandering around. After all, this guy had a habit of wandering around. Klaus smiled bitterly. "I have basically lost contact with the outside world now. After all, we're still being hunted by HYDRA. If we make contact with the outside, it's very easy for HYDRA to detect us. I plan to wait a while longer, wait for the situation to calm down before going out." Hearing Klaus' words, Su Luo felt a little disappointed. It seemed that he could only go and check Wolverine's address from 2 weeks ago. Klaus said solemnly, "Stay safe, brother. Although I don't know what you have been through, I can tell that you are definitely an extraordinary person. Although you're currently being hunted by HYDRA, this huge organization, I believe you can protect yourself. If you need anything, you can tell me, even if it's an investment in you, based on my belief in you." In the past 2 weeks of contact, Klaus sincerely felt that the man in front of him, who was not good at smiling, was someone worth befriending, especially since his own daughter also liked the other person, and the other person treated his daughter well, which made him feel even closer. Su Luo shook his head. "I've already taken the things, used quite a bit of your materials. There's nothing else I need." He thought of Klaus' fate being directly killed by Eric, the cousin of Black Panther, also known as the Black Panther. So he reminded, "If possible, don't do anything related to vibranium anymore. After all, vibranium is too dangerous, too easy to cause bloodshed. If something happens to you, Elizabeth won't have anyone to rely on. And besides, you're not lacking money now. Suluo didn't directly mention Klau's fate. After all, predicting the future is not easy to explain. And some things, being able to give a reminder is already a great kindness. Hearing Su Luo's words, Klau fell silent for a moment and touched his slightly graying temple. He immediately said, "I understand. I will pay attention in the future." Seeing this, Su Luo didn't say anything more. "I'm going to sleep, leaving early tomorrow morning." "Okay," Klau grinned. "Good night." The next day, Su Luo got up, had breakfast, and packed his things, ready to leave. At the entrance of the cave, Su Luo rode a motorcycle. This motorcycle was a gift from Klau to Su Luo. After all, it was a bit far from here to where Wolverine was. Klau wrapped a stack of money in paper and handed it to Su Luo. "Brother, take it. You'll need money when you go out. You can't use your previous card anymore, otherwise HYDRA will catch you. I see that you don't have much money on you, so take this." Su Luo didn't refuse either. He took the money and put it in his backpack. "Thank you. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come find me." Then he gave Klau a private email address. Elizabeth felt a bit reluctant. "Big brother, are you leaving? Can't you stay a little longer with Elizabeth?" Su Luo touched the little girl's head. "I have things to do. I'll come play with you another time." After hearing that, Elizabeth's eyes brightened, and she extended her little pinky finger. "Promise?" Su Luo also hooked his pinky finger with hers. "Promise." Elizabeth hugged Su Luo's neck again. "Elizabeth will miss you, big brother." After Elizabeth finished hugging Su Luo started the motorcycle. Virum! The motorcycle roared and sped through the mountains and forests. There were traces of him on the trees around. Bullet marks and deep marks from shields were everywhere. These were the traces he left behind in the past 2 weeks. As the motorcycle raced on, the traces around became fewer and eventually disappeared completely. He left a familiar place. One day later, a motorcycle was speeding on the road. A man wearing a black helmet was on the bike, with a backpack on his back and a silver shield hanging on the backpack. This person was Su Luo. He was heading towards the address in his memory. Looking at the fuel gauge on the motorcycle dashboard, it was about to run out. So fast, the fuel is running out. This gasoline is simply not enough. If this car had an arc reactor as its energy source, it would be great. In that case, I wouldn't have to refuel so frequently. It's too troublesome. He immediately headed towards the nearest gas station based on the map in his mind, because he found mobile maps to be troublesome and inconvenient. Su Luo chose to memorize the entire map of the United States in his mind. However, he only remembered most of the routes and some important locations, such as gas stations, motels, and restaurants along the road. He didn't bother memorizing detailed rural roads, village roads, and city routes, as they were too complex and would require a considerable amount of time, even with his good memory. The routes in his mind were already sufficient for his use. It was like having the entire national map stored in his head. He just didn't have more detailed local maps for now. Soon, Su Luo arrived at the nearest gas station. After filling up the gas, he went to the open-air restaurant across the street to replenish his energy. Su Luo just ordered a few plates of beef. He took off his helmet and started eating. Not far behind him, a person was typing rapidly on a keyboard, and the computer screen blocked the person's face. Behind the computer was a woman with sunglasses and a good figure, busy sending messages. "Nana, I have obtained the recent information about HYDRA's transactions in the South. I will bring it back soon." "Fu, very good. You can return now." "Nana, also, it seems like HYDRA is looking for someone recently. They have mobilized quite a few people. It looks very suspicious." "Fu, have you found out who they are looking for?" "Nana, not yet, but give me some more time, and I should be able to investigate." "Fu, okay, after you bring back the information, continue investigating this matter." "Nana, all right." Just at that moment, several cars rushed over. Immediately, a group of men in black jumped out of the cars and rushed towards the woman with sunglasses. These people had steel exoskeletons on their arms. "Capture her. Don't let her escape. We must retrieve the data from her." The woman saw the group of people approaching and quickly closed the computer, stuffing it into her backpack. She was about to leave. The opponents had already reached her and threw punches. The woman quickly dodged, and the punches directly smashed through the thick table, sending wood chips flying. The woman took a deep breath and said, "Damn, it's getting tricky. They all have steel arm exoskeletons." Bang, bang, bang. Both sides engaged in intense combat. Tables and chairs were overturned and smashed. The scene was chaotic. The people eating around quickly got up and ran away without paying. The owner of the restaurant looked at the terrifying steel arm of the opponents and didn't dare to intervene. Suluo paid no attention to the fight behind him and calmly finished the beef in his plate, replenishing his energy. He left the money and got up to leave. Suluo did not step forward to help. After all, it had nothing to do with him, and he was currently being pursued by HYDRA, so he needed to keep a low profile. Suluo turned his head and put on his hood, preparing to leave. When he saw the woman in the fight, he was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect to encounter someone familiar here. That woman in the fight was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff kept evading and retreating. She gritted her teeth and thought, "Damn, this is big trouble. These people with exoskeleton arms have strength and speed far beyond ordinary people. I have their information, and they will definitely fight me to the end." Natasha Romanoff felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. She never expected that the other side would send a group of guys wearing exoskeleton arms. On Su Luo's side, he just glanced at them and didn't pay any attention. After all, it had nothing to do with him. He was about to leave, but his gaze collided with the people fighting next to him. When those fighting people saw Su Luo with his hood on, they were slightly stunned. Then they exchanged glances. "Is it him? It's him. Change target. Change. Attack him. Capture him. We can't let him escape." With a rush of noise, the HYDRA members who had been surrounding Black Widow swarmed towards Su Luo. They completely abandoned their original target. They gave up the information that was still in Black Widow's hands. Natasha Romanoff, who had been prepared to fight and instinctively retaliate, felt the surroundings suddenly empty, and her fist hit nothing. She looked at the HYDRA members rushing towards Su Luo, looked at her empty surroundings, her eyes froze, feeling a bit confused. What's going on? Why did they all run away? They don't want the stolen information anymore. She had the trading information from HYDRA's southern region, which was extremely important as it related to some of HYDRA's trading locations. These guys had come after her for this information. But now, just halfway through the fight, they all ran away when they saw another person, leaving her behind. This was a situation she had never encountered before in her missions. It completely caught her off guard. Her CPU felt like it was about to overheat. She looked at that person, an Asian man with a hood. Handsome appearance, tall and stylish. But she was completely unfamiliar with him, didn't recognize him at all. Who was this guy? Why would HYDRA give up the important information on me for him without any hesitation? Does this guy have much greater value than the information on me? Natasha Romanoff furrowed her brows tightly, looking at the Asian man across from her. She couldn't understand why this person had such astonishing value to HYDRA that they would directly abandon the information on her. But she understood that since HYDRA wanted to get their hands on him so badly, she couldn't let HYDRA have him. Facing so many HYDRA members and with exoskeleton arms, this guy definitely can't handle it. I have to save him. Just as Natasha Romanoff was about to make a move, the person opposite her made a move. He threw a hand grenade a few meters ahead. "Grenade. Take cover. F***K. Watch out for the grenade." "You madman. Throwing a grenade so close. Do you want to die together?" HYDRA members were terrified when they saw the other person throwing a grenade so close. At this point, Natasha Romanoff widened her eyes. Throwing a grenade so close, it's practically seeking death. Just as Natasha Romanoff was preparing to find cover to hide. Buzz. The expected explosion did not occur. Instead, there was a buzzing sound. Immediately, an invisible wave of energy surged out. In an instant, The HYDRA members who were preparing to find a place to hide were frozen. Their exoskeleton arms stiffened, rendering their hands unable to move. Then, that man made a move. Quickly, he pulled out a fully automatic pistol from his waist and rapidly fired off a few shots. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the Asian man had completed his shooting. His movements were so fast that others could hardly see. Onlookers nearby took a slight breath when they saw this scene. Wow, this speed is too fast. The speed of drawing the gun and shooting. I thought I was watching a Western cowboy movie. No, the protagonist in Western cowboy movies isn't as fast as him. Bang, bang, bang. All the men in black fell down. There was a bullet hole between the eyebrows of each man in black. Black Widow saw this, and her pupils contracted. This marksmanship was truly exquisite and accurate. Even she, an experienced agent, felt inferior. Perhaps only Hawkeye had this level of skill, and the speed of the other person was clearly superhuman. Who is this guy? His abilities are so strong, but why have I never heard of him? Su Luo saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect to encounter HYDRA people here. When this group of people saw him, their eyes lit up, and they even gave up their mission to capture Black Widow, along with their mechanical exoskeletons. So he instantly recognized them. They were HYDRA people. But fortunately, he quickly dealt with them, without giving them a chance to send a message. He didn't want to be chased by HYDRA again. After all, if he was blocked by a few Winter Soldiers, things would get out of hand. Seeing the gazes of the people around him, he understood that it was not suitable to stay here for long. Su Luo picked up his helmet, rushed towards the gas station on the opposite side, and got on a motorcycle parked by the roadside. Buzz! The motorcycle roared and kicked up a layer of dust, quickly disappearing from the road and entering the wilderness. Hey, Natasha Romanoff wanted to call out to him, but the other person's movements were too fast. The motorcycle vanished in an instant. Looking at the figure in the distance, Natasha Romanoff frowned. Who is this guy? Why does HYDRA value him so much? She took out her phone, wanted to make a call to S.H.I.E.L.D, but found that her phone was broken. So, that grenade was an electromagnetic pulse weapon. Extraordinary physique, extremely powerful shooting ability, and advanced electromagnetic pulse weapons. What exactly is this guy? She took a deep breath, shook her head. I'll report this to the higher-ups first, and then investigate him. I believe we'll have results soon. Then she walked to the other side of the block, straddled the motorcycle, and disappeared in an instant. Not long after, in an office, Natasha Romanoff handed the information in her hand to the bald Nick Fury. Nick Fury flipped through the information and nodded. You did well. Natasha Romanoff furrowed her brows slightly. When I came back, I encountered something strange. Nick Fury looked up and saw Natasha Romanoff frowning, knowing that something was not simple. He asked, what's strange? Natasha Romanoff soon encountered the incident involving the Asian man and recounted it. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, at that time, I thought I could save him, but it turned out that he could easily handle enemies that I found difficult to deal with. Upon hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Black Egg's eyebrows furrowed. You gave up the information in your hands for that man? And, without hesitation, he asked. Natasha Romanoff nodded. Upon hearing this, Black Egg's brows furrowed even tighter. The information in your hands is crucial to their transactions. Once these transaction points are exposed, it will be a significant blow to HYDRA, especially since HYDRA has already been heavily damaged by the Avengers Alliance. If they suffer another blow, HYDRA's situation will become even more infuriating. Yet, HYDRA didn't hesitate to abandon this information and went straight for the person they encountered. In other words, in HYDRA's eyes, this guy's value is even more important than that information. Who possesses such great value? And he's a handsome Asian man with formidable strength, even possessing exceptional shooting abilities and a physique similar to Superman. So, is this guy a specially trained warrior? A secret warrior of HYDRA? Or is he a secret warrior of some other organization? Who is he? Black Egg crossed his hands and fell in a deep thought, rapidly considering people who fit the criteria. However, after thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with a corresponding person. He looked up at Natasha Romanoff and asked, "You really don't recognize him at all?" Natasha Romanoff nodded. "I don't recognize him at all. He's completely unfamiliar to me. If I had seen him before, I would definitely have some impression." "Definitely. We can't rule out the possibility of him using disguises," she replied. Black Egg said, "Draw his face first, and I'll check it." Natasha Romanoff immediately took out a piece of paper and a pencil from Black Egg's desk and began sketching rapidly. Being a highly trained agent with multiple skills, Natasha Romanoff's sketching ability was very strong. She could easily replicate someone's appearance one-to-one. The pencil swiftly moved across the white paper. Before long, a brand new portrait was completed. Su Luo's face appeared on the portrait. Looking at the portrait, Black Egg also felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He didn't recognize him at all. Black Egg frowned and said, "I haven't seen this person either. Let me scan it and see if there's any information about him in the database." Immediately, Black Egg took a scanner and recorded the portrait. On the computer, the plain portrait appeared, and S.H.I.E.L.D's system began scanning it rapidly. Lines of white light appeared on the portrait, undergoing calculations and processing. At the same time, numerous headshots appeared on the side, swiftly passing by and being quickly filtered. Soon, a photo emerged. It was extremely similar to the sketched portrait, almost identical, except for some slight differences in angles. Seeing the real photo, both Black Egg and Natasha Romanoff widened their eyes. "Damn, our database actually has this person," Black Egg exclaimed in disbelief. Natasha Romanoff quickly read the information. Su Luo graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a bachelor's degree in bioengineering. The first half of his life was quite ordinary, studying, getting into university, and graduating. Note: the translation provided is a literal translation and may not capture the full nuances of the original text. But 2 years ago, through the recruitment of HYDRA's shell company, I became an ordinary researcher under the HYDRA organization, engaged in some peripheral research. Evaluation: a relatively mediocre professional in the field of biology, lacking physical strength. This guy is a member of HYDRA. Upon seeing the other party's profile, Natasha Romanoff and Black Salted Egg both widened their eyes slightly. Natasha Romanoff couldn't believe it and said, "An ordinary technician? How is that possible? Shouldn't this guy be a trained warrior for 7 or 8 years? With his skilled movements, superb shooting ability, and lightning-fast combat reflexes, can an ordinary technician achieve this?" Black Salted Egg's mouth twitched and said, "This Su Luo, are you sure he's the Asian man you mentioned?" Natasha Romanoff nodded and said, "The appearance is definitely right. It's him." Black Salted Egg immediately started typing on the keyboard. Retrieved Su Luo's personal information. He is just a very ordinary person with slightly better academic performance, but nothing particularly outstanding. His professional level is also not at a genius level. Natasha Romanoff said, "It seems that there really is such a person, and apart from his face, he seems extremely mediocre in other aspects. But how did he go from an ordinary person to a powerful warrior in just 2 years? Could he have passed HYDRA's Winter Soldier program?" Black Salted Egg shook his head and said, "Even as a Winter Soldier, he cannot have a value surpassing the information you handed over." Black Salted Egg frowned and said, "Even if there were 5 Winter Soldiers, they still wouldn't compare to that information. What exactly does this guy have that makes HYDRA give up their southern trading point?" Natasha Romanoff narrowed her eyes and said, "It seems that HYDRA's unusual behavior during this period, searching for people, is all for finding him. Su Luo, what secrets does he have? He was clearly an extremely ordinary person in all aspects before, so why would HYDRA go to such lengths for him?" After Natasha Romanoff said this, both of them fell silent. To them, Su Luo was now like a mystery. After a long time, Nick Fury spoke, "But no matter what, since HYDRA is so eager to find him and capture him, we absolutely cannot let him be captured by HYDRA. We must do our best to ensure that he is not captured by HYDRA. We also need to figure out the secret on him that HYDRA values so much. Natasha Romanoff nodded and said, I understand. I will access the surveillance of the surrounding counties and see if I can find any trace of him. One day later, in the evening, in a desolate area, a motorcycle was speeding along the road. The roar was deep and powerful. Soon, the motorcycle began to slow down, crossing through an iron fence and entering an abandoned factory area. It stopped not far from a dilapidated factory building. Suluo looked at the factory building in front of him and murmured, Finally, I've arrived at the place where Wolverine has been staying recently. I didn't expect Wolverine to live in such a dilapidated and abandoned place. Is this a place of seclusion? This factory area is abandoned, desolate, and devoid of human presence. The surrounding area is barren yellow soil, rarely visited by people. You could say that. This place is almost a desolate and dilapidated wasteland. Looking at the side of the factory, Su Luo felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had caught a glimpse of it somewhere. But he couldn't remember where exactly. In fact, all the factory buildings are not much different. Su Luo immediately got out of the car, carrying the vibranium shield. He lowered his pace and walked towards the factory. I wonder if Wolverine is still inside. According to HYDRA's information, Wolverine seems to have been staying here recently. So, this should be Wolverine's temporary residence. He didn't enter through the main entrance. Instead, he entered from the back. He came to the back of the factory and glanced around and saw a relatively high window. He took a deep breath when he saw that window and leaped up. With his powerful physical abilities, he jumped up and grabbed the high window. The window was partially open. He gently pushed it open, then silently slipped inside. After entering, it was silent inside, without any sound. Below the window were piles of debris. He jumped and landed on the debris. In front of him was a tall shelf, covered in dust, dividing the factory into a storage room for miscellaneous items. He immediately lowered his footsteps and walked towards the house, holding the shield in one hand and the magnetic handcuffs in the other. There was no sound. It seemed that the people in the factory had left. He crossed the shelf and walked to the other side of the factory. There was a dilapidated, long table, a few crude military beds, and some other miscellaneous items. No one was there. At the same time, a strong smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. Su Luo frowned slightly. He walked forward. There were many bloodstains on the ground, but they had already solidified into a dark red color. There were marks of combat on the surrounding cabinets, tables, and iron railings. It seems that there was a battle here not long ago. He looked around. He didn't find anything useful or important. Su Luo furrowed his brows. It seems that Wolverine has already left. Important things like identification documents and money were taken away together. He walked outside. There were more than a dozen bloodstains on the ground. There were also many bullet marks on the iron bars and iron sheets around, and there were some bullet casings on the ground. Looking at those things, Su Luo murmured. It seems that the battle at that time was quite intense. He rubbed his slightly throbbing forehead. But where did this guy go now? Indeed, Wolverine is not someone who can stay idle. I was worried that he would disappear before I arrived, and sure enough, Su Luo looked up at the swirling yellow sand outside and murmured, Where should I go next to find this guy? But judging from the situation inside the factory, it seems that more than one person is living here. Several people are living here. Su Luo squinted his eyes slightly. Wolverine, the Lone Ranger, actually living with someone else? Interesting. Since there are no clues, let's go ask the locals nearby and see if we can find out anything. Su Luo no longer had any clues about Wolverine, so he could only try his luck locally. He planned to find some local ruffians and rogues to inquire about any leads. After all, these ruffians and rogues may not have any other use, but as unemployed wanderers, they tend to be more knowledgeable about information, especially the local gang members. Su Luo immediately put the shield back in his backpack and fastened the handcuffs to his waist. He walked towards his motorcycle. Soon enough, a rumbling sound. The motorcycle kicked up a cloud of yellow sand and disappeared into this desolate land. The sun still hung on the horizon, leaving a hint of red light in the dimness, struggling in its final moments. Su Luo arrived at a nearby town. He planned to find a place to eat, replenish his energy, and inquire about relevant information. Inside a restaurant, Su Luo sat at the bar, eating a large plate of pasta and steak. As he ate, he casually asked, "Boss, are there any strange things or people around here?" The boss cleared the plates of other customers while saying, "Strange people or things? We have plenty of strange people here. The one-eyed guy next door has a habit of eating chicken, but every day it's really weird. The Tom family on the street hasn't had a passionate love life for over a decade. In the end, the husband went to Thailand and found a man, and there's..." Listening to the boss's gossip, Su Luo's eyelid twitched, and he quickly interrupted, "Thank you, boss. The weird people here are indeed weird." He continued, "By the way, boss, if something of mine gets stolen, what should I do? Should I report it to the police?" The boss sympathetically said, "Report it to the police? In this central region, it's very chaotic. The police and criminals are in cahoots. It's too difficult to recover your stolen things." Su Luo took a big bite of pasta and chewed. "Are the local gangs really that powerful?" The boss whispered, "Of course they are. The local street racing gang is ruthless, from petty theft to murder and arson. They do it all." The boss lowered his voice and warned, "So, don't even think about confronting them and getting your things back, or you might not even keep your life." Su Luo said, "Where do they usually hang out?" The boss said, "You don't want to live anymore, do you?" Su Luo shook his head. "I just want to avoid them." The boss breathed a sigh of relief. "It's nighttime now. Don't go to Konglin Street, because that's where the street racing gang's headquarters is." After some probing and observation, upon hearing this, Su Luo squinted his eyes. "Street racing gang, Konglin Street." Soon enough, Su Luo finished his meal, paid the bill, and got up to leave. The boss quietly reminded him a few times, "Remember, don't go there. If you lose something, it's gone. Material possessions are external." Su Luo, who was leaving, waved his hand without turning back. "Thanks." With a rumble, the motorcycle sped away. Konglin Street, inside a warehouse. "Hey, who's this kid with the backpack? Who brought in a new recruit?" Don't know. Must not be one of us." "You brat, what are you doing here?" "Looking to die." After observing, Su Luo finally located the hideout of the street racing gang. It was inside a warehouse at the end of Konglin Street. He immediately walked in. Inside, filled with smoke and haze. People were drinking and playing cards. There were about 10 people, some of whom were injured. When they saw a stranger coming in, everyone was stunned and stopped what they were doing. They looked at each other. A muscular man with short hair spoke up. "Hey, who is this kid with the backpack? Is he the new recruit?" He had a bandage wrapped around one hand. I don't know. He's not one of us." The muscular man slammed the cards on the table, stood up, and spoke aggressively. "You punk, what are you doing here?" "Looking to die." He walked towards Su Luo, his thick silver necklace swaying. Su Luo looked at the crowd and calmly said, "I came here to inquire about someone." Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter. The muscular man laughed even harder, tears shimmering in the corners of his eyes. "Damn, what a clueless kid, coming to our street racing gang to ask for information. Ha ha, coming to our street racing gang to ask for information. This kid is really talented. I'm so amused. Does he think this place is a police station?" One of them raised his fist. "We must give this kid a profound lesson, or he won't know the might of our street racing gang." Su Luo's expression remained unchanged. "Do you guys know a man with steel claws? His claws are incredibly sharp, capable of easily piercing flesh and bones." Upon hearing this, the group of people who had been smiling suddenly changed their expressions and their smiles disappeared. Especially the injured ones, their faces twisted with hatred, their eyes flickering. F***K. So this guy's in cahoots with that old B*********************************************************************************************************************8. So you're with that damn guy. We must kill him today. Otherwise, I won't be able to let go of my hatred. Kill our brothers, and none of them can escape. Let's kill this kid first today." As they spoke, the muscular man next to them, with red eyes, pulled out a gun from his waist. Su Luo made a move. With lightning speed, He took out the silver shield from behind and swung it towards the muscular man's neck. Pissed, the shield instantly severed the muscular man's neck, separating his head from his body, blood gushing out. The scene was extremely brutal and shocking. Immediately, there was a dull sound of the shield cutting into the wall. Thump! A head fell down and rolled towards the crowd. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, fear rising. Looking at the unfamiliar man who had entered, blood splattered on his face, but his expression remained unchanged, still calm as ever. To be able to calmly sever someone's neck on the spot. The ruthless members of the street racing gang also felt chill. They thought they were fierce enough, but compared to the person in front of them, they felt far inferior. The person in front of me is the real devil, isn't he? Damn it, let's fight him. One person saw his brother die tragically, his eyes turning red. Kill him. Are we afraid of him alone? Immediately, the members of the motorcycle gang reached for their weapons. Iron rods, machetes, and even handguns. Just as the two raised their guns, Su Luo grabbed the shield and threw it forcefully, saying, still struggling, whoosh! The shield flew out horizontally. Pissed, like the sharpest blade, it directly severed the hand holding the handgun. Blood splattered and screams rang out. But it wasn't over yet. The shield smashed into the wall with a clang, sparks flying as it rebounded. Pissed, another hand holding a handgun was severed, and another round of screams erupted. Su Luo raised his hand and casually caught the flying shield, sweeping his gaze over the crowd, saying, "Do you still want to try?" On the shield, blood continued to drip. At the scene, the screams continued. At this moment, Su Luo's handsome face seemed to be filled with intimidation. His pitch-black eyes seemed to contain an endless abyss. No one dared to move. Seeing this, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction and said, "Now, can you tell me about the steel claws?" A thin and weak man with a rooster's head trembled as he spoke. "This happened a few days ago. We were stealing cars on the west side of town and saw a stretch car, so we planned to steal it. But at that moment, an old man rushed out and claimed that the car was his, telling us to stop." Upon hearing this, Su Luo raised an eyebrow and raised his hand to stop the man from speaking, saying, "Old man?" The man with the rooster's head looked at Su Luo and nodded slightly, saying, "Yes, an old man who looked to be in his 60s. He seemed weak and lacked vitality." "You think an old man can stop us, the motorcycle gang?" "That's not." He quickly corrected himself. "That's not something we would agree to." So Duma, the man you beheaded, picked up a handgun and fired at him. We thought it was over and were ready to continue stealing the car. But unexpectedly, the old man stood up again and even extended steel claws. Hearing the man's words, Su Luo's heart was filled with shock in waves. An elderly Wolverine, lacking vitality, fighting against car thieves. He finally understood why he had a familiar feeling when he saw the back of the abandoned factory before. Because that was where Wolverine lived with Professor X and Caliban in Wolverine 3. Later, he saved X, 23, also known as the Little Wolf Girl, a girl created by a company using Wolverine's genes, possessing the same self-healing ability and implanted with adamantium. As a result, she was hunted by the company's people and had no choice but to leave her home. So we knew he was a mutant or someone with super abilities, but seeing that he was old and seemed weak, we fought him. At first, we had the upper hand. But unexpectedly, one of us accidentally shot his car, and he got angry. In an instant, he killed several of our brothers, and then we escaped. The man with the rooster's head briefly recounted their grudge with Wolverine. Meanwhile, Su Luo tightened his grip on the shield, the bones clearly visible on his palm, and the veins slightly bulging. This showed the turbulent waves in Su Luo's heart. In the background of Wolverine 3, the older generation of mutants died one after another, with no new mutants being born. The grand disappearance, the twilight has come. In other words, it is now the end of the mutant era. The information HYDRA has on Wolverine is also limited. They only have recent sightings and an introduction to Wolverine's life. So they don't know that Wolverine is already in his old age at the moment. So they also have no idea that it is now the end times for mutants. Because the Essex group has added genetically modified ingredients to the daily food of all humans, which suppress and alter mutant genes. Unbeknownst to them, this has weakened the power of mutants and also organized the birth of mutant newborns. This has led to mutants around the world becoming fewer and almost on the verge of extinction. It can be said that for mutants, it has come to the end times. However, according to the timeline in the movie, the plot of Wolverine 3 should happen in a few years in the future. He pondered for a moment. It may be because the Marvel world integrates the mutant world, so the mutant timeline has undergone some changes. The entire timeline has been pushed forward. Furthermore, because mutants have entered the end times and are basically unable to form any fighting force, the older generation of strong mutants have died one after another, and there are basically no new generations. So mutants have become unable to have any impact on the world at large. When Thanos comes in the future, mutants will also be unable to play any role. Seeing Sue Luo lost in thought, the gang of bikers didn't dare to make a move or have any tricks. After all, the deterrence left by Sue Luo was too strong. Various thoughts flashed through Sue Luo's mind. Soon, he regained his thoughts. Looking at the people in front of him, "Do you know any other information about that mutant?" The people opposite all shook their heads. "I don't know. We were planning to seek revenge, but we couldn't find him. Don't know where he went." Sue Luo looked at the crowd. "So, you don't have any more useful information?" They all nodded. Sue Luo also nodded. "All right." Immediately, he drew his gun, released the safety, and started shooting, his movements flowing smoothly and swiftly. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire continued. In a few blinks of an eye, Sue Luo stopped shooting. The barrel of the gun was still emitting a wisp of white smoke. Pung! Pung! The bikers in front fell one after another. Each had a bullet hole in their forehead. Sue Luo shook the barrel of the gun, dissipating the smoke. He holstered the gun back at his waist. He turned and left, muttering to himself, "I remember Wolverine went towards Eden, which is the location in the X-Men comics." A roar sounded. The motorcycle roared away. The people around knew that this warehouse was a gathering place for the bikers, so even if there was a gunfight inside, no one dared to look or call the police. A few days later, the people around noticed that there was still no sound inside, and, combined with the foul smell, they went in to take a look. They discovered the bodies of the bikers and called the police. The police came here to investigate, but didn't find many clues. Coupled with the fact that the bikers were already unpopular, the people around didn't say much about this matter and didn't provide any clues. The people of the entire town felt that this massacre was exhilarating, and they all applauded. Sue Luo visited the restaurant. The customers were eating and chatting. "Have you heard? The motorcycle gang has been wiped out. It happened a few nights ago, but it was only discovered today. I heard it was a regular handgun that shot each person in the head, killing them. So, it was done by one person. They did a great job." The restaurant owner heard the news of the motorcycle gang being wiped out, and it seemed like it was done by one person. He trembled all over. He instantly thought of that night when a handsome young man came to eat at his restaurant and asked about the motorcycle gang. At that time, he even provided the man with information about the gang. He murmured, "Could it be that kid who did it?" His heart was filled with shock and turmoil. He thought the young man was just an ordinary guy. After all, he was dressed in layers, carrying a bag, and it was nighttime. But he didn't expect the guy to be so capable. "Who?" a customer asked. Afraid of causing trouble for the young man, the restaurant owner shook his head and said it was nothing. But inside, waves were stirred up in his heart. After Sue Luo left the town, he used his phone to search for the comic book from the X-Men. He found the address, and he knew Wolverine's direction. He immediately searched through the maps in his mind, and he found a city on it, Oklahoma City. He remembered that Wolverine seemed to be going to this city, and it happened to be in the direction of Eden. Wolverine also stayed here for a short while, but Sue Luo didn't know exactly where he stayed. But he understood that soon, Professor X would lose control and cause a widespread impact. In this situation, As long as he searched online, he would be able to find the location of Wolverine and his team. The setting sun hung in the sky, casting a blood-red glow over the vast and desolate wilderness. A straight road stretched across the wilderness. A motorcycle raced on the road, casting a long shadow. The roar echoed in the empty and quiet land. Su Luo revved the motorcycle to the maximum, speeding like lightning. Soon, a sign stood by the roadside. It indicated that Oklahoma City was not far away. After driving for almost 2 days and nights, I'm finally about to reach Oklahoma City. Su Luo sighed as he looked at the sign. These days, I've been checking the news about Oklahoma City. The fact that there haven't been any incidents of mass paralysis indicates that Professor X hasn't lost control. The villains haven't found their group yet, which means I will soon catch up to the time when Professor X loses control. He looked at the city's edge that was faintly visible ahead. Soon, I will meet Wolverine and his team. But now, Wolverine is already in his old age, and his body is deeply poisoned by adamantium. His self-healing ability has greatly weakened. The current elderly Wolverine is not suitable for me to study anymore. Su Luo paused for a moment, then continued to mutter to himself. But fortunately, there is still X-23, the female Wolverine, and the clone of Wolverine, X-24. For me, Wolverine's clone is stronger and in his prime. So Wolverine's clone is the best subject for observation and experimentation for me. Wolverine will fight against the clone, and due to the intervention of a farmer, the clone was severely injured. At this moment, the clone is at its weakest in terms of combat power, which is also the best time for me to take action. As Su Luo said this, a glint flashed in his eyes. As long as I capture the clone, I can then study the self-healing factor in his body and replicate it. As long as I don't do anything foolish, inject adamantium into my body, and avoid consuming genetically modified food, my self-healing ability will become extremely powerful. My survival ability will reach an astonishing level. Only by staying alive, only by not dying, can the future hold endless possibilities. Soon enough, Su Luo arrived in Oklahoma City. After entering the city, he found a place that was conveniently located in every corner of the city. In a relatively central location, next to the gathering point of the local casino, there were several local large casinos. Sitting in a corner, browsing the local news on his phone, just as Su Luo was tirelessly scrolling through the news. Suddenly, a terrifying buzzing sound erupted. An immense spiritual wave of the invisible spread in all directions. Su Luo, who was browsing his phone, instantly froze in place, unable to move. Professor X has lost control, and the other party is near me. Su Luo never expected that the place he randomly chose happened to be not far from Professor X, Wolverine, and the others. And shortly after he arrived, he encountered Professor X's loss of control. At the same time, due to the powerful spiritual impact, Su Luo's ears were filled with buzzing, making him very uncomfortable. However, he quickly noticed something. That was, he could slightly bend his fingers and make extremely slow movements. Although it was far from the level of Wolverine's actions when facing Professor X, it already surpassed ordinary people and even other mutants who were completely immobilized under suppression. What's going on? Why do I seem to have some resistance to Professor X's psychic power? Su Luo knew that Wolverine had a certain level of psychic resistance, but he didn't know whether it came from his adamantium or his self-healing factor. But he didn't understand why he also had a bit of psychic resistance. Although it was not as strong as Wolverine's, Su Luo was still somewhat shocked. After all, Wolverine's psychic resistance was among the top, even among the mutant forces. It was not suitable to compare himself with him. He quickly pondered the factors that could generate psychic resistance in his body. Soon, a flash of insight came to his mind. I understand. I know why it's like this. The Super Soldier Serum. The Super Soldier Serum not only strengthened my body, but also strengthened my mind in that terrifying agony. To be precise, I endured the destructive and crushing pain in my body, which greatly trained my willpower, leading to the enhancement of my psychic power. Compared to ordinary people, my willpower is stronger, which is why I have a certain resistance to Professor X's psychic power. Su Luo didn't expect that he still had a certain level of psychic resistance. This was an unexpected discovery, a pleasant surprise. Just as Su Luo was contemplating, Professor X's attack suddenly stopped. Su Luo understood that Wolverine had injected a sedative into Professor X. His body regained its freedom, and he could move easily again. He stood up and looked towards the high wall next to him, which was behind the neighboring casino. That is the only place around where people can live. So Wolverine and the others should be there. Su Luo quickly started his motorcycle and headed towards the casino. But when Su Luo arrived, he didn't see any sign of Wolverine and the others. He waited for a while. He only saw a group of mercenaries from the Essex group, some running out of the casino and some getting off a van. One of them was the head of security for the Essex group, a cyborg named Donald, with his arm transformed into a mechanical form. He was one of the people who had been chasing after the Wolverine and the little wolf girl from the beginning. Su Luo saw Donald angrily pounding on the car door and growling, "Damn it!" Seeing this, Su Luo understood that Wolverine had already left. But Su Luo didn't mind, because the Essex group ahead would lead him to Wolverine and the others. They would lead him to X-24, the clone of Wolverine. Because within Donald's team, there was Caliban, who could sense mutants within a 20-mile radius. So they could easily find Wolverine and the others. Su Luo parked his car on the side of the road and kept an eye on Donald's team using his peripheral vision. He was very careful not to be discovered by Donald's people. After all, this group of people specialized in security work and must have excellent counter-surveillance abilities. Su Luo picked up his phone and pretended to be an ordinary person, flipping through it. Soon, Donald's team started moving. The convoy drove out of the front gate of the casino and headed north towards Eden. Seeing the convoy move, Su Luo put away his phone and hung back behind the convoy to avoid being noticed. That's how Su Luo drove for another half day. Suddenly, he noticed a small car speeding out and leaving the convoy, moving at a faster pace. Seeing this, Su Luo frowned slightly. What's going on? Why is this car from the convoy running so fast? But Su Luo didn't chase after it, because Donald's car was still in the convoy and Caliban was in it. He just needed to follow Donald's car. No need to pay attention to the others. So he drove for another 10 minutes. Finally, the speed of the convoy ahead slowed down. They eventually stopped in front of a farmhouse. Su Luo had turned off his car lights long ago, so it was pitch black. He parked his car on the side and walked up, lowering his footsteps. Just at that moment, he heard a mournful roar from the front. "Charles!" That was Wolverine's voice. Seeing this, Su Luo's expression tightened, instantly understanding that Professor X had died, killed by the Wolverine clone. How did this happen so quickly? Weren't they just arriving? Su Luo muttered to himself. At this moment, a small car next to the house caught Su Luo's eye. He instantly understood. The one who had left the team was the Wolverine clone. It should be the Essex group's attempt to prevent Wolverine and others from escaping. So they sent out the clone to intercept and hunt down Wolverine and capture X-23, the little wolf girl. Soon enough, the X-24 clone walked out of the building, holding the struggling and roaring little wolf girl. The little wolf girl is a mutant created by the Essex group using genetic technology, intended to be trained as a specialized killing tool. However, as the children grew up, the Essex group found it difficult to control this group of mutant children, as they were a strong source of instability. In addition, they had developed a more powerful and obedient genetic weapon, which is the specialized killing machine known as X-24. So they decided to eliminate this group of mutant children. However, some staff members had developed feelings for these children and did not want them to die. So they escaped from the Essex Mutant Laboratory with a group of children. Now the Essex group is hunting down this group of children. Su Luo's gaze fell on the clone, a strong and sturdy body, exuding a murderous aura. The wounds on the clone's body caused by the little wolf girl were starting to heal. Seeing the young and strong body in front of him, Su Luo's eyes became somewhat heated. This is Wolverine at his peak, with his healing ability also reaching its peak, far surpassing the current elderly Wolverine. After all, the current elderly Wolverine is already sick to the bone. Even his steel claws have rusted, and the degree of wound healing has greatly weakened. His combat power is no match compared to before. So X-24 is the experimental subject he desires the most. At this moment, Wolverine finally appeared. His appearance had clearly aged, and he no longer had the sharp and vigorous look he used to have. He gave off a sense of being on the verge of old age. He was currently holding the dying Professor X in his arms. Looking at Professor X in Wolverine's arms, Su Luo knew that there was no hope for him. After all, Professor X was already very old, his body was already weak, and now he had been pierced through the chest by the clone's adamantium claws, making it impossible for him to survive. Even if the best doctors were brought in, they wouldn't be able to save him. In fact, for Professor X, this could be considered a kind of relief. After all, due to his brain degeneration, he caused serious harm during his twilight years, almost killing the last batch of the most powerful mutants. This is also a significant reason for the decline in mutant strength. It also caused injuries to hundreds of civilians. This made Professor X feel immense guilt and self-blame when he was conscious. Just at this moment, a group of people drove over. This group of people had a grudge with Wolverine before. They mistook the clone for Wolverine and threatened him. How could the clone tolerate this? In a few moves, he directly killed the opponent. On the other side, Professor X finally took his last breath in front of Wolverine. Wolverine's last friend also died in front of him. He was filled with grief and anger, and directly rushed towards the clone to fight. Unfortunately, the current Wolverine is no longer as brave as he used to be. He is just an old wolf in his twilight years. Soon, Wolverine fell in a series of stabs and screams. He lay weakly on the ground, blood gushing out uncontrollably. The clone saw this scene. He just sneered, and at this moment, boom! A 7 to 8-seater car raced forward and crashed into the clone, impaling it on spikes. The spikes pierced through the clone's body, and blood gushed out from the corners of its mouth. Despite the intense pain, the clone only stared at the farmer who had gotten out of the car with hatred. The farmer was the owner of this farm, and his entire family had just been killed by the clone in front of him. He was barely hanging on, relying on his hatred for the clone to persist until now. He looked at the still, breathing clone, picked up his shotgun. Bang! He directly blew up the clone's eyeballs. The clone fell silent. But Su Luo, who was standing nearby, knew that the clone was not dead yet. After all, with such a powerful healing ability, these injuries couldn't kill him. But Su Luo didn't make a move immediately, because it wasn't the right time yet. The clone's ability hadn't reached its peak yet. Just wait a little longer. Dr. Les from the Essex Corporation, the one in charge of the new mutant program, would inject the clone with mutant serum to make the clone's ability reach its peak. Definitely, at the moment, the clone was still in a heavily injured state, just that it had regained consciousness. There was no need to exert any effort to deal with it. This was the moment for him to make a move. At this moment, the little wolf girl noticed Su Luo hiding behind the bushes. She stared at Su Luo with a slightly fierce expression, baring her fangs. Su Luo let out a sigh. He didn't want to alert the people from the Essex Corporation right now. After all, Essex's firepower was formidable, and they also had Donald the biohuman. He might not be able to take down Essex's mercenary group. He calmly looked at the little wolf girl, put his index finger to his lips, and made a gesture for silence. Whether it was because Su Luo was handsome, harmless-looking, or because of his calm and non-threatening gaze, or maybe both, the little wolf girl withdrew her fierce expression and just glanced at Su Luo. Seeing this, Su Luo felt a slight relief. On the other side, after the farmer shot the clone, he turned towards Wolverine. He had originally wanted to shoot Wolverine as well. After all, in his eyes, all of this was caused by Wolverine and the others. So he directed his hatred towards Wolverine. But as he raised his gun, he collapsed. Already heavily injured, he couldn't hold on any longer. The little wolf girl just glanced at Su Luo, then ran towards Wolverine, helping him up, and the two of them drove away from there. On the other side, the people in the convoy witnessed this scene, but they didn't immediately chase after Wolverine and the little wolf girl. Instead, they headed towards the X-24 clone. After all, for the Essex group, the value of the clone was higher, more important than the little wolf girl. Clatter. From the convoy, a group of fully armed mercenaries emerged. Following closely behind them was Dr. Les, the person in charge of this mutant weapon program. He was holding a small box in his hand. Inside, you could see a bottle of green liquid. Seeing this, a gleam flashed in Su Luo's eyes. Here it comes, Su Luo's peak state Wolverine clone. Dr. Lai approached the clone. At this moment, the clone had already been pulled out from the spikes by the mercenaries and laid flat on the ground. However, he did not immediately help the other person. The leader of the mercenaries, Donald, asked, "Aren't you going to inject him with the mutant serum?" Dr. Lai calmly replied, "He hasn't regained consciousness yet. The serum can be better absorbed, and its effect can be better utilized when he is awake." Upon hearing this, Donald shrugged slightly and said, "All right, then let's wait for a while. Anyway, we have Caliban, so we won't lose track of these two guys." And so, the group waited quietly for the clone to wake up. Having suffered such serious injuries, especially a head injury, even with Wolverine-like healing abilities, it would still take some time to recover. Su Luo, who was beside them, naturally had to wait as well. He further lowered his body and buried himself in the bushes. At night, in the field, there were many mosquitoes. Slap, slap, slap. The mercenaries from Essex kept slapping their bodies to fend off the mosquito bites and scratching the bitten areas. Damn, there are so many mosquitoes here. Damn it, is my blood tastier? Why are so many mosquitoes targeting me? F***K. If I had known there would be so many mosquitoes, I would have brought insect repellent. Damn it. Stop G biting me. Faced with the annoyance of mosquitoes, the group cursed and complained. Su Luo's situation wasn't any better. Mosquitoes buzzed around his ears. Mosquitoes landed on Su Luo and sucked his blood. But Su Luo remained motionless, like a statue. It wasn't that Su Luo didn't want to move. In fact, the parts of his body that were bitten by mosquitoes also itched. But he couldn't move, because he couldn't be discovered right now. So he had to endure the itchiness on his body. Su Luo had already changed a lot, especially after experiencing the baptism of the Super Soldier Serum. His willpower had reached an astonishing level, so he could restrain the constant mosquito bites, remaining motionless and as steady as Mount Tai. Time passed like this. It was unknown how long had passed. The skies seemed to be getting brighter. Dr. Lai and Donald were starting to feel drowsy. At this moment, the clone lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing this scene, one of the mercenaries quickly spoke up. "Dr. X-24 is awake." For Su Luo, this voice was the most beautiful sound, like celestial music. This journey was about to come to an end. Su Luo's eyes were bright and focused, looking ahead, whispering in his heart, "It's about to begin." Dr. Lai woke up, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Finally awake? He quickly got up and walked toward the clone. He took out the bottle of mutant serum and installed it on the syringe. Looking at the clone, his tone was gentle. "Don't worry, this is something that will heal you. Strictly speaking, you're still a newborn, just born not long ago, and your body is as fragile as a baby. You need nourishment. This thing will enhance your healing ability, restore your blood vessels and epidermal tissues, and increase your matrix cells." Saying that, he injected the serum into the clone's body. After completing these actions, Dr. Lai stood up, walked to the side, and put the syringe back into the box. Not far away, Su Luo saw that the injection was finished, and his eyes instantly lit up. "It's starting." He took out a headscarf from his pocket and covered his face. Then he put on a hood. Instantly, his entire face was completely covered. He glanced at the positions of everyone, looked at the surrounding environment, and engraved everything into his mind. Boom! Su Luo shot out like a cannonball. rushing towards the clone on the ground. He reached behind his back and pulled down the shield. The surrounding shrubs were easily broken. Su-Luo's sound instantly caught the attention of the mercenaries. Who are you? Identify yourself. Damn, someone's here. Li-Si turned around and saw the direction Su-Luo was rushing towards, instantly understanding the other party's motive. He shouted, "This guy's here to steal X-24. Kill him. We can't let him succeed." Donald looked at Su-Luo's astonishing speed, his pupils shrinking. That is definitely not the speed of an ordinary person. Damn it, this speed. He's not an ordinary person. The other party is either a mutant, a super ability user, or someone with enhanced abilities. Donald raised his gun and shouted, "Fire!" Bullets interweave and attack. Kill him. Ding, ding, ding. Bullets flew out one by one, rushing toward Su-Luo. Su-Luo raised his shield and blocked the bullet attacks. He looked at the large tree in front of him, his mind spinning rapidly, like a computer, calculating the position of each mercenary. Calculating the angle at which the shield should fly out, the angle of rebound, the force required, and the throwing technique to be used. These things may seem very complicated, but Su-Luo calculated them almost in the blink of an eye. It's as if calculating angles and forces is his instinct. In an instant, he reached a tree, and the veins on his hand suddenly bulged. A burst of brute force surged out. Whoosh! The shield in his hand shot out. Like the most powerful arrow. Rushing towards a mercenary, it directly severed the wrist of the mercenary holding the gun, causing a scream. The shield didn't stop. It collided with the car shell at an angle and bounced off, rushing towards another mercenary. It flew past the mercenary's neck, and a head flew off. Clang! The shield collided with an iron railing and shot out again, cutting off someone's arm. Then he ran towards the big tree. And this chain of shots happened in an instant, a very short time, almost no time for reaction. As soon as Su-Luo's front foot left the tree, he reached out and caught the shield. Once again, he held the shield in front of him to block the flying bullets. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew. A crisp sound. Not a single bullet hit his vital points. As for his body, it was wrapped in a bulletproof vest. As for his legs, there was hardly any chance of being attacked, mainly because they were smaller in size and he was fast enough to avoid being hit. Su-Luo took big strides towards the clone. "Stop him!" Li-Si roared. Two mercenaries rushed up and were directly knocked away by Su-Luo's bull-like shield. Su-Luo arrived in front of the clone. The immobilized clone stared at Su-Luo, their eyes locked. Su-Luo felt delighted. X-24, a young version of Wolverine, is in my hands. He lifted the clone and used it as a shield to block the bullets flying towards him. Psst, psst, psst. The clone's eyes widened, and blood silently flowed from the corners of their mouth. What the hell is he doing? The clone coughed, and more blood flowed out. While running away, Su-Luo threw the shield again. Because of the clone, the shield didn't need to maintain its defensive function. The shield flew out, knocking down several mercenaries once again. Li-Si glared at Su-Luo, as well as the shield in his hand. He gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, "This speed, this shield's attack moves. It's you, Steve Rogers. You damn Captain America. You damn guy. What are you doing here? Kill him for me." The attack towards Su-Luo became even more fierce. A large number of bullets were unleashed, seemingly surrounding Su-Luo from all directions. Su-Luo quickly used a clone to defend himself. Fortunately, the clone's body was tall enough to completely cover him. Psst, psst, psst. Bullets shot out from within the clone's body. Blood gushed from the corner of the clone's mouth, as if it were free. Su-Luo whispered, "It's okay, you won't die. Just suffer a bit." The clone couldn't speak, only able to stare at the masked person in front of him. The clone had never experienced such intense emotional fluctuations before. Angry but powerless, he felt extremely frustrated. This was an emotion he had never felt before. At this moment, Donald rushed towards Su-Luo and punched him, saying, "Captain America, don't bring trouble upon yourself, offending us Essex. You better get out of here." Otherwise, you'll regret it. Whoosh. Then something faster than Donald's iron fist. A shield came from the side and collided with Donald's body, sending Donald flying. Immediately, it rebounded onto Su Luo. The people around took a slight breath when they saw this scene. This ability to calculate was simply terrifying. It actually calculated the attacking range, even for someone running. Su Luo continued to sprint, heading towards his motorcycle. Just at this moment, Les shouted, "Bring out the heavy weapons, we must stop them." The mercenaries beside him hesitated, saying, "But he has X-24 in his hands, it's company property. If we destroy it, the company will be furious." Les gritted his teeth. X-24 has self-healing ability. It won't die. We'll just have to spend more time recovering. We absolutely cannot let the other party take X-24 away. This is our latest genetic weapon, and there is still a large amount of experimental data that has not been recorded. We absolutely cannot afford to fail and start over from scratch. Donald climbed up from the ground, his whole body in pain. He swallowed a mouthful of blood and fiercely shouted, "Heavy weapons! Listen to Dr. Les's orders." The mercenaries quickly lifted a rocket launcher from the car, preparing to aim at Su Luo. Su Luo heard the sound from behind. He swiftly hung the shield back on his backpack and quickly drew his pistol from his waist. Turning his head, he instantly locked onto the enemy who had taken out the rocket launcher. Just as the enemy was about to aim, he fired a shot towards the back. Bang! A bullet accurately hit the enemy's forehead. In the moment of death, the enemy accidentally pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The shell shot out, flying towards the ground beside Su Luo. Seeing this, Su Luo's eyes narrowed. Shit! He quickly positioned the clone in front of him. Boom! An explosion. Because it was closer to Su Luo, the strong shockwave directly threw Su Luo and the clone into the air. They flew forward for a while. Both of them landed near the motorcycle. Su Luo felt as if his whole body was falling apart, his face twisted in pain, looking somewhat ferocious. He took a shallow breath. Feels kind of refreshing. As for the clone beside him, its back was facing the explosion, bloody and looking much worse than Su Luo. The original text is already injured, and now it's even worse. Su Luo exclaimed, "Thank goodness you're here." The immobilized clone stared at Su Luo, as if trying to kill him with his eyes. His chest heaved violently, and blood constantly flowed from the corners of his mouth. It can be seen that the clone is currently in a highly emotional state. Su Luo comforted him, saying, "It's okay, you'll be fine in a while." Upon hearing this, the clone became even angrier. He let out an angry growl from his throat. Su Luo completely ignored him. He lifted him up and stepped onto the motorcycle. With a loud rumble, the throttle was opened. The motorcycle sped away, kicking up a trail of dust, like a long ribbon, fluttering behind a motorcycle. Damn it, we can't let them escape. Drive and chase them. Upon seeing this, Les's eyes turned bloodshot, and he stomped his feet in anger. Yes, yes. The group quickly ran towards the car. Just at that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two things flew off the motorcycle and shot towards the convoy. A few people with sharp eyes immediately recognized the shape of those things. F***K. They're grenades. Take cover. Grenades. Evade. Get down. Quickly get down. Two grenade-like objects fell among the convoy, just when everyone thought that two small explosions were about to occur. Buzz. Buzz. Two hand grenades emitted two low buzzing sounds. An invisible shockwave was released. Inside the car, some monitoring devices instantly shut down and went black. The cars that were still running suddenly stalled and stopped buzzing. Lysy saw that the bomb didn't explode, and his pupils contracted. Damn it, this isn't an ordinary hand grenade. He quickly ran towards the car, wanting to start it. But he failed. Looking at the dashboard, it was also pitch black. No matter how he tried to start it, it wouldn't work. Lysy grabbed his hair. Damn it, Captain America is using an electromagnetic pulse weapon. He damaged the engine of our car. Damn it, to make an electromagnetic pulse weapon in such a small shape, Yet with such great power, it must be extremely advanced technology. How could Captain America have such technology? It must have been given to him by Tony Stark. Only a top genius like Tony Stark could create such an electromagnetic pulse weapon. It's really you, Captain America. Don't think that you've hidden your identity. I know it's you. Lysie roared in anger. Captain America, you will pay for your actions. One of the mercenaries next to him spoke up. We still have Caliban. As long as we call for backup, we can lock on to X-24 and retrieve him. Saying that, he quickly took out his phone, only to find that it was blacked out. Fool, even your phone can be destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse weapon. Dr. Lysie was furious and helpless. Donald quickly went to check the other cars, and they were all destroyed. He went inside the house, hoping to contact someone, but he found that the communication facilities were also damaged. Donald walked out and punched the wall, creating a dent. Damn it! The range of this electromagnetic pulse is quite large. Electronic devices within a radius of 50 meters have all been destroyed. He looked at the vast and uninhabited farm and gritted his teeth, saying, "This is the countryside, very remote, and there's no way to find people or cars. Many American farmers have spacious land. After all, the land is vast and sparsely populated. Moreover, with agricultural automation, even a family can handle things on a large field through high-tech farming tools." Dr. Rice clenched his fist, veins popping on his forehead. This guy came prepared. He calculated everything. He prepared an electromagnetic pulse weapon in advance, causing us to lose our cars and communication devices, so we can't track him. What a clever plan. He must have been planning for a long time. Actually, Dr. Rice misunderstood Sue Luo. This situation was not planned by Sue Luo. After all, he didn't expect the plot to reach the old age of Wolverine. He prepared the electromagnetic pulse weapon initially just to prevent HYDRA's exoskeleton soldiers. He didn't plan to involve the Essex Company from the beginning. It was only after arriving here that he planned everything and cut off Essex's communication and transportation means. It can only be said that everything was a coincidence. Donald looked at his men and said, "Let's go. 2 people come with me to find a car. The sooner we find a car, the sooner we can track down X-24. Yes, the group of mercenaries replied. Saying that, Donald took 2 or 3 people and ran towards the rural road outside, preparing to escape to the main road in the distance to find a car and a phone. Sue Luo's motorcycle sped along the rural road. 15 minutes later, he finally rushed from the remote countryside to the main road. On the main road, he looked back at the X-24 clone, whose hands and feet were firmly locked by magnetic handcuffs. The injuries on the clone's back were almost healed. The injuries to his eyes were also mostly recovered. There was no blood in the corners of his mouth. It seems that it won't be long before you regain your ability to move, Sue Luo said. The clone heard this and stared at Sue Luo, as if saying, "You're finished when I recover." Sue Luo looked at the clone and said, "I can't let you regain your ability to move. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. After all, those steel claws of yours still have some power." Saying that, he took out a small button from his pocket. "Perfect, the thing I prepared is just right." In order to keep Wolverine in check, Sue Luo had long prepared a paralysis button with neurotoxin. Neurotoxin, it was something that could paralyze even the later stages of Thor. Definitely, his neurotoxin might not be as good as the Grandmaster's neurotoxin used to paralyze Thor, but it was more than enough to deal with the Wolverine clone. Seeing the button in Sue Luo's hand, the clone looked at the button in Sue Luo's hand and was slightly stunned. Immediately, a bad feeling surged up in his heart. He had a strange premonition that if he was hit by this thing, he would be completely finished. The clone roared in his throat, trying to stop Sue Luo's actions. But he couldn't move. However, under intense emotions, his body began to tremble, as if struggling with all his might. Sue Luo comforted him, saying, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt, it just makes you quiet." Saying that, he pressed the button on the clone's neck. The next moment, 3 needle tubes emerged from the button and pierced into the neck of the clone. A trace of neurotoxin was injected into the clone's body. The neurotoxin instantly rushed into his nervous system, rapidly expanding and instantly dominating the clone's entire neural network. The struggling clone suddenly became motionless, as if frozen. The clone felt something strange in his body, and a hint of fear finally emerged in his pupils. He looked at the masked man in front of him, looking at the calm eyes of the other person, and for the first time, he felt fear towards another person. He felt that the person in front of him was incredibly terrifying. It was as if in front of him was not a person, but a devil. Su Luo saw this, and a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Very good. The peak Wolverine is finally in my hands. Buzz. He started the motorcycle again, according to the map in his mind. He raced towards the east. Next, I just need to find a place. Then I can make use of the self-healing factor you have given me. On the other side, Donald and the others wasted a lot of time before reaching the main road outside. Then they quickly intercepted a car, took the other person's phone, and made a call to the company, asking them to send a new convoy. After making the call, Donald and the others drove back to the farmhouse and took Caliban and Dr. Rice. This time, Caliban didn't die, and instead of following the plot, he stole a few grenades and found a few shields. When Donald and the others returned to the main road again, Dr. Rice's face turned dark, and he said, "Caliban, sense X-24 for me." Caliban closed his eyes and sensed, then shook his head. They have already gone beyond a range of 20 miles. I can no longer sense their trace. Hearing this, Dr. Rice clenched his fist. X-24, my latest research achievement. That damn guy. I swear, Steve Rogers, you will pay the price. New York. Due to Ultron's Sokovia incident, countless civilians were injured and killed, so the Avengers Alliance is currently facing criticism from the international community. Just like the other team members, Captain America has been staying in one of Tony's buildings recently and rarely goes out. It can be considered as temporarily cutting off contact with the outside world. He was originally overlooking New York when he suddenly sneezed. Then he felt a slight chill behind him and shivered. Falcon next to him said, "Looks like someone is cursing at you." Captain America smiled bitterly. "I feel like it's not just cursing. The other party also wants to kill me." Captain America sighed. "I never expected that the Sokovia incident would make someone want to kill me." Falcon remained silent. Captain America didn't know. The person who is targeting him is not because of the Sokovia incident, but because an invisible blame has been placed on his head. Trouble comes from above. Falcon spoke. "Captain America, be careful when you go out recently, so you don't end up in trouble." Captain America nodded. "I'll be more careful recently." Donald looked at Dr. Les and said, "Doctor, we can't track down X-24 for now. What should we do next?" "I have already reported the situation regarding X-24 and asked the intelligence department to track it," Dr. Les replied. "So, should we wait for the intelligence department's information and then go after X-24? Or should we deal with X-23 first?" Donald asked. After hearing the other party's words, Dr. Les took a deep breath. He then said, "We don't know how long we'll have to wait for the intelligence department's information. Let's deal with X-23 first. In addition, report to the company immediately and have them investigate Steve Rogers." Donald nodded. Dr. Les said, "Let's go, continue heading north." "Isn't X-23 supposed to go to Eden?" Donald asked. "We'll go there to find them." Donald turned to the driver and said, "Let's go. Head towards Eden." "Yes," the driver responded. Boom. The car raced towards the north, heading towards the border. At this moment, Su Luo's motorcycle was speeding toward the coastal city in the east. The two sides were heading in completely different directions. The night was as dark as ink. On a road leading to the northern border, there was silence. Only the rumbling sound of a car broke the stillness of the world. But this lone rumble only made the silence of the world more apparent, as if the whole world had fallen into a deep sleep. The car's headlights shone, trying to fight against the loneliness of the night, but it was futile. The thick, unbreakable loneliness flowed in this endless night. In the car, the elderly Wolverine, covered in scars, was driving. His eyes were lifeless, devoid of even sorrow. He just stared blankly ahead at the darkness. In Wolverine's eyes at that moment, there was no glimmer of light, because his last dear friend had also died. Beside him, in the passenger seat, was the bloodied X-23. Her eyes were still sharp, her face still stubborn, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. In fact, X-23 was technically Wolverine's daughter, as she was created using Wolverine's genes. X-23 looked at Wolverine and remained silent for a while. Then she turned her head to look at the darkness outside and said, "When you were fighting just now, I saw someone in the bushes." Wolverine didn't say anything. X-23 continued, "Before Charles died, I heard his voice in my head. He said there was someone outside, without hostility. He said that person might be the key to changing the fate of mutants." X-23 paused for a moment. "In the bushes, it seemed like I saw him, because in his eyes, there was no hostility towards us, just calmness." Upon hearing X-23 mention Charles, Wolverine fell silent. After a long while, he asked, "Charles, did he tell you who that person is?" Suluo. A name fell into the rumbling and silent night, as if silently falling into the roaring tide of destiny. Donald switched to the car sent by the company and rushed towards the border at high speed. In the end, they caught up with X-23 and the others before they crossed the border. Through a drone, they saw X-23 and the other mutant children walking through the forest. But Wolverine was not among them, because X-23 and the others were planning to cross the border and go to a sanctuary in Canada. And Wolverine had no intention of going, so when X-23 and the others left, they didn't wake up the sleeping Wolverine. Dr. Les saw X-23 and the others walking and narrowed his eyes. Finally found them, X-23s. Donald looked at the recent information sent by the company. He looked at Dr. Les and said, "I just received information from the company. Captain America's whereabouts have disappeared recently. He completely disappeared from the public eye and completely concealed his whereabouts." Upon hearing Donald's words, Dr. Les let out a sigh. "It seems that the person who took X-24 is no longer on the run. It's Rogers. He has hidden his identity and tracking traces." Dr. Les gritted his teeth slightly. "Continue investigating Rogers' whereabouts. As soon as he shows up, we'll go find him." Donald nodded. "Okay." Dr. Les spoke up. "Let's start by killing those little ones." "Yes." Immediately, Donald and the hired team got out of the car and rushed towards the little wolf girl and the others. Holding guns and bullets, they attacked them, seeing the little wolf girl and the others in imminent danger. At this moment, a temporarily revitalized beast rushed out from behind and charged towards the mercenaries. Its movements were swift, like an arrow leaving the bow. Its steel claws were hard, easily piercing through the mercenaries' bulletproof vests and helmets. Soon enough, those mercenaries fell down. Wolverine, covered in blood, caught up with the little wolf girl and the others, leading them towards the northern border. This was Wolverine injected with mutant serum. When leaving, the mutant child left a bottle of green mutant serum for Wolverine. It temporarily stimulated Wolverine's vitality, allowing him to save the little wolf girl and the others in time. This time, because of Suluo's intervention, the clone did not enter this chase. So Wolverine did not encounter a formidable opponent he couldn't defeat. Therefore, this time, the old Wolverine did not die. He survived and took the little wolf girl and the others to a sanctuary in Canada. Before entering the tunnel at the border, Wolverine looked back at the world behind him. He looked at his own hands. With a soft sound, adamantium claws pierced out. He murmured, "Perhaps I should continue to live, and maybe it's time to let go of these claws." After saying that, he turned around and led the little wolf girl and the other mutant children into the tunnel, stepping into an unknown future. In the car behind, Dr. Les watched Wolverine and the others leave, letting out a painful roar. He could have taken down these guys because he possessed the powerful weapon X-24, but unexpectedly, X-24 was intercepted halfway. Damn it, it's all because of Rogers. Rogers. Amidst the roar, there was deep-seated hatred that was etched into his heart. On the road, A car was speeding. A motorcycle was hanging on top of the car. The driver of the car was a man wearing a mask, his black eyes calm and steady. This person was Su Luo. He had stolen a gang member's car on the way. There was no choice. Riding a motorcycle with a bound person was too conspicuous. On his phone's browser, he was searching for the mastermind behind the S.H.I.E.L.D. group. After the search was complete, he looked at the browser. However, the search failed. He did not find out who the S.H.I.E.L.D. group really is from the internet. After all, he was still curious about the origin of this S.H.I.E.L.D. group. It only showed that this business giant is a biotech conglomerate with a global reach in everyday food and deep involvement in the field of genetically modified organisms. In the movie, it seems that the origin of the S.H.I.E.L.D. group was not revealed either. The only thing Su Luo knew was Dr. Lee's. His father, Dr. Del Lee's, was in charge of the X-Weapon program and was later killed by the escaped Wolverine. In the end, Dr. Lee's followed his father's footsteps and joined the S.H.I.E.L.D. group, reopening the X-Weapon program to exterminate all mutants and create new mutant weapons. This is definitely not something Lee's could plan. After all, Lee's is just a researcher with slightly better abilities. In Su Luo's opinion, there must be a mastermind behind this extermination plan. He created the massive S.H.I.E.L.D. group and then used it to control global food security, silently strangling mutants. At the same time, while exterminating mutants, he also didn't forget to create mutant weapons. This person behind the scenes is definitely not an ordinary person. He must have strong ambitions and abilities. By taking away X-24 this time, he has already made enemies with the S.H.I.E.L.D. group. Although it hasn't been exposed yet, it may be exposed one day. At that time, he may face retaliation from the S.H.I.E.L.D. group. So Su Luo wanted to understand this company first, to understand the existence behind it. But in the end, he didn't find what he wanted. Su Luo drove the car and murmured, "So, who is behind S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Bang! The car passed through a pothole, causing the whole car to shake. In the trunk, there was a loud noise, and the things inside were also hit. Su Luo didn't care and said, "It's nothing, just a pothole." Inside the trunk, impotent anger brewed in the trunk. Su Luo looked at the road ahead. Now Su Luo is heading to New York. The reason for getting to New York is that there are more resources and it is more suitable for his research. Next, he will first obtain a fake identity in New York. Believing that in a bustling and sinful city like New York, this kind of thing should be relatively easy to obtain. Without a fake identity, many things he does will be more troublesome, such as renting a house and so on. In addition, he also needs to obtain some equipment and a house in order to further his research. After all, without the necessary resources, he can't achieve much. Once these are settled, he can start researching the self-healing factor of clones. Buzz! Su Luo stepped on the accelerator. The car rushed forward, heading towards a farther place. S.H.I.E.L.D. group headquarters. Deep underground, in the depths of a laboratory, it was dim and damp. In that darkness, there was a faint figure. Outside the laboratory, some executives of the company stood, looking extremely respectful, watching the depths of the laboratory. In the depths of darkness, a cold voice sounded, "The pursuit failed, and you lost X-24? You guys are really useless." A hand wearing black gloves reached out, raising the index finger. "Find me Steve Rogers and retrieve the company's assets." "Yes," the executives below hurriedly responded. Immediately after, the executives left this place. The outskirts of New York. Su Luo looked at his phone. Not long ago, he sent an email to Klaus. He wanted to borrow some money from Klaus, expressing his desire to purchase some equipment and rent a house. After all, Su Luo didn't have much money at the moment. If he wanted to buy equipment or rent a house, he would need a considerable amount of money. So he wanted to borrow some money from Klaus and pay it back in the future. In addition, he also asked Klaus about the place to obtain a fake identity in New York. After all, Su Luo believed that Klaus should be familiar with this kind of situation. And now, he received an email from Klaus. "Brother, I also have a safe house in New York. The address is Hell's Kitchen, 314 Landing Avenue. You can go there directly. It has a complete set of research equipment and abundant resources. The safe in the house contains 20 million US dollars. You can use the equipment inside the house as you please. As for the money in the safe, consider it as a loan from me, an investment in you. When you arrive, send me an email, and I will give you a real-time verification code. As for the issue of obtaining a fake identity that you mentioned, you've asked the right person. As someone who frequently deals with high-end goods, I always have several fake identities on me. You can go to 23 Black Duck Street in Queens. It's a place specifically for obtaining fake identities. It costs 50,000 US dollars for one fake identity, the kind that is indistinguishable from the real one, and it will be entered into the authority system. Looking at the email information on his phone, Su Luo murmured, "Thank you, Klaus. You've directly solved the problem of the house and equipment for me. Don't worry, I will pay you back the money soon." Saying that, he looked at his phone. There was a piece of news on it about Osborne Corporation. A few days ago, due to the failure of Norman Osborn's new product research and the loss of military support, the stock plummeted instantly. And Norman Osborn was directly kicked out of the company by the board of directors due to his decision-making mistakes, causing Norman Osborn to lose his own company. Norman Osborn is the future Green Goblin. Or maybe he already is. Su Luo didn't know. He didn't care about Osborn. He cared about Osborne Corporation. With Osborne Corporation's stock hitting rock bottom, it was a good opportunity to buy low. Although Osborne Corporation's market value was not good, its original capital was still very strong. It possessed extremely advanced biological equipment and a large amount of biological knowledge and patents. In addition, Osborne Corporation also possessed the extraordinary spider that bit Peter Parker. That was the origin of Peter Parker's journey to becoming a superhero. It contains rich biological knowledge. Originally, the extraordinary spider was part of his plan. After all, after obtaining the ability to survive, a stronger self-defense ability is needed. Spider ability is such an ability, the easiest to obtain, and has great potential. If fully developed, it will have terrifying power on the scale of hundreds of tons. It is almost comparable to the early Hulk and Abomination. As long as the spider ability is developed to the extreme, it will be enough for him to deal with many things. If he can acquire Osborn, he will save a lot of work without the need to steal the extraordinary spider or start from scratch with research, and so on. Therefore, Su Luo is ready to bottom out Osborn's company, and when it is on the verge of bankruptcy, at the lowest price, he will take it over. Coincidentally, Cloud gave him a very generous amount of money. Moreover, as long as he acquires Osborn's company, he can easily revive Osborn by slightly improving some of Osborn's technology or the technology in his hands. This will allow him to receive generous rewards. By then, he can repay the debt he borrowed from Cloud. But next, he needs to get a fake identity first, otherwise it will be difficult to proceed. After all, his original identity is unusable, but in modern society, many things require an identity, otherwise it's not easy to handle. The money he has on him is just enough to get a fake identity. Thinking of this, he put his phone back in his pocket and drove towards the Queens area of New York. During the rush, a motorcycle came from the front. A man glanced at Su Luo. Su Luo also glanced at the other party. Then the two vehicles passed each other. Su Luo's mind flashed the other person's face and murmured, "Baron Zemo. New York is really small. Just wandering around, you can meet someone with a head and a face." Baron Zemo. His family died in the Sokovia incident, so he resented the members of the Avengers Alliance. He eventually planned a series of events, triggering the civil war within the Avengers Alliance, hoping to make the members of the Avengers Alliance kill each other. Su Luo really didn't expect. Just arrived in New York and met such a person. He looked at himself in the mirror, with a mask and sunglasses, his face mostly covered. He understood that he needed to learn some makeup techniques, otherwise, always covering his face would not be a solution. Whoosh! The car headed towards New York, towards this bustling and contradictory city filled with a lot of evil. Soon, he arrived at the place to get a fake identity. It was in an alley, a relatively secluded place. There were no signs outside, and behind the door was a curtain. Pushing aside the curtain and entering, he saw the situation inside. The space inside was narrow and messy. In the corner, there was a workbench. There were several computers on the workbench. A man with messy hair was sitting behind it, typing on the keyboard. "What do you want?" The man didn't look up. Su Luo spoke. 50,000, a new identity. "Oh, it seems like you were introduced by someone you know. You're quite familiar with this place." The man glanced at Su Luo. "Give money, take a photo, get an identity." The man sniffed. Su Luo took out a stack of money from his backpack and placed it on the table. "Count it." The man put the money into a counting machine. Clatter, clatter. Soon the money was counted. After receiving the money, the man started to act, taking photos of Su Luo while talking. "The identities I provide here are basically foolproof, because the identity information here is real. Just that these identity information belongs to missing persons. I will turn their information into yours, modify the photos in their systems, and let you continue to live under their identities. As long as you don't do anything stupid, there shouldn't be any problems." After taking the photo, the other person started working at lightning speed. The keyboard clacked and clattered. In no time at all, a brand new ID card was placed in Su Luo's hand. The profile picture looked about 70 to 80% similar to Su Luo. The speed was beyond Su Luo's imagination. "You're quite efficient." "Of course, efficiency is life to me." Holding the new ID, Su Luo said, "From now on, I am Li Luo. With this new identity, everything he did would be more convenient. He could even go and take down Osborne Corporation with this identity." The other person waved his hand and said, "Goodbye, brother." With the item in hand, Su Luo left. He needed to go to the safe house and study the self-healing factor. Outside on the street, a car was parked with a motorcycle tied on top. 2 or 3 men were gathered around the car. One of them spoke, "This car looks really good, and there's a decent-looking motorcycle on top. If we take this car, we can get a good amount of money." "All right, I'll unlock this door." Saying that, one person took out a specialized lock-picking tool and prepared to open it. Just at that moment, a calm and powerful voice sounded from them. "That's my car." The group turned their heads. They saw a man wearing sunglasses. Seeing the owner had arrived, the thieves not only didn't panic, but even took out weapons, either iron rods or daggers. The thief with the iron rod said, "You brat, get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll show you." Seeing this, Su Luo's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder it's New York, the city of sin, the legendary Gotham City. The people here are truly straightforward. When stealing a car doesn't work, they resort to direct robbery, fully understanding the concept of escalating crimes. He took a step forward, his expression unchanged, calmly saying, "Get lost." Hearing this, the thieves' faces instantly turned dark. "Are you looking to die?" Saying that, they charged towards Su Luo. Just at that moment, a graceful figure rushed out. Golden hair fluttered, with a touch of pink at the tips. Bang! 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 Several powerful kicks were unleashed. Immediately, the thieves were sent flying, letting out cries of pain. A light hum came. "You guys are truly seeking death, robbing in broad daylight." The thieves quickly got up and ran away. The person who made the move turned around. It was a slender and elegant girl. She had a delicate appearance, with big, bright eyes, and carried a guitar on her back. She smiled, revealing 2 dimples. "Are you all right, friend?" Su Luo had intended to take action, but unexpectedly someone beat him to it. This was the first time someone had helped him. It made him feel slightly uncomfortable. He nodded and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for your help." The girl's smile became even brighter. "It's nothing. I enjoy helping others. Goodbye, friend. I wish you a pleasant afternoon in the Queen's District." With that, she adjusted the strap of her guitar and prepared to leave gracefully. Looking at the girl's hair color, Su Luo was reminded of a character from Marvel, but he wasn't sure if it was the same person. After all, in theory, there shouldn't be such a character in the Marvel universe. But considering that this world has integrated mutants, it's possible that character could be integrated as well. So he casually asked, "Since you helped me, can I ask for your name?" The girl blinked at him. "Gwen." After saying that, she left, like the wind, coming and going lightly. Hearing this name, and comparing it to the girl's hair color, Su Luo basically guessed the girl's identity. Ghost Spider Gwen. Su Luo got into his car, started the engine, and drove away. He murmured, "I didn't expect it to be Ghost Spider Gwen. I just don't know if she has become Ghost Spider now." After all, from what he saw of Gwen's movements just now, they were at the speed and strength of an ordinary person. So he didn't know if she had become Ghost Spider. He turned the steering wheel, made a turn, and continued driving towards his destination. He looked at the scenery outside the window and murmured, "Sure enough, it's New York. I haven't been here for half a day, and I've already encountered two well-known figures. Indeed, coming here was the right choice. I can find what I want faster here." In a corner, those three thieves emerged, watching Su Luo's car drive away. One of them squinted and said, "Such a good car. This guy must be an easy target." Another person spoke, "Definitely an easy target. We can't miss this opportunity. If it wasn't for that damn woman just now, we might have succeeded." That damn woman. Now this fat sheep got away. A voice interrupted. Who said that? The thin man who had taken out professional lock-picking tools took out his phone. He tapped a few times, and a GPS system popped up. The other two widened their eyes. "What's this?" The thin man smiled proudly. "GPS system. I had placed a tracking button on the bottom of that car from the beginning. So, this guy can't escape from us. I used to work at Stark Industries. Although I was fired for theft, I still have my abilities." The other two chuckled. "Meeting us. This guy can only consider himself unlucky. Let's go. Follow him and see where this guy lives." They were about to get in the car and leave. When they saw two people approaching, one of them looked dejected. Immediately, the other person made a sarcastic remark. "Oh, isn't this the great thief Scott? How come you're out of prison? And isn't this Lewis next to you? How come you're hanging out with Scott again? Aren't you afraid both of you will end up back inside?" Perhaps thieves in the same profession are enemies, so the three of them mocked Scott and Lewis, who were also thieves. Scott, with a dejected look, clenched his fist in response to the other party's mockery. But he didn't dare to act because he knew that the three people in front of him were gang members, and they were crazy. If he provoked them, it wouldn't end well. He had only recently been released from prison and couldn't afford to cause trouble. Beside him, Lewis quickly pulled his friend away and whispered, "Don't bother with them. It's not worth it." If Su Luo were here, he would be able to recognize him. The dejected person is none other than the future Ant-Man. The group of car thieves continued to mock the two as they walked away. After doing all this, the car thieves felt much better, and the frustration from Gwen's scolding had dissipated. "Let's go. Let's not bother with this waste. Let's go find that unlucky guy." Yes, finding the fat sheep is more important. I have a good feeling about this. We're going to make a big profit this time. Hearing this, the group of people all showed satisfied smiles. They immediately hailed a taxi and followed the GPS to their destination. Shortly after, Su Luo arrived at his destination. He arrived at the location of Claw in New York. It was an independent small villa with a fence around it and a small courtyard inside. Looking at the small villa in front of him, Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect this safe house to be so high profile. A mansion in the bustling city. This is a bit too conspicuous." Su Luo clicked his tongue in amazement. He got out of the car and approached the door, entering the temporary password sent by Claw into the electronic lock. Verification successful. Initiating iris data collection. Unlocking owner mode. You will have free access to any area of this house in the future. Detecting that you have a car, opening the gate. Rows of words appeared on the electronic screen. The gate opened immediately. Su Luo drove in and parked the car in the parking space. After doing all this, he excitedly opened the trunk. After all, the research was finally about to begin. The clone lay motionless like a stone. Only its eyes could move. The clone stared at Su Luo intently. Seeing Su Luo's eager gaze, the clone X-24 swallowed nervously, feeling extremely uneasy. Su Luo comforted, "Don't be nervous. It's just a small experiment." After saying that, Su Luo lifted the clone and walked towards the house. Claw had already sent him the layout of the house, so he walked into the basement with ease. The basement was a tool room, equipped with tools and equipment similar to another safe house. quite complete. Su Luo placed the clone on the steel experimental table. Using magnetic handcuffs, he firmly shackled the clone to the table. For magnetic handcuffs, locked onto the steel, even if the clone's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person, it couldn't break free. This way, even if the neurotoxin runs out, I don't have to worry about you running away. Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. The clone on the experimental table became increasingly terrified. Su Luo took out a sharp surgical knife from the side. Let's test your recovery ability first. Saying that, he made a cut towards the clone. The three car thieves finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the villa in front of them, the group of them smiled knowingly. Indeed, it's a big fat sheep. After colliding with three car thieves, Scott and Lewis left in silence. They walked on the street, their faces not looking good. Scott clenched his fist. Those damn guys. I really want to punch them. Lewis smiled bitterly. The two of us can't win against them. After all, they are gang members who are used to fighting. And it seems like they have some connection with the Hand, the secretive and powerful Japanese organization. It's not something we, powerless small-time crooks, can afford to provoke. Speaking of this, Lewis sighed. Scott was taken aback. The Hand? Are you talking about that secretive and powerful Japanese organization in Hell's Kitchen? Lewis nodded. Hearing this, Scott smiled bitterly. Whether it's fighting alone or comparing power, we can't compare to them. Lewis continued. I can see that you don't look good. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Scott's expression became gloomy. I got fired because of my criminal record. My boss fired me. Hearing this, Lewis patted Scott's shoulder and sighed. Then he said, Then think about our situation again. We still need to make money, don't we? Scott replied in a hoarse voice, I'll think about it. He looked around. Tall buildings reflected the bright sunlight, filled with the vibrancy of New York. But all of this seemed unrelated to him, Scott. He was just a stain in this dreamlike and bustling city. On the other side, in the basement of a safe house, Su Luo was conducting research on the clone. Wearing white surgical gloves, he cut open the clone's body, testing the healing process at different depths. At the same time, he recorded the data on the computer next to him. The keyboard was constantly being tapped. Cutting the epidermis only takes 15 seconds to heal. Cutting the deltoid muscle only takes 60 seconds to heal. Cutting the anterior tibial muscle only takes 55 seconds to heal. Su Luo continued to experiment and constantly entered data on the keyboard. I still have to personally tap the keyboard and enter data. The equipment here is not very intelligent. If it were Iron Man's set of equipment, with artificial intelligence assistance, the AI would automatically record, and most of the work could be completed through conversation. That would be true efficiency. Su Luo sighed. My efficiency is still too low. It seems that I need to upgrade my related equipment in the future, but that has to wait until I acquire Osborne's company. After all, only by acquiring Osborne can I have enough resources to upgrade the equipment. While muttering to himself, Su Luo continued to work. On the operating table, the clone's body was covered in blood stains, with some wounds still healing, grotesque and terrifying, with red flesh protruding. His forehead was covered in sweat, his lips constantly trembling, and his body still somewhat stiff. He looked at Su Luo with fear in his eyes. What he was most worried about was ending up in an irreparable state. And now, this situation had actually happened. The clone looked at the man in front of him, fear filling his eyes, especially when he saw him performing surgery and talking to himself. That was what scared the clone the most. Su Luo glanced at the clone. This neurotoxin is even better than I imagined. It's been so long, and it still works. He continued, Sorry, when one person is constantly doing research, they can't always be tense. So, occasionally, they need to say something to relax their nerves. Although it may look terrifying, like a pervert. But don't worry, I am mentally stable. Everything is under control. You don't need to be afraid. Listening to Su Luo's words, the clone became even more fearful. His lips trembled even more intensely. Su Luo looked at the wounds on the clone's body and said, Your self-healing ability is not good. Next, I will start analyzing your genes." His eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. "Once I decipher your genome, I will be able to obtain your ability." He dropped a drop of the clone's blood onto an electron microscope. Immediately, a double helix structure appeared before his eyes. It was two strands of deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, coiling around a common central axis, forming a double helix structure, which is the DNA inside the body. DNA, also known as deoxyribonucleic acid, is a complex organic compound with a molecular structure. It is a long polymer composed of repeating nucleotide units, with a width of 2.2 to 2.6 nanometers, and each nucleotide monomer measuring 0.33 nanometers in length. It exists as a component of chromosomes in the cell nucleus. Its function is to store genetic information. This genetic information is the source of the mutant's powerful abilities. He then zoomed in, and the double helix DNA appeared in a larger perspective, revealing a more high-level structure. It was a superstructure of DNA formed by further twisting, coiling, and folding of the double helix. Helical, coiled, folded, forming a complex superhelix. Su Luo understood. It is this high-level structure that influences the function of DNA and makes mutants different. Deciphering such a large genome is giving me a headache. Su Luo felt a slight headache. After all, the genes inside the body are extremely vast. He couldn't help but think of Essex Corporation. Since Essex Corporation can create new mutants, they must have very mature genetic technology. If I can get it, I can save a lot of effort. Unfortunately, I can't get it now. I can only do it myself, starting from scratch. Su Luo sighed. Also, to analyze these genomes, I need some test subjects to observe the effects and analyze their functions. Later, I will go to the market and buy some test subjects, Su Luo said as he began to analyze and record the genome in front of him. Outside the house, 3 car thieves were standing at the gate. One of them, who had worked at Stark Industries, took out a computer and connected it to the gate system. It can be said that he truly lived up to his reputation of having skills, having worked at Stark Industries. Soon, with the car thieves tapping, creak, the gate opened. The 3 of them were extremely excited. "We did it. Let's go. Let's go in and make a fortune." Several thieves wearing hoods and masks immediately entered the courtyard. They were carrying wrenches, daggers, and other tools for self-defense. Even the thin man who opened the door had his hand on his waist, where there was a gun. As they entered, the thief saw a car parked in the courtyard. Seeing this, the thin man chuckled softly. "When we leave, we can take this car with us. It's a perfect getaway vehicle. After we escape, we can even sell it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." The other 2 also chuckled softly. "With this car, we can take away more things. Yes, we can fleece this fat sheep for more wool." The thin man spoke. "Let's be careful not to alert the fat sheep. If he calls the police, our plan could be ruined." His companion nodded. "You're right." They looked inside. A 3-story exquisite small building stood there, with intricate carvings and beautiful paintings. "Wow, this house is really beautiful. Damn, these rich people live so comfortably. I can't bear not to fleece this fat sheep properly. F***K. It's so unfair. If I encounter that fat sheep, I must beat him up. Why does he get to live in such a nice house?" The few of them muttered enviously and jealously. They sneaked toward the house. Because the thin man had previously tampered with the security system when he broke in, they didn't encounter any alarms along the way. Using specialized lock-picking tools, the thin man opened the door and walked in. As they entered, everyone's eyes sharpened. The furniture and decorations inside were of the highest quality, grand and majestic, exuding a classical beauty that was very pleasing to the eye. All the furniture was top-notch. "Wow, this sofa is definitely custom-made by a top Italian workshop. So comfortable." The thin man gently stroked the genuine leather of the sofa, showing a sense of enjoyment. Another person touched the carpet. "This carpet is definitely handmade, and it's very well made. It looks expensive at first glance. A whole wall of murals, a depiction of heaven, These angels are so lifelike and realistic. It's art. Looking at these things, the few of them had stars in their eyes. We hit the jackpot. We really hit the jackpot this time. This guy is so rich. We're going to make a fortune. They circled around the entire room, filled with excitement. Everything in this house, from the furniture to the decorations, exuded a sense of luxury. They also went upstairs, where the luxury continued. The few of them felt like they had hit the jackpot. But soon, their brows furrowed. One thief gritted his teeth. We've been searching for so long, and I haven't seen a single bit of cash or treasure, just these expensive furniture and decorations. Another person said, "There's no cash or gold. Are we supposed to steal these furniture? These furniture are bulky. It's difficult to steal them." He clenched his fist, and, after going around in circles, we haven't seen the fat sheep's figure. Where is he? Did he go out? The thin man looked at the surroundings, also furrowing his brow tightly. This house is so luxurious. There must be some money here. This doesn't make sense. Normally, in such a wealthy house, there would be hundreds of thousands, if not more. But there isn't even a safe. It's abnormal. No, there must be a safe here. There's money. The thin man looked around, confident in his statement. "But we searched the entire house and didn't find anything," said the companion. "There's only one possibility, then. There must be a hidden room here, and the things are hidden inside the hidden room." The thin man looked around, squinting his eyes slightly. "Once we find the hidden room, we will find the money." Upon hearing this, the people around them all brightened up. "Let's search." Immediately, a group of people started searching the room. Soon enough, the thin man found traces of the entrance to the hidden room. He tapped on a wall and found that the sound was slightly clearer than the others, instantly brightening his eyes. "I found it. The sound here is clearer, which means this is not a solid wall. Behind this wall, there must be something hidden. The switch should be nearby." The other two quickly ran over to help. Soon enough, one of the companions felt an inconspicuous groove. He pressed it, and a display screen appeared. The thin man quickly connected to it and started cracking the code. After a few tens of seconds, a creaking sound was heard. The wall opened up. A deep spiral passage leading underground was revealed. Seeing this scene, the three of them trembled with excitement. The thin man clenched his fist, finally found it. The safe, the cash, and the jewelry must be down here. The companion next to him's voice trembled. "We're definitely going big with this." Another companion interjected, "Since we didn't see that fat sheep here, could he be down here?" A coldness flashed in the companion's eyes. "If he's down here, I don't mind sending him off after taking the things." In such a hidden place, no one would discover a dead body inside. He smirked as he said this. The thin man said, "If we encounter that kid, we must eliminate him. After all, he has seen us before, so he might recognize us. Leaving him behind would leave us with trouble." "You're right, this hidden room down here is so concealed that even if he's gone, it would be difficult for anyone to find it. Let's go." After saying that, the three of them walked towards the deep spiral staircase, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. The spiral staircase had no bright light, only some dim, warm light, making the corridor even darker. The dim environment couldn't conceal the excitement in the hearts of the three. After reaching the bottom, they came across an iron door. There was a slight gap in the iron door. Light seeped through the gap, blending into the darkness outside. Besides the light seeping through, there was also a strange rhythmic sound of cutting meat, continuous and uninterrupted. In addition to that, there was the sound of a keyboard constantly ringing. Most importantly, there was a thick smell of blood wafting out. All of this had a hint of eeriness. The three of them froze in their tracks, involuntarily swallowing their saliva. At this moment, the intense excitement in their hearts has diminished, replaced by a hint of inexplicable unease. However, they're trying to explain it to themselves. Perhaps they are cutting raw beef inside, or slaughtering chickens or something, which is why there's a strong smell of blood and the sound of cutting meat. Even though they think this way, they still feel uneasy in their hearts. Looking at the bright gap ahead, They don't feel any sense of brightness, but rather a sense of gloominess. They exchange glances and see a trace of unease in each other's eyes, especially with the strong smell of blood in the air and the sound of cutting meat in their ears. But then, a fierce light flashes in the eyes of the thin man, and he shouts, "There's a lot of money inside, even if the devil comes today. Don't even think about stopping me from making money." After saying that, he takes out a pistol, releases the safety, and loads it. Bang! He kicks open the door. Immediately after, the scene inside is revealed. Only a figure stands in front. In front of him is an operating table. Locked on the table is a bloody man, covered in sweat, with bloody wounds and exposed flesh. And the one responsible for all this is the fat sheep they mentioned. The other person carefully cuts open the man's biceps on the operating table, revealing the red and textured muscles. This scene stuns the three who entered, their pupils shrinking and their spines chilling. The man performing the surgery doesn't react much to the commotion caused by the three. He continues to cut carefully, only saying, "You finally came. You took so long to find the secret room. You've really worked hard." Hearing the other person's words, the three are instantly horrified. The other person already knew they were coming. The black-haired man continues, "I was actually planning to go out and buy some guinea pigs, but I didn't expect to have free door-to-door service. That's great." He nods in satisfaction. Hearing this, the hearts of the few people grow even colder. At this moment, they feel the gaze of the clone on the operating table. Looking over, they see a deep sense of sympathy and pity in the other person's eyes. In fact, when the three were cracking the door, S.H.I.E.L.D had already received an alert. Through the surveillance outside, he immediately recognized the three as the car thieves from before. He didn't expect. These three were so persistent. They even tried to break into the house after failing to steal the car. So, S.H.I.E.L.D was waiting for them to come down on their own, becoming his experimental subjects just in time to verify the massive genome on the clone. The thin man sees this and shouts, "Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're more powerful than my bullets? I'll blow you up with one shot. F***K. As he says that, he raises the gun in his hand. Whoosh! A cold light flashes through the air. A scream rings out. The thin man's face contorts as he grips his right hand, which has a surgical knife stuck in it, blood dripping from it. The pistol falls to the ground, stained with blood. S.H.I.E.L.D's speed is incredibly fast. The other two didn't even see S.H.I.E.L.D's action clearly. They only saw the scene of their companion being pierced through the hand. A huge amount of fear filled the hearts of the two people. In an instant, the two turned around, wanting to escape from here. They completely ignored their companion who was kneeling on the ground, screaming in pain. Bang! The door closed automatically, blocking the two's way out. No. Let us out. I want to get out. The two pounded on the door, trying to break free. On the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D also finished his actions and walked towards the three people. Seeing this, the two became even more frightened. Watching S.H.I.E.L.D slowly approach, the fear in the hearts of the few people grew stronger and stronger, feeling increasingly suffocated. Seeing this, the thin man quickly reached for his gun with his left hand, trying to defend himself. Whoosh! Another cold light fell. The thin man covered his hand, which was pinned to the ground by a surgical knife, and screamed in pain again. In an extremely horrifying and oppressive situation, one person seemed to be on the verge of collapse, shouting angrily, F***K it. I'll fight you. He swung an iron plate, wrenched towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Bang! S.H.I.E.L.D kicked with his long legs, instantly knocking the opponent to the ground. He moved his figure. Soon, the last person also fell. After a moment, inside the spacious tool room, three naked bodies were tied to three workbenches. Let us go. We know we were wrong. We were wrong. We were wrong. Spare us. We will never step foot in here again. Please spare us. As long as you let us go, we will never come back. The few people cried bitterly, their eyes filled with fear. S.H.I.E.L.D completely ignored them. Instead, he looked at a note that had just been taken from them, hidden in a secret compartment in a wallet. On it was written a date and address, a week later at the dock. Seeing this, Su Luo spoke. What is this? Hiding something so discreetly, Su Luo's intuition told him that this date and address were not simple. The thin man quickly spoke. I'll tell you the meaning of this information if you let me go. Hearing this, Su Luo raised his hand, the sharp surgical knife emitting a cold light. Swoosh! The sharp blade easily cut through the muscles of the thin man's thigh. Ah! The thin man screamed in agony. Su Luo calmly looked at the other two. The two quickly spilled everything like beans. I'll tell you. We were working for the Hand Association. The Japanese gang is preparing to transport something valuable to New York for the Hand Association. This is the time and place. We were specifically assigned to keep watch outside and assess the situation. That's all the relevant information. Su Luo looked at the note and continued to ask, what are they planning to transport? The two shook their heads quickly. We don't know about that. We were only responsible for keeping watch. The specific contents are not something we at our level would know. Only the higher-ups of the Hand Association probably know. Su Luo glanced at the expressions and tone of the two, and it didn't seem like they were lying. However, he didn't expect that these three people would be connected to the Hand Association. Su Luo didn't know much about the Hand Association either, only that it was a large and extraordinary ninja organization belonging to the antagonist group. This organization possesses the ability to resurrect dead men, and has a group of powerful ninjas who seem to also possess ninjutsu skills. It seems to worship and sacrifice to an evil demon. As for what kind of demon it is and what abilities the demon has, Su Luo doesn't know. The Hand Association is one of the top villainous organizations in Hell's Kitchen. He looked at the note in his hand again and murmured, the Hand Association? A precious item for the Hand Association. Since even the Hand Association considers it precious, it must be valuable. Su Luo murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming. He was curious about this treasure. He looked at the specific time and location on the note. A week later, maybe I can go and take a look. After saying that, he threw the note into the trash can. Next, let's continue researching my own things. Let's experiment with the newly obtained genome on you guys and see what reactions there will be. Saying that, he picked up a surgical knife, carried specialized equipment, and walked towards the skinny one. Soon, sounds of horrifying screams and howls filled the workshop. Watching the inhumane treatment the skinny one was enduring, the other two were scared and crying, constantly screaming. Su Luo felt a bit annoyed. He immediately covered the mouths of the three. Compared to X-24, you guys are still too fragile. Your tolerance for pain is too weak. Su Luo shook his head helplessly. But don't worry, I have a good sense of measure. I won't let you lose your lives. He looked at the three with a calm gaze. The three immediately screamed even louder, struggling with all their might, but their hands, feet, and waist were tightly locked to the operating table. As they struggled, their wrists and ankles were rubbed raw and bleeding. They looked at Su Luo with bloodshot eyes, filled with fear and madness. At this moment, their only thought was death, to stay away from the devil in front of them. They had never longed for death like this before. Regarding this, Su Luo's hand holding the surgical knife, syringe, and other instruments remained incredibly steady. Inside the entire room, sounds of screams coming from throats continued to echo. In stark contrast to the three was the clone next to them. Facing various tortures, it remained motionless, without any screams, only trembling lips and sweating profusely. This greatly shocked the three. They couldn't imagine that there could be such a resolute person in the world. During their break, they looked at the clone, their eyes filled with disbelief. The clone looked back at them, still unmoving, only its lips twitching, its eyes filled with sorrow. It had something to say, but it was simply unable to move. The neurotoxin was too strong, and it hadn't recovered yet. In the following days, Su Luo continued to study the clone, constantly reading cutting-edge biology knowledge and conducting experiments. With the help of 3 white mice, his progress was rapid. He constantly decrypts groups of genomes, continuously deciphering the high-level structure of DNA's superhelix, gradually mastered the combination and arrangement of a portion of the genome. Su Luo drew a knife across the skinny man. Blood flowed out, revealing fresh red flesh. Under intense pain, the skinny man's throat emitted a painful and suppressed growl, veins bulging on his forehead, and sweat oozing from his body. Su Luo didn't care about this. He was completely focused on observing the wound. Because this was his 23rd experiment today. Because he had deciphered a portion of the genome, he wanted to replicate a part of the self-healing ability of the clone in order to enhance the self-healing ability. If the subsequent research is completed, he can fill in the remaining parts, thus achieving a complete inheritance of Wolverine's self-healing ability. After 22 adjustments before, all the results failed, and the healing ability did not achieve the desired effect. After the previous failures, Su Luo was more confident in the 23rd experiment. He had great confidence that this time would be successful. When he saw the wound still bleeding, he sighed, "It seems like a failure." Before he finished speaking, he saw the blood coagulating. Seeing this, Su Luo's eyes brightened. It seems that the self-healing factor has formed, the self-healing ability has been enhanced, and platelets and fibrinogen have begun to accelerate the clotting process. Soon, the bleeding stopped and turned into a dark red scab. The scab quickly fell off, and the skin scars recovered. He tapped the keyboard, and the screen displayed the microscopic activity inside the wound. In the depths of the cells, bursts of fluorescence appeared, followed by the rapid proliferation of tissue at the wound site and the rapid formation of granulation tissue, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. And that fluorescence in the depths of the cells was the successful generation of the self-healing factor. A trace of joy flashed in Su Luo's eyes. Finally succeeded. Finally formed a certain self-healing factor. In a short period of time, the wound completely healed, although it can't match Wolverine's peak state, but it has far surpassed an ordinary person, reaching a non-human state. Even deep muscle injuries can recover relatively quickly. A 1 centimeter deep wound would take an ordinary person 1 to 2 weeks to heal, but with a partial replication of Wolverine's self-healing ability, it can heal in just a few minutes. Su Luo clenched his fist. This healing ability is indeed very powerful. Even with a partial replication of Wolverine's self-healing ability, it is already astonishing. With this self-healing ability, I can consider myself to have a strong survival ability. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He immediately began typing on the keyboard, recording the experimental data from just now and reviewing and reflecting on the previous 23 experiments. At the moment when the skinny man's wound healed itself, the 3 car thieves were all shocked. They never expected that one of them would truly gain extraordinary power in this experiment. Even more unexpectedly, they would possess such a terrifying self-healing ability. The fact that the wound healed in such a short time was simply horrifying. They looked at the terrifying figure of the demon, and their hearts were in turmoil. It was this person who created all this strangeness. The genius level of the other party exceeded their imagination. Looking at the young and handsome face, they couldn't believe that such a young person would possess such powerful scientific research abilities. It turns out that this guy is a true super genius. At the same time, their fear deepened. Facing such an exceptionally talented existence, they felt that they would probably never escape its clutches in their lifetime. Su Luo seemed to be enveloped in infinite darkness. After typing the last word, Su Luo twisted his neck. Next, I will replicate this ability on myself. Speaking of this, there was a hint of anticipation in his tone. The X-24 next to him watched the successful experiment. As he watched the wounds on the skinny person quickly heal, he was stunned. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He really didn't expect it. He was just an ordinary person before, but in the next moment, he had such a strong self-healing ability. He now possessed the same self-healing ability as him. Although he didn't understand the knowledge behind it, he still felt shocked. He looked at Su Luo, his eyes filled with disbelief. At the same time, the disappearance of the neurotoxin in these days also allowed the clone to regain control of his body. But facing the magnetic handcuffs, he couldn't move at all. At the same time, facing the pain, he could no longer remain silent, and painful low growls came from his throat. This also brought a sense of comfort to the car thieves. Everyone is more or less the same. On Su Luo's side, he didn't pay any attention to the feelings of the four people. He began to focus on replicating the core part of the experiment he had just conducted. Every movement of his was perfectly replicated, as if he were a precise machine, mainly to ensure that there were no mistakes in the process. As time passed, the core part of the experiment was completely replicated onto his body. After a while, Su Luo looked at his arm and said, "Next, it's time to test it." After saying that, he took out a surgical knife and made a cut. With a hissing sound, flesh was cut open and blood flowed out. The pain hit Su Luo's nerves. He slightly frowned, and veins bulged on his forehead, but his gaze remained fixed on his own flesh and blood. The three car thieves next to him watched Su Luo, who didn't make a sound, and their eyes widened. They swallowed their saliva and looked at each other, their pupils trembling slightly. To cut open one's own flesh and blood under such intense pain and not make a sound. They had personally experienced that pain, and it was unbearable. But they didn't expect Su Luo to not make a sound at all. This level of willpower, this level of tolerance for pain, made the three car thieves feel fear. The person in front of them was not human at all. In fact, he was a devil wearing human skin. Su Luo stared at the wound. After a while, he saw the blood begin to coagulate, and under the transmission electron microscope, he could clearly see the proliferating tissue starting to grow. The granulation tissue on both sides of the wound began to grow, intertwining and integrating into new flesh. A few minutes later, the wound on his arm had completely healed. Only some blood stains remained. After gently wiping them away, everything was back to normal, as if the cut had never existed. Seeing this, Su Luo's eyes were filled with joy. Finally, it's done. A powerful, self-healing ability. Although it hasn't reached the level of a young Wolverine, this self-healing ability is already very strong. With this powerful, self-healing ability, Su Luo finally felt a bit safer. From now on, he would no longer be so fragile. If his injuries were slightly more severe, he could lose his life. Although he had previously injected the Super Soldier Serum and his self-healing ability had been enhanced to some extent, but it still belonged to the realm of a normal person. If the injuries were too severe and important organs were affected, he would still die. Now, even in the case of serious injuries, even if important organs were affected, as long as he was given time, he could fully recover. He touched the healed area and nodded in satisfaction. Definitely. This is not enough. This is only a partial self-healing ability of Wolverine. It has not reached its peak. He still needs to continue working hard. He wants to become a complete Wolverine. Next, it's about continuing to work hard and overcome the entire genome of Wolverine. At the same time, he looked at the clone and muttered to himself, "Through the research during this period, I have also discovered the adamantium inside the clone is constantly growing. That is the fusion of adamantium and bones, generating adamantium beta version, replacing the native bones. And these adamantium indeed constantly release toxins, continuously suppressing and destroying the generation of flesh and self-healing factors. However, at the moment, the suppression and destruction of the self-healing factors are not very obvious due to the short time. But over time, it will accumulate terrifying toxicity, ultimately completely suppressing the self-healing factors, causing the flesh to completely decay and eventually leading to death. Wolverine aging to such an extent is strongly related to the toxicity of adamantium. Putting adamantium in the body is like placing a deadly poison. But for me, there's no problem, because I want to implant this thing into my body." At the same time, he looked at the records on the computer. Implanting adamantium into the body has both disadvantages and advantages. The advantage is that the indestructible adamantium can greatly protect the flesh of Wolverine's brain, making it harder for Wolverine to die. But this is a slow-acting lethal poison, and I won't do it. Just at this moment. His stomach growled. Suluo patted his stomach. It's time to feed you. Immediately, he tidied up his laboratory and went back upstairs. He started preparing his meal. Soon, a large amount of rice and high-quality protein were placed in front of Suluo. Now Suluo's physique is much stronger than before, and his demand for food is greater. The protein comes from chicken and beef. While eating, Suluo manipulated the computer and frantically bought stocks of Osborne Corporation. These days, apart from research, Suluo has been constantly acquiring stocks of Osborne Corporation. The value of Osborne Corporation stocks is now extremely low, almost like waste paper. Many people think that Osborne is completely finished. The reason for this result is twofold. One reason is that Norman Osborn's previous research mistakes led to the loss of the military, the most important investor. Without the support of massive military funds, the market generally does not have a positive view of Osborne Corporation, leading to a sharp drop in stock prices. Another important reason is that some important shareholders of Osborne Corporation have mysteriously died in recent days. This makes people even more reluctant to hold these stocks. More selling of stocks has caused the already sluggish stock prices to further decrease. These days, Suluo efficiently visited the homes of some major shareholders and acquired their stocks. Now, he holds a 28% stake in Osborne Corporation and is about to reach 31%, basically becoming the largest shareholder of Osborne Corporation. As long as he goes to the last major shareholder's house tonight and acquires the 20% of shares in their hands, and also acquires the scattered stocks in the stock market, his stake will reach 51%. Reaching 51% means absolute controlling interest, meaning absolute decision-making power. He will completely control Osborne Corporation, having absolute power of speech. By then, he will obtain all the resources within Osborne. He will have the superior Spider-Man. In addition, he will be able to upgrade his own laboratory iteratively. Suluo kept tapping on the keyboard, collecting scattered stocks in the stock market. He frowned slightly. There are still people constantly competing with me for the scattered stocks. At this time, there are still people buying in large quantities. Is it the Green Goblin? Suluo narrowed his eyes. No matter who you are, you can't win against me. As long as I get that 20% of the shares tonight, even if I can't completely control it, I will be the largest shareholder. Osborne Corporation is mine. Suluo's voice was calm and powerful. A tall building built in the last century, carrying a hint of historical weight. On the floors, exquisitely decorated. Inside the spacious study, a middle-aged man sits at the desk, looking at the computer in front of him. On it is a stock trading interface. You can see that stock transactions are being completed, but it's not him who is doing it. It's someone else. The stocks being traded are the stocks of Osborne Corporation. The middle-aged man just sits there, watching others acquire a large number of stocks. He is also buying, but he doesn't have that much money, so he can only watch others acquire more stocks. The middle-aged man is Norman Osborn. He really has no money left. After all, over the years, he has put all his efforts into the production of a serum for human enhancement. The entire company has been continuously investing in this project. As a result, the company has not been profitable. It mainly relies on funding from the military to sustain itself. This is also the reason why the board of directors is dissatisfied with Osborne himself. They blame him for putting all the resources into a bottomless pit, causing the company to have no profits. This is also the reason why the project failed in the end, and after the military withdrew its funding, the board of directors kicked Osborne out. The company is not profitable, so Osborne himself has not had any income for these years, and he doesn't have much savings. As for expenses, they are mostly reimbursed by the company. Now, Osborne wants to regain control of the company, so he is constantly collecting stocks, collecting scattered stocks in the stock market. Originally, he thought that no one would compete with him for the stocks of Osborne Corporation. After all, Osborne Corporation has no prospects now. But he didn't expect it. Recently, there's been someone in the market who is crazily acquiring stocks in the stock market with much more capital than him. This scene drives Osborne crazy and angry. Seeing this scene, Osborne's eyes burn with anger, his face twisted. Damn it! Who is it? Constantly snatching the stocks in the market. During this period, this mysterious person has been constantly snatching Osborne stocks in the market, acquiring them like crazy. He actually wants to take all of Osborne's shares into his hands. Does this guy want to take my company away? He raises his fist and smashes it against the iron cup beside him. Bang! The iron cup is unexpectedly flattened by him. Osborne grits his teeth and says, "Osborne Corporation is mine. No one can take it away. Whoever wants to take my company away, I will kill him." At this moment, a struggle appears on Osborne's face. "No, I can't kill. Killing is wrong. You can't control my body to kill." Osborne tightly clenches his fist, trembling all over, seemingly trying to control himself with all his might. But in the next moment, Osborne reveals a sinister smile. "No, you want to kill. All those who try to take your company away are your enemies. Unforgivable enemies. These days, I've already killed several major shareholders and reclaimed a large number of shares. Aren't you happy?" Osborne then changes his face, struggling. "If I want to take back the company, I won't do such despicable things. I will use my abilities to regain the company. As long as I research more things, the military will definitely come back." The struggle disappears. Osborne's face twists into a grimace, and he sneers. "You alone will never be able to take back the company. Only with my blessing can you get what you want. We are one. You shouldn't resist me." Immediately, Osborne looks at the stock trading interface on the computer. His face is terrifyingly twisted. "No matter who you are, I will definitely find you. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. I will make you realize that there is only a dead end when you try to snatch something from me. Norman Osborn." At this point, Osborne clenched his fist, his eyes filled with cold light. He then looked to the side. A piece of paper lay calmly on the desk. The paper had an address written on it. Seeing this, Osborne sneered. "No matter who you are, no matter how you struggle, you cannot take my company from me. As long as I get the remaining 20% of the shares from the last major shareholder tonight, I will be the largest shareholder of the company. I will have the greatest say. And you are just a jumping joker." He stood up, walked towards the bookshelf on the side, gently pressed a certain book. With a bang, the bookshelf opened, revealing a secret room. Inside, a set of green battle suit hung. Next to it, there was a silver skateboard with a fierce appearance. Seeing this, Osborne grinned. "And this is the capital for me to take back the company. That jumping joker hiding in the dark. When I find you, you will know how ridiculous you are." A sinister laughter echoed in the study. Safe house. Su Luo continued to buy stocks on the market. At this time, an anonymous email was sent. After opening it, it was from Klaus. During this time, Klaus would occasionally inquire about his situation and ask if he needed help. In addition, Elizabeth would also inquire about him. This time, Klaus sent an email. Besides the usual inquiries about his situation, he also talked about his own situation. Almost a month has passed. HYDRA has greatly reduced their search efforts for Klaus because they haven't found any clues. And little E has been trapped in the deep mountains every day, feeling uncomfortable. So Klaus and little E disguised themselves and went to a nearby amusement park to have some fun. Lily had a great time. After that, there were some greetings from little E, indicating that she missed him a little. Looking at Klaus's email, Su Luo's mouth curled up, and he felt a little happier. He immediately replied, saying that everything was fine on his side. After finishing the reply, Su Luo looked at his account. The original balance of $20 million was almost depleted. Although Osborne's company's stocks were almost worthless, a camel is still bigger than a horse, and the stocks he bought had almost exhausted all his money. So, he currently has no cash to acquire the remaining 20% of the shares from the last major shareholder. But he must obtain the last 20% of the shares in order to have the greatest say in the company. Therefore, he needs something to help him obtain these shares. He looked up in the direction of Osborne's company. He really has no money left. But that doesn't mean he can't get the shares from the last major shareholder. He can get the shares from the last shareholder by painting a realistic pie, a practical pie. As for what kind of pie it is, that would be him reviving Osborne Corporation and turning losses into profits. Then, he can use a portion of the profits as the purchase fee for a 20% stake, using future money to buy current shares. It's basically a fantasy. In general, people wouldn't agree to it. But now is not a normal situation. After all, for the major shareholder, the shares in his hands are actually a hot potato. Their value has plummeted. Most importantly, holding on to these shares poses a life-threatening danger. So the major shareholder definitely wants to get rid of these shares. But in this situation, there's basically no one willing to take over these shares. His appearance at the moment is a lifeline. As long as he can further convince the other party that his pie can be exchanged, then the major shareholder has no reason not to sell. Speaking of which, he has to thank the person who made the situation so chaotic. If it weren't for that person, he definitely wouldn't be able to get so many shares with his own money. Definitely. To succeed, he also needs the other party to believe that he can exchange this pie, to believe that he can turn the company's losses into profits. So he needs a technology that can turn the company's losses into profits. After the other party sees it, they will willingly eat his pie. However, the technologies he currently has are not easy to present. Either they are from HYDRA, which would cause trouble, or they have distinct personal characteristics, which would easily lead others to associate them with him, or they're simply not suitable for presentation, more important. So, he has set his sights on the outside world. Just right. He hasn't been idle these days and has done some investigation. In Osborne Corporation, there's a technology that can be brought to the market with some improvements. That is Kurt Connor's plasma technology. Kurt, who later became the Lizard Doctor, one of Spider-Man's opponents. During the Vietnam War, he was recruited and sent to the front lines to perform surgery on wounded soldiers. One day, the base was attacked by the enemy, and Connors suffered irreparable damage to his right hand in a big explosion. In order to save his life, he chose amputation and was sent back to the United States for recovery. To grow his right hand back and become a whole person again, Kurt began a long research career. He desperately studied the regenerative systems of reptiles and various aspects of reptile biology. During this time, Kurt's research finally yielded results. He developed a plasma extracted from reptile DNA. He tested it on a lame rabbit, and it had great effects. According to Sue Luo's estimation, Kurt should have completed the full development of the plasma in these 2 days, to be able to completely grow new legs for a crippled rabbit. And this complete plasma will allow Kurt to grow new hands. However, with this comes powerful side effects. Kurt will turn into a lizard-like creature, and his mental state will be greatly affected and distorted. Sue Luo naturally does not want to directly use Kurt's plasma technology. The side effects are too great, and the effectiveness is too strong. Based on his deductions and tests over the past few days, as long as the effectiveness of this plasma technology is greatly weakened, the side effects will also be weakened without limits. While the effectiveness is at play, the side effects will be automatically excreted within the safe range of the human immune system, along with the body's digestive and rejection systems. It will not cause any harm to the human body. He plans to apply the weakened version of the plasma technology to adhesive bandages and medical bandages, which will only have the functions of stopping bleeding and protecting wounds compared to regular adhesive bandages and medical bandages. His plasma adhesive bandages and bandages will accelerate wound healing 3 times faster than natural healing. Although it is far from the effects of the complete plasma or Wolverine's self-healing ability, it is much better than conventional drugs. Moreover, plasma can be extracted from reptiles, and the cost is within a controllable range, making it completely possible to produce medical products that can be used by the general public. This is enough for him to revive Osborne Corporation and turn losses into profits. This is the key for him to let the major shareholders eat the big cake with peace of mind. He glanced at the time. It's about time to talk to Kurt. After all, We can't let him take the plasma at this time and turn into a lizard-like creature. In that case, it would be much more troublesome to obtain the plasma formula. And Kurt, in his human state, is also a good research assistant and subordinate. For the future development of the company, just having an adhesive bandage is not enough. As a genius biologist, Kurt can help me develop more things. After finishing speaking, Su Luo finished his last bite of food and began to clean up the mess on the table. But to be honest, the food I made can only fill the stomach. It doesn't taste like anything. Claude's cooking is still better. Su Luo shook his head at his own cooking skills. After cleaning up everything, he left, heading to Osborne Corporation to find Kurt, who is currently working as a researcher in the company. Definitely, before leaving, he also put on some makeup. He applied a fake beard and wore a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, basically changing his appearance. Soon, he arrived downstairs at Osborne Corporation by car. At this moment, there was a sense of decay in the air at Osborne Corporation. There were fewer people working, and it felt sparse. And everyone carried a sense of frustration. After all, in the eyes of everyone, the company is about to collapse, so how can they not feel frustrated? Su Luo walked to the front desk. "Hello, I'm looking for Kurt Connors." The receptionist didn't look up and sneered. "Don't bother, he's not here." Su Luo raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" He was fired by the company. Kurt himself is always researching reptiles, and sometimes it delays his work. In addition, their research group has not produced any results. Besides, the company is already in a bad financial situation and can't afford to keep more idle people, so he was fired. Upon hearing this, Su Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing this, Su Luo was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Kurt was actually fired. But it also feels reasonable. After all, even Osborne himself is struggling to survive, constantly reducing staff. Kurt, because he was busy with plasma technology, sometimes delayed his normal work, so naturally he would be fired. Su Luo immediately asked the other party for Kurt's home address. Of course, the front desk would not disclose such privacy to Su Luo until Su Luo offered $200. Immediately, he rushed towards Kurt's address. At the same time, Su Luo frowned slightly. Now that Kurt has been fired and his life has been hit, he is likely to inject plasma to change the situation. He must stop it. Thinking of this, Su Luo suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The car shot out. An old apartment building. Various facilities are also quite old. Even the plaster on the walls is peeling off. The corridor is narrow, and many lights are not working due to long-term disrepair, making it dim. Entered one of them. The space is cramped and crowded, with various cheap daily necessities crowded in corners and on tables. The damaged sofa reveals yellow sponge inside. Inside the kitchen, the faucet is broken at the joint, spraying a stream of water. Clattering. The sound of hurried slippers hitting the floor. A middle-aged woman hurriedly ran up. Kurt. The faucet is broken again. She wrapped the gap in the faucet with a towel to stop the water from spraying. The overhead lights flickered, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. She looked up. Kurt, our lights have been broken for a week. Let's find time to replace them. Clang. The refrigerator was opened, and the food inside was almost depleted. Kurt, our food is running out too. She closed the refrigerator. She wiped off the water splashed on her face, walked out of the kitchen, and wiped the water on her waistband that had been used for several years. All of this shows the poverty of this family. On the sofa, a middle-aged man with a broken arm sat despondently, his head hanging down. He looked up at his wife, his face bitter. Martha, I was fired. Hearing the other party's words, Martha stopped in her tracks. She looked at her husband, her hands wiping the water in confusion. What did you say? Kurt spoke. I received a call. The company told me not to go anymore. I was fired. Martha was a little dazed. Then, what about our future expenses? We are running out of food at home. The faucet, the kitchen lights are broken, and the toilet in the bathroom is always having problems. Martha was at a loss. The money I earned from working alone in the convenience store is completely insufficient for the expenses of this family. Martha sat next to Kurt, grabbing his leg. Can you find a job as soon as possible? Kurt clenched his hand slightly, lowered his head, and said ashamedly, I am a disabled person, and I am already middle-aged. Because of long-term research, and I'm out of touch with society. It's difficult to find a job quickly. Martha fell silent after hearing this. Neither of them expected to encounter a midlife crisis. The air in the entire room became unusually oppressive and heavy. This middle-aged couple seemed to be struggling to breathe, especially Kurt. One hand tightly clutched onto his pants, head lowered. It's all my fault. If I wasn't disabled, I wouldn't have desperately researched the plasma for curing my arm. If I hadn't been so focused on researching the plasma, I wouldn't have occasionally delayed my work, and I wouldn't have been fired. If I weren't disabled, if I were a normal person, I could find many things that normal people can do, and I wouldn't be facing this situation. It's all my fault. I'm useless, and I've burdened you. Martha immediately hugged Kurt. Don't be like this, Kurt. Let's think of another solution. If it really doesn't work, I'll go ask my parents for some money. Martha's parents have always looked down on Kurt, always mocking and ridiculing him. So Martha was very angry and hadn't contacted her parents for a long time. If it weren't for the family's difficulties, Martha would never have asked for their help. Hearing Martha's words, Kurt felt even more distressed. Martha quickly dialed her parents' number. On the other end, Martha's mother's voice came through. What's wrong? Are you facing some difficulties? Otherwise, why would you think of us? Is Osborne Company about to collapse? Did he lose his job? Or has he already lost his job? Martha's mother immediately guessed the purpose of Martha's call, and so she began to mock and ridicule. I told you before not to marry him. A man with a severed hand who can't earn money and is just a bookworm. I told you, he won't amount to anything. You didn't listen, and now you come to us? You let him come up with the money. Can he? He's just a useless waste. I told you, marrying a shoe shiner would be better than him. Before Martha could speak, her mother's cold mockery made Martha shudder all over. Kurt, who was beside her, felt even more heartbroken upon hearing this. He reached out and hung up the phone. What are you doing? I'm still borrowing money, Martha said. Kurt lifted his head and looked at the cluttered coffee table. Among them was a small glass bottle filled with blood-red liquid, reflecting a dangerous blood-colored light. He gritted his teeth. Martha, don't say anything. Let me solve this myself. My plasma has already been tested on a crippled rabbit, and it perfectly grew a new leg. I'm planning to inject the plasma into myself and regenerate my hand. As long as I recover, I could do manual labor, take on odd jobs. We can support ourselves. Saying that, he reached out towards a glass bottle filled with plasma. Martha immediately grabbed his hand and shook her head. No, this won't do. You're a scientist. You know, one successful case is not enough to prove that plasma can be safely used on a human body. This kind of experiment can't be rushed. You need to try it multiple times. Kurt's body trembled. I've already been fired by Osborne. I don't have the equipment and tools to continue the experiments. And we're barely getting by now. I don't have time to experiment. He gritted his teeth. Martha, let go of me. Let me completely solve this matter this time. I promise, this time it will definitely be successful, and we will be able to get out of our predicament. Saying that, he felt a surge of determination from somewhere, broke free from his wife's embrace, and grabbed the bottle of plasma. Kurt's eyes slightly reddened. I will definitely succeed this time. Bang! The half-closed door was pushed open. Hold on. A calm and powerful voice sounded. Hearing this sound, the two quickly looked up. They saw a tall and upright man with a beard standing at the door, wearing a fisherman's hat and a pair of toed sunglasses. The whole person exuded a sense of mystery. Who are you? Su Luo pushed his sunglasses and said the name of his new identity, Li Luo. Su Luo didn't move, still standing at the door. Compared to the Kurt couple sitting on the sofa, Su Luo standing there was full of oppression. Su Luo continued, If you inject this bottle of plasma, you will fail. Kurt clenched the bottle in his hand and gritted his teeth. No, I will succeed. I have succeeded once. Su Luo shook his head. But you have only succeeded once on an animal, what kind of success is that? Without multiple tests, there must be a lot of unknown results in it. Science is about constantly experimenting, summarizing rules, and ultimately testing for successful results. It's not about doing one experiment and gambling on a very small probability among a large number of unknowns. You will always lose in gambling. And if you inject it, you will lose miserably. You rashly transplant a large amount of unstable reptile genes into your body, which will only lead to one result. That is, you will mutate and become a huge amount of reptiles, a huge amount of lizards. At that time, the genes of the beast will affect your mind. You will become a true beast. You will lose your humanity and be full of animalistic instincts. You will develop extremely strong aggressiveness. Do you think that after injecting this thing now, you can attack anyone? Hearing this, Kurt looked at his wife. Suluo nodded slightly. That's right. So, maybe your wife will pay for your mistake. Kurt heard this. His face turned pale, and the bottle of plasma was put back on the coffee table. He grabbed his hair in despair. If the plasma didn't work, he would completely lose a way to solve the current predicament. He let out a painful sob. Marcia beside him also fell heartbroken when she saw this. She grabbed her husband's leg. Don't be like this, Kurt. Let's think of another solution. At this moment, Suluo, standing at the door, finally moved. He walked into the room and closed the door. He sat on the chair opposite the Kurt couple. The chair was old and made a creaking sound. Suluo got straight to the point. Don't be too anxious. I will help you get rid of the current predicament. I will give you a job and a salary so that you won't have to worry about your livelihood. At the same time, you can continue to optimize your plasma. As long as you are not impatient, you will succeed. Hearing Suluo's voice, the Kurt couple in front of him brightened up. Kurt hesitated. Who are you exactly? Why do you know so much about my situation? Suluo calmly said, Li Luo, the largest shareholder of Osborne Corporation, will soon become the absolute controlling shareholder of Osborne Corporation. As for why I know so much about your situation, I naturally have my own ways of understanding. You don't need to know about it. After speaking, Suluo opened a tablet he carried with him. He showed his shares to Kurt, proving his identity as the largest shareholder. Kurt's wife widened her eyes when she saw this. She never expected that her husband's boss would personally come to their home, and he even wanted to give her husband a job. The dilemma was suddenly resolved. At this moment, Martha's heart was filled with surprise and excitement, tears shimmering in her excited eyes. Kurt widened his eyes and said, "You're the new shareholder?" As an old employee of Osborne, Kurt naturally knew the shareholders of his company, but the person in front of him was definitely not one of them. So, this shareholder was new. He just couldn't understand why someone would acquire its shares when Osborne was already a mess. He asked in confusion, "Osborne is in such a state. Why would you still accept it?" Suluo spoke up. "Since I chose to take over, it must be profitable. I believe it still has potential and can be revitalized. If you're willing to come back, I will appoint you as the head of the research department. I will also assign a research team to you, making you the research leader and provide you with top-notch equipment and a research lab for your studies." Upon hearing Suluo's words, Kurt was extremely excited, but then he calmed down and asked, "What do I need to give in return?" Suluo replied, "Hand over your plasma technology to me, and in the future, you will specifically develop more things for me." Suluo knew the general idea of Kurt's plasma technology, being able to deduce a rough equation, but he didn't have the specific data and formula. So he needed Kurt's plasma technology. After considering for a moment, Kurt nodded. He had nothing left now and was in a difficult situation. He not only had no money, but also faced discrimination from his mother-in-law. Most importantly, his wife had to suffer with him. He didn't want to live like this anymore. Kurt firmly said, "Boss, I'm willing to give you the plasma technology, and I'm very grateful for giving me this opportunity. I will work hard." Kurt's tone was extremely sincere. After finishing his words, he stood up and quickly walked to the side. From inside the cabinet, he took out a USB flash drive. He handed it to Suluo and said, "Boss, the plasma technology is in here. Su Luo took the USB flash drive and nodded in satisfaction. The crucial thing was in his hands. 20% of the shares would become his. In addition, he also acquired a genius biologist. Whether it was in science, business, or work, he couldn't handle everything alone. So, he needed some assistance to help him share the workload. At this moment, Su Luo was feeling quite pleased. He said, "Kurt, come to work tomorrow. I will give you some instructions then." Kurt straightened his back happily and said, "Yes, boss." Then, he thought of something and asked weakly, "Boss, can our company really make a comeback, with the current situation being so bad?" Su Luo casually found a piece of paper and wrote down the derived equation for the weakened and improved version of the plasma technology. After finishing, Su Luo turned and left. Kurt looked at the few lines of derived equations, his eyes slowly brightening, and then he took a deep breath. Oh my, the boss is truly a genius. Martha, who was next to him, was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. After all, Kurt, as a biological genius and a leader in a certain field, had never praised anyone like this before. At night, Su Luo put down his work. He picked up a freshly made plasma bandage technology. It's time to buy the remaining 20% of the shares. Blood plasma technology, in addition to being able to produce adhesive bandage technology. Su Luo also deduced that if it is optimized and improved, it can solve the side effects of blood plasma and produce extremely powerful healing abilities. It can even achieve the rebirth of broken limbs. But according to Su Luo's deduction, this kind of medicine is disposable. If he takes this medicine, his self-healing ability will become stronger. The principle is to allow the blood plasma to fully function, heal the wound, and then use a special serum to remove the spider genes and the healing ability they bring. By combining the two, a powerful self-healing potion can be obtained. However, the specific details still need further research and experimentation. Being able to optimize a powerful self-healing potion through blood plasma technology, Su Luo is very excited. After all, it can further enhance his self-healing ability and improve his survival ability. However, the most urgent task is to first obtain that 20% of the shares. Su Luo, holding the blood plasma adhesive bandage technology, drove towards the last shareholder's house. Under the night sky, the neon lights of New York City flickered, exceptionally dazzling, like a city that never sleeps. Su Luo drove the car that came from out of state and rushed on the road. In no time, he arrived at the shareholder's house. It was a detached villa, definitely a high-end villa area, not an ordinary detached house for the middle class. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a man in his 50s walking towards him. He smiled and reached out his hand. "Mr. Li Luo, right?" Su Luo nodded. He introduced himself. "I am James, a director of Osborne Corporation." He greeted warmly. "Come, let's go inside and talk. I have prepared some snacks and wine from a private vineyard in Chile." Chile is the only country in the world that has immunity to root aphids, a true paradise for grape cultivation. The wine there is exceptional. For James, because of the Osborne shares, he has been extremely worried these days. First, the Osborne stock plummeted, and then there were assassination attempts against Osborne shareholders. The police have not yet figured out what's going on. This has made him very uncomfortable, so he has been wanting to sell the hot potato in his hands. But no one is willing to take over. This has made him very anxious. So Su Luo's appearance made him very happy. Soon, Su Luo and James sat on the sofa. There were some exquisite snacks and wine in front of them. James rubbed his hands excitedly. "Mr. Li, I heard that you are willing to offer $13 million to buy the shares in my hands. Is that right?" The shares in James' hands are currently worth about $14 million in the market. Although Su Luo's offer is lower than the market price, James is willing to take a loss and sell it. Su Luo shook his head. "That's just my initial price. You also know that these shares are a hot potato now. Whoever takes over may have trouble. So, I think $13 million is still a bit high. It needs to be lower." James showed a hint of difficulty. $13 million is already lower than the market price. If it goes any lower, I will be at a loss. Then he gritted his teeth. Mr. Lee, you first give a price. Su Luo held up a finger. 10 million. Upon hearing this, James' face changed slightly. Mr. Lee, this offer is too low. 10 million. I can't even recover my initial investment. James gritted his teeth. How about this, Mr. Lee? I'll give you a discount, 12.5 million. How about that? It's already nearly 1.5 million lower than the market price. I've already suffered a big loss. Su Luo's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head. James took a deep breath. I'll lower it even more. 12 million. It's the lowest price. I can't go any lower. Su Luo said, let's settle on a fixed price. 11.1 million, and I'll acquire it. Upon hearing Su Luo's offer, James quickly shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Your price is just too low. He stood up, waved his hand to indicate it was impossible, and had a determined expression. Su Luo didn't say anything, maintaining a calm expression as he locked eyes with James. Both sides remained deadlocked for a while. James forced a bitter smile. You really are a master negotiator. James sat dejectedly on the sofa. Deal. How do you plan to pay? With a check or a bank transfer? Su Luo spoke up. I can't give you the money right now. Once I gain control of Osborne and make a profit, I'll give you the money and also provide you with interest. If I give it to you within 6 months, I'll pay you 10% interest, making a total of 11.1 million. If I give it to you after 6 months, but within a year, I'll pay you 20% interest, making a total of 12.2 million. Upon hearing this, James immediately laughed, but his smile quickly disappeared, and his face showed a hint of anger. Mr. Lee, are you intentionally playing with me today? A wolf in sheep's clothing? You want my shares without offering a single penny? And you expect Osborne to make a profit and return my money? Can Osborne really make a profit? James stood up and said coldly, Mr. Lee, it seems you have no sincerity. You can leave. Su Luo remained motionless. He simply threw the documents in his hand. Osborne will definitely make a profit. With me at the helm, it can regain its vitality. You can take a look and then make a decision. You need to understand that holding Osborne shares right now is a troublesome matter. You don't want to hold on to them, do you? James picked up the documents and glanced at them. After a few glances, his gaze froze. Can this really be achieved? Su Luo said, there are test data behind it. You can take a look. James flipped through the pages and took a deep breath. A Band-Aid? It can accelerate wound healing, even achieving 3 times the effect. Is this possible? So, is this the new product you've prepared? Su Luo nodded slightly. James looked at the documents in his hand and took a deep breath. All right, let's sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Su Luo felt a slight joy in his heart. Finally, it was settled. He finally had 20% of the shares in his hands. Combined with the shares he already had, he was now very close to controlling 51% of Osborne. Su Luo nodded and handed over the contract. Just at that moment, an eerie laughter echoed in the spacious living room. Finally found you, little mouse, trying to steal something. Today, you won't be able to take away this share. Furthermore, you'll have to leave your life behind. A dart with a glint of cold light shot towards Su Luo's hand, holding the contract. Hearing this cold and eerie sound, James trembled all over. Feeling a sense of fear and panic, his legs weakened. He thought about the recent deaths of Osborne shareholders. He understood that the person who came was most likely the mastermind behind it, especially when he saw the flying darts heading towards Su Luo. He exclaimed, "Be careful." Su Luo moved swiftly, quickly retracting his hand and dodging the attack. The flying darts landed on the sofa, easily piercing through the surface. Immediately after, there was the sound of glass shattering. Then, a green figure flew in from the high window, wearing a green demon mask, looking somewhat terrifying, dressed in green battle armor, and riding a silver hoverboard with spikes. I didn't expect you to have some skills, to be able to dodge my flying darts. Looking at the opponent's attire, James was so frightened that he slumped onto the sofa. Demon, it's over. I'm also going to pay for this. At that moment, a sense of despair rose in James' heart. The one who came was the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin hovered in midair on his hoverboard, looking down at Su Luo with a sneer. "You're not an ordinary person either. No wonder you're so arrogant, knowing that shareholders keep dying and still daring to buy Osborne shares. Indeed, you have some potential. But, sorry, even though you seem to have some potential, it's useless. Today I'm taking these shares." After saying that, he reached for the pumpkin bomb at his waist. But immediately, the Green Goblin's voice changed. "You guys run? I can't control myself. Quick, leave this place." The Green Goblin's body trembled, seemingly resisting with all his might. Su Luo understood that this was Norman's own personality, fighting against the Green Goblin's personality. But then, the Green Goblin roared. "None of you can escape. Stay here." He reached for the bomb at his waist. Seeing this, James' body trembled. Damn it, is this a mental illness? However, compared to the Green Goblin, Su Luo's movements were faster. Whoosh! A steel button the size of a coin shot out. Seeing Su Luo throwing something, the Green Goblin instinctively tried to dodge. But he realized that the button wasn't aimed at him. It was several centimeters away. The Green Goblin laughed. "Your accuracy is indeed lacking." But then he realized that the other party didn't show any change in expression, remaining calm as if nothing went wrong. He quickly turned around, only to see the steel button hit the ceiling lamp, then reflect back and hit him. As if it had magnetic force, it stuck to his body. "You want to use this little button to inject poison into me? You're thinking too much. My battle armor can't even be penetrated by bullets." Saying that, he reached for the bomb at his waist. Just at that moment, buzz! An invisible, small electromagnetic pulse was released. Instantly, all the electronic devices on the Green Goblin's body malfunctioned, including his hoverboard. Ouch! The Green Goblin fell heavily from midair and crashed on the ground. The people nearby winced at the sight. The Green Goblin endured the pain of falling apart and climbed up. Damn it! It's an electromagnetic pulse weapon, and it's so small. The button, just now, was a brand new mini electromagnetic pulse weapon developed by Su Luo. Its range was not large, only a few meters. This type of electronic pulse weapon was mainly targeted at individuals, a pinpoint strike. Whoosh! Just as the Green Goblin had just stood up, Su Luo made a move. He rushed forward with a swift step. Immediately, he delivered a whip kick and said, "You talk too much." Bang! Green Goblin was just getting up when he was blasted away, like a cannonball flying out. He crashed into a nearby cabinet. The cabinet was shattered by the impact. Green Goblin let out a scream of pain. James saw this scene and swallowed his saliva. His eyes widened. He never expected Mr. Lee to be so fierce. The power of that kick was comparable to a violent collision with a motorcycle. He thought it was over, but unexpectedly, there was a master by his side. No wonder Mr. Lee dares to acquire the shares in my hands. He is indeed bold and skilled. Green Goblin climbed out of the broken wood, blood at the corners of his mouth. He coughed and spat out blood from the mouthpiece of his mask. He angrily shouted, "I haven't lost yet." Green Goblin decided to take the initiative to attack, relying on his strengthened body to defeat his opponent. After saying that, he roared and charged towards Su Luo, throwing a punch at him. Seeing Green Goblin's punching motion, Su Luo shook his head and said, "Your fighting skills are too lousy, full of flaws." As he spoke, he slightly sidestepped and easily dodged the attack. Immediately, he threw a punch that landed on Green Goblin's cheek. Bang! Green Goblin felt a buzzing and pain in his head. He struck again, kneeing Su Luo in the abdomen. Su Luo took a step back, evading the attack. Then he delivered a whip kick, hitting Green Goblin's head. Bang! Green Goblin flipped 180 degrees and crashed to the ground. He got up, enduring the intense pain, and fought Su Luo again. But every attack was easily resolved or evaded by Su Luo, who continued to strike him. Although Green Goblin had a strong physique, he had no fighting skills because he had just appeared. Facing Su Luo's formidable fighting skills, he was completely suppressed and beaten. Su Luo effortlessly kept attacking Green Goblin. The more Green Goblin fought, the more desperate he became. He never expected the opponent's physique to be so powerful, not inferior to his own. What surprised him even more was that the opponent's fighting skills were so formidable. He was completely at the mercy of his opponent. He wanted to end this fight, but the opponent's attacks were too swift, and he couldn't escape. Most importantly, because of that damn pulse weapon. He couldn't use any of his high-tech equipment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to resort to close combat with the enemy. The pain in his body grew stronger and stronger. Green Goblin became even more desperate. James, sitting on the sofa, straightened his back and stared blankly at Green Goblin being beaten. Originally, at first glance, when he saw Green Goblin, he thought he was done for. But the opponent didn't even say 2 words before he fell. And he had been in a situation of being beaten ever since. He couldn't tell if the enemy was too weak or if our side was too strong. Green Goblin's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his fist with all his strength and said, F***K. Bang! A heavy punch. It landed on Green Goblin's face. With a thud, Green Goblin fell to the ground, unconscious. James, who was standing aside, was stunned when he saw this. It's resolved. James thought that Green Goblin was going to make a comeback and deliver a beautiful blow with his final punch. But unexpectedly, he was directly knocked out by our side with a punch. This ending feels a bit rushed. He looked at Su Luo again, his eyes filled with awe. This man is really powerful. In his eyes, Green Goblin is already strong, both in terms of speed and strength. But the result is complete suppression without any discount. This can only mean that the man in front of him is even more formidable. Su Luo looked at the unconscious Green Goblin and muttered to himself, I thought I would have to use magnetic handcuffs to restrain your movements during the fight. But it turns out I was thinking too much. Your fighting ability is really lousy. After saying that, he took out 2 pairs of magnetic handcuffs from his waist and bound Green Goblin's hands and feet. After doing all this, he looked at James again and said, The trouble is resolved. Let's continue with the contract. James nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Lee, I will sign the contract now. Su Luo walked back to the coffee table and handed the 2 copies of the contract to James. James quickly found a pen and began to sign his name. Seeing this, Su Luo felt good. After all, the lowest market price was $13 million, but he managed to get it for $11 million. And it wasn't even cash, but the future profits of Osborne. It can be said that he made a great deal. With his 20% stake, after acquiring some scattered shares in the stock market tonight, he will have enough to achieve a 51% absolute controlling stake. After tonight, Osborne will belong to him, Su Luo. Actually, even without Su Luo, Osborne would not go bankrupt and decline, because soon Green Goblin will regain control of the company, relying on his strong scientific and business abilities. He will quickly revive Osborne and make it grow bigger, eventually becoming a giant company that can rival Stark Industries. However, from this night on, history will change. Osborne will take a completely different path. It will belong to Su Luo and become a massive business organization serving Su Luo. James finished signing the 2 contracts and handed one of them to Su Luo, saying, Mr. Lee, the contract is signed. Congratulations. You will become the new ruler of Osborne. He extended his hand. Su Luo shook the other person's hand and said, Thank you. He put away the contract and pointed at Green Goblin. I'll take care of this person. James nodded. Then, Su Luo lifted Green Goblin and picked up his flight device. Skillfully, he placed it in the trunk. Then he put the flight device under the seat. After doing all this, Su Luo drove home. The car shuttled through the neon lights, running on the road. The neon lights illuminated the entire car, as if it was coated with a layer of colorful dream paint. A song called Sunset Boulevard was playing in the car. In a good mood, Su Luo hummed along. We run in the middle of this road. We cry at both ends of this road. Whenever the sunset sunlight colors everything, I see the darkness of the night. The evening breeze blows over the Golden Beach banquet. I'm still not used to that taste. Accompanied by the familiar melody. Looking at the modern city, the same skyscrapers. Su Luo felt as if he had returned to his past life. Fragments of memories from his past life flashed through his mind. Childhood, adolescence, youth. It felt as if he had never left. Unconsciously, the car drove back to the area of the Hell's Kitchen. Bang! Bang! Not far away, a jewelry store was being robbed. A massive rhinoceros-like man easily smashed the glass and took out the gold jewelry. The nearby store clerks trembled in the corner. That massive figure, that huge rhinoceros head, brought Su Luo's thoughts back. Reality told him that this was no longer his past life, but a Marvel world full of fantasy. At this moment, Su Luo completely felt that everything had changed. Su Luo shook his head and cleared his mind. He continued driving towards the safe house. As for the rhinoceros man robbing the jewelry store, it had nothing to do with him. He was busy now, needing to go home to complete today's research tasks and deal with the Green Goblin. After a few more minutes of driving, Su Luo finally arrived at the safe house. He carried the Green Goblin downstairs, opened the basement door, and placed the Green Goblin on the workbench. Using magnetic handcuffs, he securely chained him to the workbench. The basement had already undergone some changes. Transparent glass surrounded each workbench, turning them into separate rooms. When the clones and thieves saw Su Luo carrying the Green Goblin, they all showed expressions of sympathy and sadness. Another unlucky guy with the same fate had arrived. Su Luo saw the clones and others looking at the Green Goblin, so he pressed a button. Soon, the glass was no longer transparent and became invisible. After completing these tasks, he left the Green Goblin's room and prepared to wait for him to wake up and ask about the Green Goblin's strengthening potion. He returned to his equipment room and began to complete the unfinished tasks for the day. A row of unfinished button weapons was placed on the workbench. He was preparing to create a batch of button weapons. Currently, he already had 2 types of button weapons, neurotoxin and electromagnetic pulse. On the workbench, there were 2 more button weapons. One was a high-voltage shock button, and the other was an alarm button. The high-voltage shock button could release a huge electric current in a short period of time, stunning the enemy. The alarm button, when placed in a special location, could alert if someone appeared or through some other means. This thing was mainly used around houses for early warning. Su Luo quickly operated with both hands. Soon, one weapon button after another appeared on Su Luo's workbench. Suddenly, a slight vibration occurred while Su Luo was working. Immediately, a loud noise came from the computer monitor. Su Luo looked over. He saw the rhinoceros man who had previously robbed the store appearing in his neighborhood, fighting against an agile figure. It was Ghost Spider Gwen. The rhinoceros man charged onto the road outside his house, flipping over the cars on the side and smashing them into the walls. If it weren't for his sturdy walls, they would have been smashed through. Gwen was fighting against the rhinoceros man. The wall across the street was directly blasted open by the rhinoceros man. Seeing that his home was about to be attacked, Su Luo put on his toad goggles and fisherman's hat and rushed out. He leaped up, crouched on top of his own wall, and lowered his hat brim, speaking in a low voice, "Hey, big guy, can you stay away from my house?" However, the other party simply couldn't hear Su Luo's voice. He roared and lifted a car, smashing it into Su Luo's wall. Bang! Su Luo's sturdy wall trembled slightly. Compared to the strength of the Rhino Man, Su Luo was slightly amazed. The Rhino Man's strength was too powerful, able to easily lift cars, smash cars, and break through thick walls. His strength was on a completely different level. Although Su Luo had been strengthened by the Super Serum and possessed strong power, he was not as abnormal. Compared to the Rhino Man and Spider-Man, they were completely on different levels. At this moment, Su Luo became even more eager to obtain the extraordinary spider and its abilities. After all, in the Marvel world, even on Earth, there were still many monsters comparable to the Rhino Man. The power of the Super Serum was far from enough. Definitely, although Su Luo couldn't match the Rhino Man in terms of strength, he was more agile in terms of speed. In addition, he had some high-tech equipment in his hands, enough to make up for the gap between him and the Rhino Man. In front, The Rhino Man and Ghost Spider were constantly fighting, especially the Ghost Spider, who seemed delicate and graceful, but burst out with strong power, even able to contend with the Rhino Man to some extent. Suluo could see from here. The Ghost Spider's abilities should have awakened not too long ago. Because the Ghost Spider's power could only contend with the Rhino Man to some extent, it was still not comparable to the Rhino Man. After all, if the Spider abilities were fully developed, Spider-Man's power would be stronger than the Rhino Man's. The Rhino Man punched towards the Ghost Spider. The Ghost Spider dodged slightly, and the Rhino Man's fist smashed into the ground, causing the cement to crack and sink. Seeing that the Rhino Man was about to attack his side, naturally, Suluo had to stop him. He didn't want the Rhino Man to destroy his wall. He leaped down, diving out, a flying kick in midair. Bang! Kicked the Rhino Man's head. Although Suluo's strength was not as strong as the Rhino Man's, he still weighed several tons, combined with the boost from his speed. The Rhino Man felt a bit dizzy from the kick. He roared in a muffled voice, his pronunciation unclear. "You're looking for death." The Rhino Man raised his fist and struck towards Suluo. Like the Green Goblin, the Rhino Man's fighting style was also mostly relying on brute force, without much technique. Suluo quickly dodged. Naturally, he couldn't directly take the Rhino Man's punch. However, the Rhino Man's fist carried a tremendous force, making a booming sound, sweeping past Suluo, even bringing a sense of oppression to his face. One can imagine how powerful this punch was. Just a slight touch could cause huge amounts of destruction. The Rhino Man's punches frequently missed, making him even more angry. He charged towards Suluo with his immense strength. Suluo rolled to the side, avoiding the impact. The Rhino Man's head directly collided with a car, crushing it into a pancake. The Rhino Man still wanted to continue attacking Suluo. At this moment, the Ghost Spider also arrived. "Your opponent is me, big guy." She punched the Rhino Man, causing him to stagger and take a step back. The Rhino Man just shook his head and quickly recovered. Seeing this, the Ghost Spider felt extremely frustrated. "Damn it, this guy is too tough. I can't even hurt him." Suluo saw this. He took out a mechanical button from his body. A mechanical button containing a neurotoxin. The neurotoxin within this button is enough to make the hulking figure in front of me collapse. He throws it directly. Whoosh! It transforms into a blur and sticks to the Rhinoceros Man's body. The Rhinoceros Man looks down at the button and says, "What is this? What are you doing?" In the next moment, the mechanical button shapeshifts. 3 steel needles appear and pierce the Rhinoceros Man's skin. Ding! A crisp sound of metal colliding with stone. The mechanical button falls off the Rhinoceros Man, and all 3 steel needles are bent. It seems that the Rhinoceros Man's skin is too thick. The steel needles didn't penetrate, but instead became twisted. Suluo sees this and twitches his eyes slightly. This is the first time his mechanical button has failed. It can only be said that the Rhinoceros Man's skin is too tough, preventing the steel needles of his neurotoxin button from penetrating at all. The Rhinoceros Man looks at the button stuck to his body, then laughs heartily. "I thought it was something powerful, but it can't even pierce my skin." After speaking, he stomps on the small button on the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ghost Spider launches an attack on the Rhinoceros Man. The 2 sides engage in battle once again. Due to the entanglement of Ghost Spider, the Rhinoceros Man is temporarily unable to attack Suluo. Bang! 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 They exchange blows. However, Ghost Spider seems to be at a slight disadvantage. After attacking for a while, she quickly shakes her hand and takes a deep breath, saying, "Ouch! It hurts. This guy's too tough. My fists are sore and now I'm sob." Ghost Spider looks at Suluo and says, "Hello, can you drive a big truck? Crash into him with all your might. I feel like that's the only way it'll work." After speaking, she quickly continues to deal with the Rhinoceros Man's attacks. The Rhinoceros Man exhales white air from his nose and roars in a muffled voice, his pronunciation somewhat unclear. "Once I'm done with this stinky piggy, Spider, I'll come and deal with you, little brat." Hearing the other party insult her as a stinky spider, Ghost Spider's tone rises, and she angrily says, "You're the stinky one. You're covered in sweat. So smelly. Stinky rhinoceros. She grits her teeth and says, "Watch me give you a couple of punches." Bang, bang. With 2 angry punches from Ghost Spider, the rhinoceros man actually takes a few steps back. The rhinoceros man shakes his head in pain and says, "Damn it, you're finished. Today, I'm going to beat you to a pulp." The rhinoceros man exhales white air from his nose again, even more furious, his muscles tense and his veins bulging. He exerts force with his foot. Boom! The ground directly cracks open. The rhinoceros man enters a berserk mode. Ghost Spider sees this, and her eyes widen beneath her mask. Oh my god, this guy's even more unstoppable. Suluo squints his eyes and takes out another mechanical button. It shoots out. The rhinoceros man glances at it. He sneers. It's this useless thing again. He laughs angrily. No one can stop me, the rhinoceros man, today. Without dodging at all, he simply throws a punch towards Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider looks at the mechanical button and sighs softly. Useless, his skin is too thick. The mechanical button sticks to the rhinoceros man's body. In the next moment, boom, a terrifying electric current erupts. Countless arcs of deep blue light were released from the small button, as if countless chains were being released. It was as if a large number of flower buds were blooming. In an instant, it enveloped the Rhino Man. It rushed into the Rhino Man's body. The Rhino Man immediately convulsed all over, his eyes rolling back, and he let out a scream. Immediately after, the massive electric current disappeared. The Rhino Man fell to the ground with a loud crash. With a rumble, the earth seemed to tremble. Occasionally, a mischievous little arc would still emerge from the Rhino Man's body, crackling and seemingly telling of its achievements. A faint blue smoke rose from the Rhino Man's body. This is Su Luo's latest button weapon, the powerful electric shock button. Looking at its effect, Su Luo was quite satisfied. The nearby Ghost Spider was bracing herself, preparing to withstand the Rhino Man's violent attack. But unexpectedly, that inconspicuous little button actually erupted with astonishing power. Directly onto the Rhino Man. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, staring blankly at the Rhino Man, who was emitting smoke and a few strands of electric current. This is another kind of button. This power is too great. She looked towards Su Luo. Just now, due to the battle, she didn't pay attention to Su Luo. But now, she suddenly realized that the other person looked familiar. A flash of insight crossed her mind, and she instantly remembered the other person. However, at that time, she wasn't wearing a mask and looked like a normal person. Immediately, she widened her eyes. She never expected that the person she helped at that time would possess such astonishing combat power, able to easily dodge the Rhino Man's attacks, and also possess such powerful technological means. Originally, she didn't need to intervene at all back then, as the other party could handle those few lackeys on their own. She looked at the fallen Rhino Man and smirked. Finally, it's resolved. She clapped the dust off her hands. Time to call it a day. She looked at Su Luo and said, "I'll take care of this guy." Saying that, she stepped on the Rhino Man with her small foot, her voice crisp. "I'll send him to jail." Su Luo nodded. He wasn't very interested in the Rhino Man, because the reason the Rhino Man was so tough was simply because a layer of tough polymer was forcibly attached to his skin using radiation and genetic modification chemicals. Su Luo wasn't very interested in such methods. He had his own plans for strengthening his defense. Moreover, he already had 2 projects in his hands, one being Wolverine and the other being the soon-to-be-obtained Super Spider. These 2 were enough for him to research. And the upper limit of the Spider ability's power was higher than that of the Rhino Man, and its functions were more comprehensive, so he didn't need to research the Rhino Man, sacrificing the essential for the trivial. She ran up to Su Luo and extended her small hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ghost Spider." Su Luo shook the other person's hand, nodded, and politely said, "Nice to meet you too." Ghost Spider retracted her hand and scratched her head. "I'll send him to jail first, so he won't cause trouble later. Goodbye." She waved her hand and ran towards the Rhino Man. Ghost Spider took a deep breath, then grabbed the Rhino Man and exerted force, lifting him up directly. She carried the Rhino Man and grinned at Su Luo. Then I'll be off. After saying that, she carried the Rhino Man and ran off. Soon, the other party disappeared. Su Luo looked at his own fence and saw that it was basically undamaged, picked up the discarded mechanical button from the ground, and returned to his own house. It's no wonder it's Marvel. Danger can exist anywhere. Even if you're sitting at home, you can't avoid some unexpected misfortune. Su Luo shook his head. His gaze returned to the scrapped neurotoxin button. In the previous design, I didn't consider the situation where some people have thick skin and the steel needle may not penetrate. Next, I need to upgrade the neurotoxin button. Even when faced with tough skin or exoskeletons, it should be able to pierce with the poison needle. But how should I do it? He rubbed the neurotoxin button, lost in thought. With his contemplation, he returned to the basement once again. In the silent night, at a certain point on the border between Canada and the United States, there was an endless expanse of grassland, full of vastness and loneliness. Huge amounts of lights swept across, patrolling the border, alert for illegal immigrants. When the lights flew by, two figures, one large and one small, crawled through the iron fence and entered the United States from Canada. Taking advantage of the night, they lurked in the tall grass and quickly ran south. If you look closely, you will find it is Wolverine and his daughter. They have returned from Canada to the United States. However, this time they are not accompanied by the group of mutant children. Only Wolverine and the little wolf girl. The little wolf girl still had her serious little face. As she walked with a hunchback, she spoke, "Where should we go now? We have no idea where Su Luo is." Wolverine still had that old appearance. His gaze was sharp, and he still exuded a strong wilderness aura. "Let's first find an old friend of mine and inquire about what happened at the farm after we left that day." The little wolf girl nodded. "Okay." Because of Charles's words before he died, Wolverine couldn't sleep well. Especially when faced with the current bleak situation of mutants, it made him involuntarily think of Charles's words. During this time, Su Luo's name kept flashing through his mind. That name seemed to have a magical power, taking root in his heart, sinking deeper and gaining more strength. In the end, Wolverine decided to come back. And as Wolverine's biological daughter, the little wolf girl naturally didn't want Wolverine to venture alone. Although Wolverine tried to stop her several times, the little wolf girl still followed. So, the two of them embarked on the journey back to the United States together. They were prepared to find Su Luo, to find the person Charles mentioned. In their view, as long as they find the man who can change the fate of mutants, they can derail the wheels of established history and roll in a different direction. Desperate situations can change. The little wolf girl was somewhat confused and murmured, "Can we find him?" Wolverine clenched his fist. "We will definitely find him. Even if we have to tear open this land, we will find him." He said in his heart, "Laura, your generation should live in a good era. So I must find him." Listening to Wolverine's determined tone, Laura's gaze became resolute. "We will find him." In terms of determination and stubbornness, Laura completely followed her father. At this moment, Laura was like an unsheathed sword. Wolverine looked at Laura and sighed in his heart. He didn't want her to follow because returning to this land meant being destined to be accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed, accompanied by death. He had lost too much, and he didn't want to lose anymore. But this little one was too stubborn. She stubbornly followed him for 15 kilometers and finally followed him to the border. Looking at Laura, who was almost a carbon copy of himself, Wolverine smiled bitterly and felt a hint of warmth. He looked towards the vast grassland in the distance and spoke in a low voice. "Laura, remember, if there is danger, you must hide behind me. If I can't handle it either, you run far away, and never look back. Remember, this is what you promised me. This is why I will let you come back with me." Laura nodded heavily. "I know, Logan." Because Wolverine didn't die in the final battle, Laura didn't call him Dad yet, and they hadn't broken through the final barrier. They had the relationship of father and daughter, but not the name of father and daughter. In the midst of the grassland, there were the sounds of rustling and friction, and the sound of the wind blowing through the grass. These two sounds mixed in this grassland. The cold and eternal starlight and the darkness bore witness to this scene. The history and future of mutants were crossing this vast grassland, heading towards the unknown. On an interstate highway, several boxy cars were speeding along. Sitting in the passenger seat of one of the cars was Donald with his mechanical arm. He was the leader of Essex's mercenaries, and the direction their car was heading was none other than New York. Donald's eyes were fierce. "Finally found you. Even if you hide so deep, we still found you. This time, I came with even stronger firepower. I will definitely catch you, you little mouse. I will take back X-24. I swear." He squeezed the thermos cup in his hand, causing water to splash on the glass. Whoosh, whoosh. Several cars raced at high speed, shooting towards New York. Inside the basement, Green Goblin woke up. Su Luo used some means on Green Goblin and finally pried out the human strengthening potion from his mouth. Definitely, Su Luo didn't pry out the human strengthening potion from Green Goblin for his own use, because the human strengthening potion of Green Goblin, similar to the Super Soldier Serum, was something that tapped into the human potential. It fully unleashed the limits of the human body. His body had already been pushed to the limit by the Super Soldier Serum, and the Green Goblin's strengthening potion couldn't take him any further. The reason he asked for the Green Goblin strengthening potion was to develop the corresponding serum, eliminate Norman Osborn's Green Goblin persona, and restore Norman to normal. Norman originally had a good personality. Most importantly, he was a talented person with scientific research and business abilities. Su Luo couldn't personally manage the company. The company was just a means for him to obtain more resources. So he needed someone who could take care of the company for him. Someone who could turn Osborne Industries into a business giant, which fully demonstrated Norman's abilities. Most important, he helped Norman eliminate the Green Goblin, which is an unrepayable favor for Norman. For someone like Norman, he will definitely do his best to repay this favor. Therefore, loyalty can be guaranteed. Furthermore, Norman's ability to develop a series of weapons, such as the Green Goblin Serum, also demonstrates his scientific research ability. Talent, when in one's own hands, can bring greater assistance to oneself. In addition, perhaps he can also develop some products that the company can sell from the Green Goblin Serum. Su Luo looked at the Green Goblin Serum in his hand with a satisfied expression. The Green Goblin looked at Su Luo and gritted his teeth slightly, saying, "With your physique, this serum is useless." Su Luo shrugged. "It's enough if it works for you." The Green Goblin heard Su Luo's words and was somewhat puzzled. "How is it possible that it still works for me? This serum can only strengthen the body once." Su Luo nodded. "You're right, it can indeed only strengthen once. But I can formulate an antidote to help Norman eliminate your Green Goblin persona." Upon hearing Su Luo's words, the Green Goblin couldn't help but smirk. "You want to optimize this formula? Do you know how long this formula has been researched? It has already been the result of countless sweat and inspiration. This is already the best formula. You want to optimize it. Even if Tony Stark comes, he wouldn't dare to make such a bold claim." The Green Goblin laughed heartily. "You want to eliminate me? It will take you 20 years of research." Su Luo calmly replied, "Oh," and then he left, leaving behind a slightly dazed Green Goblin. What kind of response is this? What kind of reaction is this? Such indifference and contempt. The Green Goblin was so angry that his whole body trembled. Because of his experience with the Super Soldier Serum, Su Luo was also quite familiar with body-strengthening serums. At the same time, on this night, Su Luo also collected enough stocks in the stock market. His share reached 51%, which meant absolute control over Osborne Corporation. In terms of the company's future planning and development, he had absolute authority. It can be said that Osborne Corporation was completely under his control. Definitely, if there were any capital increase, reduction, merger, division, dissolution, or modification of the company's articles of association, it would require the approval of shareholders holding more than 2/3 of the shares, which means 67% of shares. Definitely, for Su Luo at the moment, 51% was already enough. When he had more money in the future, he could further increase his share. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, just like Su Luo's mood, because today was the day he completely took over Osborne Corporation. It was also the day he obtained the extraordinary spider ability. Because of the battle last night, Su Luo was even more eager to obtain the spider ability. Boom! A car rushed out his house, heading towards Osborne Corporation. Extraordinary spider, here I come. Su Luo looked ahead with anticipation. After Su Luo acquired more than 50% of the shares, he sent a message to the directors, saying that a board meeting would be held this morning. Soon, Su Luo arrived at the company. Definitely, he was also in disguise. He still had a beard and wore a large pair of sunglasses and a fisherman's hat. He took Kurt directly to the boardroom. Almost all the directors were present. Definitely, there were only a few directors. Because Su Luo and Norman together held 3/4 of the shares, the remaining shares were in the stock market, and less than 10% of the shares were among the remaining directors. Therefore, the entire board meeting was just a formality. 3 or 4 directors. Su Luo showed the share documents to a few people. He looked at the directors and said, "From today onwards, I am the largest shareholder of the company and have absolute control over the company. From now on, I appoint Kurt as the head of the research department. He will lead the development of the research department. In addition, I will appoint Norman as the CEO, who will manage the company's business operations in the future." At the same time, he also discussed some matters related to company management and production. The meeting ended quickly. After all, this meeting was just a formality, mainly for him to hand over power and officially gain control over the entire company in a legitimate manner. It was also to allocate positions. After completing these tasks, Su Luo asked the directors to leave. He called out to Kurt. Then he handed a document to him, saying, "These are some optimization ideas I have for plasma technology. You can conduct specific experiments on it, and I believe that soon you'll be able to develop plasma technology without side effects." Kurt was astonished and said, "Boss, you already have optimization ideas so quickly?" He quickly took the document and started reading it. As he read, his eyes widened in shock. When he saw the crucial parts, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "So this is possible. It's possible to create such a serum. It can specifically target the parasitic genes in the body. By using this specialized serum to remove those parasitic genes, the ultimate goal of eliminating side effects can be achieved." As he looked at the derivation equations and formulas, Kurt's eyes became brighter and brighter. The feasibility of the entire plan was deduced, and the optimized potion could be completely realized. As long as he continued to experiment and make mistakes, he would eventually develop the perfect formula after optimization. The equations and key steps were all written down. After finishing reading, Kurt took a deep breath. He looked at Su Luo in awe and said, "My goodness, boss, it hasn't been long since you obtained the plasma technology, and you have already come up with an optimization plan. This is too terrifying. I spent so many years developing plasma technology and didn't even discover the side effects. And you, in such a short time, not only discovered the side effects, but also provided an optimization plan. What kind of mind do you have?" Su Luo shrugged and said, "Su Luo's mind." Trembling, Kurt held the plan and said, "With this plan, I believe that soon I will be able to develop optimized plasma. By then, I will be able to successfully restore my arm and become a normal person." Thinking of this, Kurt became extremely excited. The thought of being able to have 2 hands like a normal person made his nose tingle. For all these years, he had suffered so much because of his missing hand. "Thank you, boss," Kurt sincerely said. Su Luo spoke up. "You should thank yourself. It is your daily research that has led to this plasma technology. It is you who created this technology. You are the greatest contributor, and I am just adding the finishing touch." He patted Kurt on the shoulder. "Besides optimizing plasma, You also need to develop plasma wound medicine to make plasma bandages and dressings, Su Luo continued. Kurt nodded quickly. I will work hard. I will develop plasma wound medicine as quickly as possible. Su Luo nodded. Very good. He continued. Next, take me to see the company's assets, those special spiders. Kurt asked, Are you referring to the spiders developed by Richard Parker? Richard Parker, the father of Spider-Man Peter Parker. Su Luo nodded. Yes. Kurt nodded. All right, follow me then. After speaking, Kurt led the way to the location of the extraordinary spiders. Soon, both parties arrived outside the entrance of a laboratory. At this moment, Su Luo felt a sense of anticipation and excitement. Finally, he was going to see those extraordinary spiders. Kurt took out his work card, swiped it at the door, and led Su Luo inside. They saw numerous glass containers in front of them, filled with various plants. Among these plants, there were cobwebs with spiders crawling on them. There were also spiders crawling on the plants, and spiders hanging in midair. Seeing these spiders, Su Luo's eyes sparkled. Within these spiders, there was the extraordinary spider ability. It would give him tremendous power, allowing him to advance to another level of strength. Su Luo spoke, I need the research data on these things. Kurt hesitated and said, Boss, our company currently has very little understanding of these things, and there's been almost no progress. Because Richard didn't leave any breeding records or research data on these special spiders. Su Luo was aware of this. Richard didn't leave any information on the special spiders to prevent the spider ability from falling into the wrong hands. Otherwise, Norman would have started researching the spider ability instead of the human strengthening potion. So if he wanted to obtain the spider ability, he could only deduce the genetic data of the extraordinary spiders through research and match it with humans. However, this process would be slow. Even if he had extraordinary abilities, it would still require a lot of effort. After all, even top biological geniuses like Richard and Kurt spent a huge amount of time to create them. Show me what you have. Okay. Kurt took out a tablet, entered his account, and pulled up the research data. Su Luo quickly filtered through it and found very little useful value. He sighed. It seemed that he would have to do the research himself. This made Su Luo slightly headache. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He quickly scrolled back to the section where Richard's files were left. He carefully examined it. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. Those materials record Richard's daily situation in the company. You can see some situations inside the laboratory. Su Luo observed carefully. He discovered something. That is, in an inconspicuous corner of Richard's laboratory, there's a photo frame, a family photo of Richard, his wife, and son. Since Richard's first day in the laboratory, this photo frame has been in a laboratory. But not long before Richard said he wouldn't leave any experimental records, this photo frame disappeared. It's no longer in this laboratory. If it was an ordinary photo frame, there would be no need to take it away at this time. After all, the person hasn't left yet. And besides this photo frame, Richard's personal belongings were not taken away. Only the photo frame was taken away. Su Luo immediately pulled up the time when Richard completely deleted all the experimental records. It was the day the photo frame disappeared. Seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in Su Luo's eyes. If it could be a coincidence, a series of coincidences, it would be hard to believe it's just a coincidence. He was basically certain that there must be something related to Richard's work notes hidden in that photo frame. Just the thought of Richard possibly leaving work notes, recording the key and even specific content of the experiments. Su Luo felt excited. After all, starting from scratch and standing on the shoulders of giants are completely different concepts. If he didn't have these notes, he might have to spend several months starting from scratch to analyze the extraordinary spider and then deduce the incredibly complex higher-order structure of the special human genome, DNA, and so on. Definitely, several months is already very short compared to others' research of more than a decade or even longer. But if he could get the notes, he would be able to figure out everything in a week or even 1 or 2 days and replicate the spider's abilities on himself. This would greatly save Su Luo's time. Most importantly, it would allow him to obtain the spider's abilities faster, giving him a bit more security. He carefully examined the records and looked at some pictures related to Richard. Suddenly, he found a record indicating that Richard took the photo frame back home and placed it in his son's bedroom. Su Luo thought to himself, "It seems that this photo frame should be in Peter Parker's hands." Also, it's common for fathers to leave things to their own children. In addition, for Peter Parker, this photo frame is a photo of his whole family, a relic of his parents. He will definitely take good care of it. So this thing should be in the place where Peter Parker lives now. And for the sake of missing his parents, the child will definitely put it in a more conspicuous place. This way, he can constantly see his parents. Su Luo finished his thoughts and understood what he needed to do now. He needed to go to Peter Parker's house. Su Luo handed the tablet to Kurt and said, "Let's go. Let's go see Richard's son." Kurt was stunned and said, "Huh?" At this moment, Kurt was a bit confused. After all, in his opinion, the boss's thinking is a bit erratic. After looking at some records, he suddenly said he wanted to go see Richard's son. After all, Richard's son has no connection to their company. Su Luo spoke up. Richard was also an employee of our company. Although he had an accident and passed away later, he can still be considered a member of our company. Although he didn't leave any achievements in the matter of the Super Spider, he made significant contributions in other aspects. We are a company with warmth, and it is our duty to offer condolences to the family of a deceased outstanding employee. I want the people in the company to know that as long as they contribute to the company, I will not forget them. Hearing Su Luo's words, Kurt showed respect. "Boss, you are the best boss I have ever seen." Su Luo nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Then Kurt spoke up. "I remember that after Richard and his wife passed away, their son was entrusted to his aunt for care. I will immediately have my subordinates investigate. But our company is currently declining, so the investigation may be slower. Osborne, as a company with some reputation, naturally has sources of information." After finishing speaking, Kurt made a phone call. After a while, Kurt received some news. Kurt said, "Boss, I have found Richard's son's current address." He handed his phone to Su Luo, and an address was displayed on it. Su Luo nodded. "Let's go and see Richard's son." Kurt nodded and was about to call the driver. Su Luo continued, "On the way, let's buy something. We can't go empty-handed when visiting someone." Kurt said, "Understood." Not long after, in front of an apartment building, a car stopped. Su Luo and Kurt got out of the car. The driver quickly brought out the things and followed behind Su Luo and Kurt. Knock, knock. According to the address, Kurt stopped at a door and knocked. Soon, the door opened, and a woman appeared. It was Aunt May. She looked at the unfamiliar people outside the door with some confusion. Except for Kurt. Kurt made her feel somewhat familiar. Aunt May asked, "Who are you?" Su Luo spoke up. "Hello, we are from Osborne Biotech Company. I am the new majority shareholder of the company, here to visit the family of the former outstanding employee, Richard. We know that Richard had a child, and we came to visit the child and show our concern." Upon hearing Osborne Biotech Company, Aunt May looked at Kurt again and suddenly realized. She said, "You're one of Richard's colleagues, right? You also attended Richard's funeral." Because Kurt only had one hand, Aunt May had a slightly deeper impression of him. Kurt nodded. "That's me, Richard's colleague, Kurt." Aunt May quickly said, "Please come in. I'll pour you some water." The three of them entered the room and sat on the sofa. Su Luo glanced around, and when he looked at one of the bedrooms, his pupils contracted slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Su Luo glanced briefly and saw a seemingly messy room, filled with many things belonging to teenagers. There were superhero action figures, wallpapers, comic books, and clothes and smelly socks scattered everywhere. Su Luo immediately understood that this must be Peter Parker's room. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing was that on the cluttered desk, there was a photo frame. It was the same photo frame that Su Luo had seen in the Richard laboratory. Inside was a family portrait of the Richards, with everyone smiling happily. Su Luo never expected this. As soon as he entered the room, he saw what he was looking for. He originally thought he would have to spend some time and go into the bedroom to see it. But he didn't expect that as soon as he entered, he saw it. With a bang, Peter's room was closed. Aunt May showed a slightly embarrassed smile. This kid never tidies up his room. Kurt next to her laughed and said, "It's normal. Boys are like this. When we were young, we didn't like to tidy up our rooms either." Aunt May smiled and quickly placed the plate she was holding on a coffee table. She handed water to everyone. After entering the room, Su Luo also took off his hat and glasses. Aunt May looked at Su Luo's youthful appearance and was slightly surprised. "Oh my, you're so young." Although Su Luo still had a stubble, his face showed that he was a young man in his 20s. Aunt May never expected that the boss of Osborne Corporation would be so young. Kurt laughed. "Our boss is young and promising." Then, Su Luo had the driver give the things to Aunt May. There were some nutritional supplements and the like. They chatted about Peter for a while. Then Su Luo spoke up. "You guys continue chatting. I'll take a look at the kid's room and see if there's anything he needs." Aunt May smiled. "Peter's room is a mess. No need to look." Su Luo said, "It's okay." As Kurt said, "Which boy's room isn't messy? My room is still quite messy. You guys chat. I'll take a casual look." After saying that, he walked towards Peter's room. He pushed the door open and walked in. Of course, as a guest, he couldn't close the door, so every move of his could be seen by the people in the living room. He didn't go straight to the photo frame. Because he had just entered, it would be easier for others to pay attention to him, so it would be better to draw more attention to himself. So he walked in and just glanced at other things. He picked up an Iron Man action figure and smiled. "Kids nowadays really like Iron Man, huh?" I saw news online saying that Iron Man action figures are sold out. Aunt May smiled. Peter really likes the Avengers, especially when he saw the scene of the Avengers Alliance saving New York. So he admires the Avengers Alliance very much. Among them, the one he admires the most is Tony Stark. Because this kid is already very smart and has excellent grades, he has a special fondness for smart people. And it is said that Stark is the smartest person on this planet. So Peter admires Stark the most. Su Luo said, "Boys are like this. They admire and like superheroes. I was the same when I was young." There were many photos in Peter's room. There were several pictures with his parents, and, of course, there were also many pictures with Aunt May. The pictures with Aunt May were the most. From a little boy slowly growing up into a teenager. At the beginning, Su Luo picked up some photos. Aunt May would say a few words about them, but since the photos were similar, Aunt May didn't say much afterwards. Instead, she talked to Kurt about Peter's matters. Kurt still cared about Peter. After all, he had a good relationship with Richard when they were colleagues. So Kurt asked a few more questions. Su Luo was quite satisfied with Kurt's performance, as he helped the boss share some of the workload. Su Luo felt that the timing was right. He picked up the photo frame. Using his body, he created a perfect visual blind spot, blocking the photo frame in his hand. He quickly inspected the photo frame. After a few breaths, a delicate and compact mini USB appeared in his hand. When Su Luo saw the USB, his breath seemed to pause for a moment. His eyes lit up with delight. Sure enough, there was something hidden in this photo frame. It was exactly as he had speculated. He silently put the mini USB into his pocket and then placed the photo frame back on the table. He looked at it for a while. Then he walked out of Peter's bedroom. Su Luo asked, "Where is the bathroom?" Aunt May pointed out the location of the bathroom to Su Luo. He immediately walked towards the direction of the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, he took out the USB. He took out an adapter from his body and plugged it into his phone. He quickly clicked on the USB. He quickly browsed through the contents inside. There were 2 folders in total. One was the experimental records. The other was work notes. After opening them, he quickly skimmed through. Inside were the extraordinary spiders and related research data on spider genes. He quickly glanced through. The contents inside were very detailed, and it should be Richard's complete research data on extraordinary spiders, including the data on using the genes of extraordinary spiders to give humans extraordinary powers. In the latest notes, it was revealed that Richard had already developed the spider ability and edited its genetic code into the body of an extraordinary spider. A hint of joy appeared on Su Luo's face as he clenched his fist in excitement. Finally, he had obtained Richard's notes. Soon, he would be able to obtain the spider ability. He put away the USB. He pressed the flush button in the bathroom and then walked out. Just at that moment, there was the sound of unlocking outside the door. "Aunt May, I'm back." Immediately, Peter Parker rushed into the room, accompanied by his friend Ned, who was a chubby boy. As soon as Peter entered, he saw Su Luo and the others, and he was slightly stunned. Aunt May spoke. "These are people from your father's previous company who came to check on you." Peter quickly greeted, "Hello." Su Luo also looked at Peter. Peter Parker, Spider-Man, the character that had accompanied him throughout his childhood, the character he had always fantasized about, appearing alive in front of Su Luo. That feeling was extremely strange. For a moment, Su Luo was slightly dazed, but he quickly recovered and said, "Hello, I am Li Luo, the boss of Osborne Biotech."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.